edition, and we are off and running. Thank you so much for being with us. The number is 866-WE-BE-BIG. Let go. A lot to do today. Getting to it. If you're listening live, we got Thanksgiving dead ahead, and I know a lot of you are getting ready for that. Some of you already on the road. It is one of the busiest travel weeks of the year, and we thank you for making us part of your routine, whatever you're doing. Thank you so much. I know, like, if you're my sister and she's been cooking and doing stuff, she says, hey, I'll throw the podcast on, and you guys get me through it. Love it. And we thank all of you for being with us today. Let's bring everybody in. Over to my left is Mr. Greg Burgess. To my right, it is Michael Helms. What's up, boys?
Hey.
Two things right out the gate.
Okay.
One,
I love you too, buddy. Thank you.
That's it.
I'm
I
very
wanted to
thankful
tell you
for
I'm very
too.
thankful for you too. That's what I was going to say. You just kind of just stepped right all over me. That's what I was going to
Actually,
say
I
this
was
morning.
kidding. I thought you were going to joke, but that's very kind
I
of
was
you.
actually going to tell you, if there's one thing I'm thankful for, it's you two idiots.
Okay.
I'm sure.
Okay, I knew it was going to be something
Something he
there.
said.
No.
Yeah, I knew it was. I just
Love
couldn't-
y'all.
Yeah, love you too, buddy.
The other thing I need is a movie update.
Okay. I did. I
So-
watched a Christmas movie
So
last night.
Okay. So
I
let me
watched
add
Night
to your
at the
list.
Museum. I watched it.
That's not a Christmas movie.
It's not?
Did you say The Night at the Museum?
Yeah.
How's that? First of all, I've never seen it.
Yeah, it's got a little bit in there. It's just snowing.
No, that doesn't matter. It snows all over.
Let's
the
see.
place
snowing.
at different times.
And thumbs
of year.
up or
And
down.
like in town, they got Christmas
well,
stuff
my
up.
gosh. I mean, it's about a museum.
So it's not. I
Is
can't
that a
label
stupid
that.
movie?
Listen, I gave you
No, it's worth a good try.
Daddy's Home too,
Yeah.
but I can't give you this one.
Okay. All right.
Night at the
Dang it.
Good night.
I did get on the
What?
board last night.
I watched Rudy.
Hey,
now
serious business, real quick.
Yes.
I need to know.
I love you too, buddy.
I need
Oh,
to know.
you going to something else?
Well, no, I need to know. Greg said he added. Did you say what movie did you tell
Cranks. I forgot
me?
about
Okay. He
Christmas
forgot
with
to mention
Cranks.
that one.
What do you mean?
yesterday.
What do y'all do? Just watch movies all
No,
day?
that was already in the hopper. I forgot about it when
Okay.
we were counting yesterday. I haven't watched any. I didn't watch any
Okay.
yesterday.
Now I did watch. I got on the board yesterday. And watched two. I watched Four Christmases.
That's a good one.
Okay.
And then I watched
That is
Christmas
good.
Vacation with the family last night.
Okay.
So
Two good
I
ones.
felt bad watching four. I had Four Christmases while I was doing some other things and watching it, whatever. And then I told Amanda, she was like, "We need to watch a Christmas movie." I said, "Well, I think we just need to start off with Christmas
Yeah.
Vacation." And so we did. So I got on the board. I've got two movies in. No way I catch you two or Greg. There's no way
Yeah,
I
I've
can
only
keep
watched.
watching
I've
his
watched.
face.
I've watched two. Daddy's Home 2, and then Night at the Museum.
Night at the Museum. That's a good.
It does. It has Christmas decorations.
I
up in
can't
the
give
city
you that
when
one,
they get home.
Speedy. I'm keeping a running tab, so we'll once we get back from the break,
man.
we'll update
Yeah, I'll
everybody.
probably pick
Okay.
up a couple more movies.
Uh,
I don't know. It may not.
Started watching one on.
Might be
I've got-
busy.
I've got eyes.
I don't know if it's HBO or Prime. Where did you see the Stone Family? I tried to find it and I had
It
to
was
pay
on
for
something streaming.
it. Yeah, Hulu
That's
probably,
good,
or
buddy.
Sling.
Something streaming. That tells him nothing.
I don't know.
You should have said, I don't know.
Prime. I don't
It
know.
wasn't Prime. You had to buy it on Prime.
Something
Really?
streaming.
Yeah, because I couldn't find it last
We
night.
didn't have to buy it.
Do you think you had something tied to Prime like Paramount or?
Did you watch it?
Is it Hulu?
No,
or
I didn't because I couldn't find it for free.
You ain't got $4?
Good night.
Well, I didn't want to do that.
Yeah. See, y'all
There
y'all
was so
called
many-
the wrong person
well,
cheap.
You
There
knew
was
they
so
were.
many.
him.
There was so many Christmas movies staring
Yeah,
at me
that's true.
that I didn't want to pay $4
I
for
know.
something I could get
course,
for free.
No, I'll give you that.
I don't know what it was. I think I just went to search and hit it.
But I just
pulled
want
it
you
up.
to stop trying to explain that.
Well,
I don't
I'm well, see, I even went as far to look it up and see, if you look up a movie, it'll give you the options, and the options I had, it didn't list it there.
No.
So
It's probably on regular TV at some point.
it's probably
Okay,
where
buddy.
you saw it.
No, because there weren't any commercials.
All right. Well, I love y'all and thank y'all.
Well,
I'm very
thank you.
thankful for you two. I just want everybody to know that.
He's setting us up.
I know.
I'm
I
not
know.
setting you up for anything.
it
This
is.
is genuine love.
All right,
Here he
then.
comes.
Yeah. Congratulations to the Helms family.
For what?
Well, Braden had a big day yesterday.
Yeah.
Your
He did.
your
He
son
did.
signed with
You know,
Wallace
your-
State.
Your oldest.
Wallace State Hansville. He's your oldest son. I know.
He
I don't
is.
know if you remember him.
Yeah.
But no, he that was a good night last night. I love the pictures, and every time because I haven't seen him like just hung out with him when he was little. We would see him more.
Yeah.
I know.
And now when you
Yeah, me
see him,
too.
he's got that grown face now.
I know.
You know where he's hitting maturity and
He don't want
Sure.
to do with us. I can promise
yeah,
you that.
as, you know.
That
But
age.
congratulations to him and your family.
seeing
Yeah, he's
that's
worked.
great.
He's worked hard. It's a good opportunity for him. We'll see how it shakes out. He's excited about it. So
Yeah.
we got to see him and his soon-to-be new coach hang out. I've known him for the last year because we've just run into each other. It's funny because we didn't really know. He didn't know that I was Braden's dad, and we had kind of seen each other at some different tennis events. And so it's funny for everybody to kind of put two and two together over the last 6 months. And
now that you're coach, you talk down to him.
Yeah, you talk.
no, of course not. I actually lean into him and say, "Hey, give me some advice here."
Lean in. Okay.
Talking down.
I'm talking down.
I'm not
to him.
above learning.
I'm D1.
I didn't. I don't
What?
do that. Don't do that.
All right.
Don't take a great moment from my family and
no,
ruin
you're
it,
right. You're
okay?
right. No, you're
That's
good.
exactly
No,
what
hey,
we
thank you.
we can do that next
Thank you.
segment.
I
but-
agree
but
100%. That's
Hey,
on me. I
let it go.
apologize.
It's
I kind of
almost-
blame you because I was
Why?
trying to.
Why do you blame
Well,
him?
because I was trying to make him proud.
Yeah.
You know, because
I thought you came out a
the
little
sad
quick.
thing is,
No, but congratulations to Braden.
too late now.
And
the sad thing is, I didn't want to bring it up because I was afraid that it would turn into that.
Well,
now
got it.
y'all bring it up, I lean in, and then you just do it anyway.
yeah, hey,
That
we're
right
good.
there.
Hey, I've got some Wallace
Excited
State.
for
I
Braden.
got some
Okay.
Wallace State swag I can give to you.
Okay.
No, I got stuff.
Well, we're excited. He's
Well,
excited.
good for him. That's
and,
congratulations.
Greg,
I'm being serious.
that sounded about as
Well, I didn't wanna be like him and
insincere.
ruin it.
That's good for him.
That's not
Congratulations.
true. Y'all
That is
slow
very
early.
good.
Can y'all give me a second?
Going to the next level, getting his education paid for. That is
That's
great.
not true. I was trying.
Hard work. Congratulations to mom and dad. They've worked hard too.
Well, I was trying to be somber after you ruined it. You ruined it for everybody.
But that was a cool deal. If you
5
follow any of the
a.m.,
family on social media, y'all sitting at the table and him
Yeah.
doing that, that's a special moment. So
We,
congratulations.
Maddie was she wanted to go, and
boy.
Caroline had, I don't know, she's got like 2 or 3 jobs now, so she can't find the time for that. But
Yeah.
I really wish she would have been there.
Yeah.
but it's okay. We had everybody we could have there.
yeah, that's
So
good.
It was good.
That's awesome, man. Congratulations.
2 hours.
He's been wanting to. We were trying to get it done a couple weeks ago, and I was like, he wanted to get it done before Christmas and just kind of get it
Yeah.
off his plate. He
Of
wanted
course.
that off his shoulders,
Yeah.
and so we.
Well, we are happy
Finishes.
for him.
You are such exaggerators.
No. Great moment, buddy. Proud of y'all.
thank you.
Happy
Thank
for
you.
y'all.
Yeah, excited for him.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll come right back. We're off and running, as you can see. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who ordered the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Why not take care of your holiday shopping now before the crowds and packed calendars make shopping a total nightmare? Especially when Raycon is currently offering 20% off everything on their site with select products up to 50%. So beat the crowds and save now because you don't want to miss out on Raycon's early Black Friday sale. Hurry now to buyraycon.com/Bubba to get 20 to 50% off site-wide. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba. buyraycon.com/Bubba. Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, My Coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about My Pillow for years on this show, and now they've got My Coffee direct from the mystore.com website. Go to mystore.com, enter the code Bubba to save 25% off your order of My Coffee, or find a link at rickandbubba.com. A crazy schedule can make it easy to fall back into your old recipe rut, or you could keep mealtime exciting with HelloFresh. Over 40 recipes to choose from each week. There's always something delicious to discover and love. Save on flavorful fall dishes, crowd-pleasing eats, and more when you sign up for America's #1 meal kit. Take 50% off plus free shipping with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. The code Bubba. That's HelloFresh.com/Bubba rickandbubba.com/Bubba or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Are you driving an out-of-warranty car? Why would you do that? It's only a matter of time before your vehicle is in the shop costing thousands. Auto repair costs are up nearly 20% from last year. That's 4 times the rate of inflation. And when you enroll in a protection plan through carshield.com/Bubba, you'll be locking in your price as it will never go up. We appreciate their administrators handling all the paperwork, and we get to choose the mechanic we want. They even offer 24/7 roadside assistance, complimentary towing, and rental car options. Save 20% at carshield.com/Bubba. Folks, Field of Greens just may be the healthiest thing I do for myself each day. My family loves it too. It's nutrition the way nature intended. It helps with digestion. I have more energy. I feel better and healthier overall. It's working for me, and if you haven't tried it, I encourage you to give it a try. I promise you're going to love this product. But if for any reason you don't, they'll give you a 100% money-back guarantee. Get 15% off your first order with free rush shipping at fieldofgreens.com. Use the code BUBBA or go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
If you've ever wondered if CBD and other plant-based solutions can help you, well, 90% of customers report better sleep and 81% say CBD helps with stress and anxiety. If you've been thinking about trying it for a health concern that's not getting better, consider CBD from cbdistillery.com. Visit cbdistillery.com and enter the code BUBBA for a 20% discount. No prescription required. That's cbdistillery.com, promo code BUBBA, or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsor.
All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
There's never a wrong time to protect your family, but this fall happens to be an especially good time because you can get up to 50% off a brand new Simply Safe home security system. Simply Safe is comprehensive protection for the whole home with advanced sensors that detect break-ins, fires, floods, and more. Get 50% off any Simply Safe system with a Fast Protect plan. Visit simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com or visit Rick and Bubba under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
You know how you go into stores and the towels can feel super soft, but then when you get home, they don't dry you? Not my towels from My Pillow. They're really soft, but they really work too. What a concept. They're made with a special ring-spun cotton, making them softer and more absorbent than other towels that are out there. Get a 6-piece set for an introductory sale price of $29.98, and you get the designer premium line for just $20 more. Either way, you save 50% right now on all My Towels. So head to mypillow.com/Bubba or find the link at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another.
21 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show, the number 866-WE-BE-BIG. I know I do have one Debbie Downer for today.
What?
Just one. And that is we do have to sound the alarm for the Beth Mowens game. She has a game Saturday. I know, college football
Iron Bowl.
starts, if you're listening live, it starts tomorrow, Thanksgiving. Egg Bowl and others. And then you start then and you go all the way through the weekend.
State's
And
going to win. They got the quarterback back.
I hope so, Greg. That'd be nice, buddy. Thank you for that.
Ole Miss is
thought.
pouting about getting beat. It's a bad. Pouting about it. Hey, let me- I got a
but so
question
anyway,
to ask you.
Beth does have a game. I think most are okay, but we do need to at least sound the alarm. And tons of rivalry games this coming weekend. And we'll have to discuss new college football playoff poll. A little bit of some moving going on with 4 and 5, and we'll try to hit that today. What you got?
Let me ask you this. I keep seeing this on the TV up here.
Yeah.
I don't watch NBA.
Okay.
I've noticed the courts.
Yes, they're all dark colored and stuff.
And they're all the same pattern. Has that always been that
No,
way?
I think
What-
they're at the same place.
No.
They're playing a tournament.
No, but every time, there's different colors. Every time you change, whoever the home team is, or is this one of them things they do with the camera?
No, I don't think that. I know what you're
every
saying.
NBA
that now,
court has their team's colors in this exact design. Have they always been that way?
I don't know, but I did
look,
notice that the
every one of
court
them-
is now, instead of just that wood grain color,
Yes, colored, which
it's
I don't
now
like
a
that.
dark. It's painted dark. Like
Yeah.
Well, it is I don't know if they
But the
did
pattern, you see the stripe that comes through
Yeah.
the key
Yeah.
and all that. That's
Yeah.
on every highlight I've seen. It's different colors at different places, but they all have the exact same pattern on the court.
yeah.
It's just with their team colors. And you're right, a lot of them's dark, and I don't know. What's the one? Is it Oregon? Looks like somebody threw up on it.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Yeah.
it. I've heard you talk about that one
Ridiculous.
But
This,
I
I've
have
never
noticed that,
seen
Greg.
all NBA teams have the same pattern on the court. But they all have from what I'm watching, every court has. You got your team colors, but they all have the exact same pattern.
You gonna be all right with it?
I blame that ghoulish guy that's in charge. It looks like a
You
vampire.
more mad about that or the brownies?
I'd like.
I
to
wanna
know-
talk about
Well,
that.
I'm just curious who decided. We had some brownies somebody had sent us in there in these nice boxes. And I know they didn't get 8. And I went and wanted a brownie yesterday I wanted a brownie.
He got on to me about it. I'm
And
like, I didn't throw them away.
He was
Well,
talking
who
down to me
throws that-
too,
Why
like I
would you
did.
throw those away?
I
Now,
don't
if somebody
know.
took them home, that's fine. You're a little selfish, but that's fine.
I can.
But-
Did you hear him say?
Yeah,
that?
he threw that in.
But why? If
I
you don't
can-
want to eat them, that's fine. But don't decide for me whether or not I should eat them. I mean, I'll make that call.
He's so mad about
He
it.
is. You
I
very
ain't mad
frustrated
about it.
about
I'm
this.
just
Well,
saying it's
now
kind
he's
of
shaking
rude.
a little bit.
Kind of rude.
The way you brought it up to me this
think
morning,
Speedy
I
did it.
thought you were accusing me of something.
I think
He
Speedy
laid
did.
into me yesterday afternoon or left
Hey,
when
gotta
we
do
were
better.
leaving.
Let's get it. Like, if you
he
don't, if you
wanted-
Greg,
don't want to
Greg,
eat them,
I
don't
don't.
eat them.
Well, I'm not going to eat them, and I didn't take them, and I didn't hide them, and I didn't throw them away.
I think sometimes he's just holding court and talking
Yeah.
out loud, and we think it's directed towards us. He's just getting it off his
Well, they're
plate.
gone.
And I went and looked in the refrigerator just to make sure somebody may have accidentally put them in there or thought they needed to be in there. They're not in there. So unfortunately,
I'm so sorry.
I
No,
think
because they were in these
if I had
decorative
to
boxes.
if I had to speculate, one of two things happened, maybe 3. Bubba's hoarding them in his office.
Which is fine.
Adler took them home to his family,
Fine.
or Rick threw them away because
would you
he
throw
didn't
'em
want
away?
the temptation of grabbing them.
Oh, he can handle that temptation.
That is my speculating on what may have happened.
I'm with you on that.
If you threw them away to keep me from eating them, you let me.
And I
worry about
honestly
me.
don't think
I
Bubba
don't-
took them,
No.
and I don't think they're in his office. So I think you can cross that off your list.
I mean, if you can't handle it yourself, I'll lock them in my office.
Here we go. Here we
If
go.
if you're throwing away because you don't trust yourself, that's one thing.
He's
I'll
not
lock
done.
them in my office, and y'all can stay away from
Yeah,
them.
right.
But there's no reason to throw perfectly good brownies out.
Okay.
No
He
reason.
really
They were
wanted,
in nice
he really
boxes.
wanted
Yeah.
one on the road home yesterday.
Yeah.
He really wanted one. And
They
he
got all
couldn't find
shapes and
it.
sizes. You can get in there and get a little bitty one.
Rick may have took them with him.
Well,
Like,
that's fine. He may have it. Even though be nice to share with everybody. That's fine.
I will say this: his rant has calmed down. You should have heard him yesterday.
I wasn't ranting. I was just
Hey,
curious.
buddy, you
Why
were
would
not.
anybody make
You
that?
were not.
Buddy, that's a
They
rant.
were full. I mean, I think I would only eat 2 out of the whole thing. And I think I'm the only one since everybody's
did you?
weird about it.
So I guess you didn't think about it this morning because you knew yesterday
Yeah.
that they were gone. So I was
yeah.
thinking I was thinking in my mind that you probably drove in this morning just constantly thinking about it, couldn't wait, and then all of a sudden,
I did
but you
think
had
about it, and it dawned on me they were gone.
It made him mad again.
Well, y'all let me worry about me.
okay, gotcha. I got
Got
it.
it?
Greg, you don't have to tell me that again. I got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I know you're a Burgess, so you're not done. So we're just going to wait
No,
till
I'm
you're
done.
done.
I'm done. That's
Because you
fine.
normally circle back
know,
around.
I mean,
and
but if you're trying to protect yourself,
Here we go. Yeah.
just let me know, and I'll get them out of your eyesight.
Okay.
But now, if you're trying to protect me, don't try to protect me.
Okay.
you grown man, huh?
Yeah, I can handle that. If I want to eat a dang brownie, I'll eat a brownie.
All right. See, I knew he wasn't done.
gluten in it or whatever. I don't know.
There is gluten in it.
Well, good.
There are gluten-free
Gluten's
brownies.
delicious. Yeah, it
They
probably
are,
tastes
yeah.
like cardboard.
No, they're good.
Actually, Terry's gotten so good with making gluten-free stuff, you wouldn't know it.
Yeah, you
Well,
would.
maybe not.
You wouldn't know it. You'd probably. We wouldn't throw them away though.
Probably would.
I should have had her make
I
some
think you
protein
did
balls
it.
for you.
I think you throw them away.
No, I didn't.
Because I know how you are about sweets. See,
Now,
if
I
you
do-
know if you get started,
I
you'd
know.
eat all
now,
3
I
boxes.
do clean up after the show.
Well, I do
with all
too.
the
That's
breakfast
just the
stuff.
breakfast
But
stuff,
that's just
though.
that's all I'm throwing
Yeah,
away.
if it ain't been eat by then, which it
Yeah.
always normally is.
You're right.
So
Right. And we thank Edgar's Bakery so much.
I'm gonna tell you something.
I was talking to them earlier
You
this
think
week.
cakes? Try the breakfast.
Yeah, I know. Giving them the schedule for us this week, and they're just so kind.
Well, somebody
and-
probably throw mine away this morning, but yeah. Besides that.
well, I tell you, if you don't get after it. Last night I missed it, but I was just doing show prep today. I saw the college football playoff rankings are out. Georgia at 1, Ohio State, Michigan are at 2 and 3. Ohio State 2, Michigan 3. They do play. Is it this weekend or is it next week? It's this weekend.
I don't know. I would think it would have to be because
this Saturday, right? Or is it next week?
I'm gonna look it up real quick.
Move
anyway, on with the.
I think it's
this
this week.
I'll confirm here.
I'm pretty sure about that. But the big news is that Florida State fell to 5 and Washington jumped up to 4.
Well, I can see why, because the committee wants to see this backup quarterback because they said they would consider things like injuries. It use it both ways. Like, just say my quarterback was injured and I got beat,
right?
And then he comes back and they go, "We'll acknowledge the fact that you didn't have your starter."
Yeah,
I think they're doing the same thing here. They're going, "We need to see what this backup does before we
put
you in the top 4."
Yeah,
it is this weekend, Speedy.
Okay,
and
that's
it's 11 o'clock start.
Guys, that's
always they always
that's
play
one
that,
spot that's going to open up.
Well, that's a big one right there.
That's one spot that's going to open.
Yeah.
Somebody's going to be out.
Yeah, somebody is definitely going to be out. And I hate it too. The Florida State quarterback what's his name? Is it Trav? Anyway, he's been. You talking about high road, man? He's like, hey, that's my last snap for Florida State. I think he's going into recovery and rehab, and he wants to enter the NFL draft. But he's like, how about if that was my last snap to be a Seminole, and it's been an honor being. He's just very
year.
There was
very
a time,
high road, and I know he's just devastated by it. But you hate it for that young man.
There was a time last year where he was being booed basically off the field, and then now he had such a good start to his last year, and
he was actually on the Heisman short list as far as getting up to New York.
Oh yeah,
I'll be honest with you, and this is not popular amongst the Seminole Nation, but I wouldn't have had them at number 4 in the first place.
You're probably right.
Yeah. I wouldn't have. I mean, I'd have had Alabama and Texas up there.
Yeah.
We'll take a break. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's never too early to start your holiday shopping, and why not take care of it now before the crowds and packed calendars make shopping a total nightmare, especially when you can shop Raycon products and save up to 50% off because their early Black Friday sale is going on now. Raycon first made a name for themselves in the audio space, and this past year they've expanded their entire business with the introduction of Raycon Home and Raycon Power Tech. Raycon is known for delivering high quality and thoughtful features at half the price of the other premium tech brands. It's no wonder their products have racked up tens of thousands of 5-star reviews. Raycon is currently offering 20% off everything on their site with select products up to 50%. So beat the crowds now and save. Because trust us, you don't want to miss out on Raycon's early Black Friday sale. Hurry now to buyraycon.com/Bubba to get 20% off site-wide. buyraycon.com/Bubba. Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who ordered the 3-week Quick Start Pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends, so when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week Quick Start Pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to ReliefFactor.com. That's ReliefFactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to RickandBubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link. Are you driving an out-of-warranty car? It's only a matter of time before your vehicle is in the shop costing thousands.
That's true, and auto repair costs are up nearly 20% from last year.
If an unexpected breakdown happened today, would you be ready?
If you had carshield.com/Bubba, you would be.
If your car is just over 3 years old, it's still prone to expensive costs. We all know our daily drives are more than just getting from point A to to point B, traveling by car is a way of life.
When you enroll in a protection plan through carshield.com/Bubba, you'll be locking in your price as it will never go up.
That means for as long as you own the vehicle and the mileage increases or how many claims you file.
They offer plans starting at just $100 a month with no long-term contracts and options to fit every budget.
Now, we appreciate their administrators handling all the paperwork, choosing the mechanic that we want. They even offer 24/7 roadside assistance, complimentary towing, and rental car options. Get coverage today and save 20% at carshield.com/Bubba. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, My Coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about My Pillow for years on this show, and now they've got My Coffee direct from the MyStore.com website. Go to MyStore.com, enter the code Bubba to save 25% off your order of My Coffee, or find a link at rickandbubba.com. Helix Sleep mattresses are terrific in this holiday weekend until November the 26th. They're offering 25% off all mattress orders, plus a free bedroom bundle. The free bundle includes a mattress protector, sheets, and other special sleep gifts. Just head to helixsleep.com/Bubba. Use the code HelixPartner25 to get 25% off mattress orders plus your free bedroom bundle. The Helix lineup has 20 unique mattresses, including the award-winning Luxe Collection, the new Helix Elite Collection, a mattress designed for big and tall sleepers, even a mattress made just for kids. Take the Helix Sleep Quiz, which takes about 2 minutes. Also, you can pick the mattress, and there's no better way to test out a new mattress than by sleeping on it, so they offer a 100-night trial and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Unlike a lot of other mattress companies out there, Helix owns its own manufacturing facility where they make the mattresses, then ship them straight to your door for free. Get 25% off and a free bedroom bundle now.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another day without him.
All right, 25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the kickoff hour here on the Rick and Bubba Show. It's the Good Time Gang. I'm Speedy. Over to my left, Greg Burgess. To my right, Michael Helms, Adler, Rick, Bubba. All join us right after top of the hour, and we thank all of you for being with us. Don't forget, on Thanksgiving Day, it's a Rick and Bubba replay, and on Black Friday, Helmsy has a best of for you to enjoy if you're getting out and about. I actually ran into one or two, and Tyler is one of them. They said he said, "Yeah, me and Mabry and River, we're all going to get out on Black Friday." So I mean, there's some of the brick and mortars that are going to have a business, and I know not everything's done online, but we thank all of you for being with us. That's kind of your week, and then everybody back together on Monday. We've talked new college football playoff poll, 4 and 5 switched. Basically, Washington's 4, Florida State's 5 now. Big matchups, Ohio State, Michigan this coming weekend. Tomorrow, Thanksgiving Day, you've got the Egg Bowl around dinner time. Mississippi State hosts Ole Miss, who in the new rankings, Ole Miss is number 12. They moved up a slot. And then, of course, you got your Iron Bowl and everything else going on this coming weekend. So a lot happening. We also have the Beth Mowens game of the weekend to sound the alarm on. That is reality. She does have a game this coming weekend.
I wish it was Iron Bowl.
So that's there for you. But I mentioned Tyler. He turned 27 yesterday. I cannot believe our oldest is 27. Which
you know what that means? You getting old, too.
That's it. That's it. We forget that, don't we?
Yeah.
As kids get older, that means we're older. Mm-hmm. We always try to, but with boys living their own lives and busy and never in the same place, it's hard to get everybody together. But we had reached out to him about a week ago or so and said, hey, on Tuesday night, which is Tyler's birthday, let's all go grab something to eat and just enjoy each other. in the company and all that. So we're like, yeah, let's do it. Tyler, you pick. It's your birthday. Well, he picked like hibachi. That's where you go and they make it all, and it's
flip
so
it,
good.
flop it on top of your head. And
what you want? I want steak and shrimp. I want whatever. And they do there, and they do.
What do I usually go with, by the way? I'm a chicken only guy. I go chicken.
I haven't been to one in all the week.
I go grilled chicken.
We took the team. It's the first time I'd been in a while, and I've missed our guy that did the thing performed. I call it performance.
Yeah,
cooked.
Right,
Helmsy cooked for you. Didn't perform.
Yeah,
I thought his performance was awesome.
Yeah,
it was good.
That's good. Yeah, this guy really
good
did.
interaction.
I thought he did.
I
thought he did the onion choo choo train really good. And the boys really liked that.
Like that.
It was funny because whenever they they liked the hibachi grill and all that, and the I used to mess with the boys because I would like I'd used to have to scoot y'all back because y'all be like. When you were tiny, and they thought that was funny. And then I did other things with them, like the little magic tricks where I hide the silverware and stuff. Just goofy stuff. Just having fun with them because we went all the time to a place called Sticks.
I remember that
Hoover,
place.
Alabama, and I know it's still open and doing well. But anyway, we went last night. We met. And we're sitting down having a good time. JC and his buddy Colson, they had gone to work out, so they're meeting us there. Reese is getting home from work. He's grabbing showers and meeting us there. Terry's coming from work. It was mania. Traffic was crazy, and we finally get there, okay? And they wouldn't sit us until everybody was there, which I get it because they don't want to hold up the whole section. I got that. But it's like 4 or 5 of us were there. We're waiting on 2 more, and we're sitting outside. And Terry at one time had to just tell me to be quiet because families kept coming in. I'm like, there's another family we're behind, and there's another.
Oh, I know. I do the same.
Family of 4. Also, we could have been in front of them. Oh, there's another one.
You could already been seated.
Would you be quiet and I'm sorry, we could be sitting down. They're 4 minutes away. We tell them, they're coming in.
Yeah, I mean,
No. We finally sit down, and it didn't take that long. A lot of times, it takes a while for the cook to come out. Yeah, I did. And we all sitting there. We take up an entire little section. They give it to the entire
Well, the
family.
good news is they give you that soup and salad.
Yeah,
so by
that
the time the
helps.
cook comes out and gets started, you've in the middle of that.
Yeah.
And so it does help.
And so I was trying to figure out how do I feed to the waitress that comes out and gets the drink orders and what everybody wants. How do I get the message to her that it's Tyler's birthday? I know he's grown, but still I kind of want to embarrass him a little bit.
Sure.
And so I found one time where she was coming over and filling up my water, and I said, hey man, y'all still do birthdays? Excuse me?
You're not a ventriloquist.
No, I'm not. For some reason, I felt like I was.
Yeah.
I said, y'all still do birthdays? Y'all sing birthdays? Oh, yes, we do. Yeah, birthday. Shh. Shut up. Yeah, which one? That one right there.
Hush, Paxall.
The goofy one right there with the beard. The goofy beard guy right there. And I'm just messing with Tyler. He didn't see me. Mabry saw me. And I said, you want to sing happy birthday to him? She, what now? Happy birthday to him? Okay, yeah, sure. We'll do that. No problem. So we eat, and all of a sudden, we're done sitting there. Took a minute, I think, for them to organize it. And all of a sudden, happy birthday.
Everybody got their own little song.
They got, and everybody starts looking around at all the little, grills, and everybody's looking around. Well, whose is it?
Yeah, who's that?
Yeah, and Tyler was talking to JC. He wasn't paying attention. Reese got it immediately. He went, So here we come. They used to bring out the big hat, and everybody had the little, the little drum, boom, 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 all this kind of stuff. Now they don't. It's just one waitress. She comes out. She's got like a little plate. I get it.
Down.
And she's got like a little, drum that you can hear. Doom, happy birthday. So we're all singing, and I felt like we were a little out of tune, but that's just me, probably. And so she goes, and she's such a sweet. The waitress did a great job, but after you eat, you got plates, you got the stuff they put the sauce in, you got saucers and plates, and
a
drinks
lot of moving parts.
And so she went to go give Tyler the I guess the little dessert with the candle on top. And she knocks over a drink and some sauce, and it goes into Tyler's lap. And Mabry,
oh no!
And JC actually caught it on video.
Scream at her?
No, but he slides back, And it was just an epic. She felt so bad because here's this big moment, and in the background, you still hear in the background, boom, boom, boom. I think I have it on video. That you still hear the music of "Happy Birthday," and now he's soaking wet in his lap.
So here's your birthday present.
Yeah.
Well, the way you were talking
Happy
to
birthday.
her,
Yeah.
maybe she thought you said "sing Happy Birthday" and spill a glass of water on it.
That's a great point.
You hear that? You hear that little song? Happy birthday, whatever. And this is a better angle of her spilling it on him, but it just goes all over him.
Oh, I see it.
Oh yeah, and
Happy birthday, Koosh.
Yeah. And she came back out. She kept coming back out. Do you need a towel? Do you want? No, I'm fine, man.
Hel's
he's
got a good point.
It was actually just water. So
Hel's got a good
we
point.
got to laughing.
She might have thought that's what you said. Don't water.
Well, you were mumbling to her.
Sing happy birthday to him and dump some water on him. Something like that.
Nothing better than wet jeans.
Right. It was a brownie too. I'm sorry, buddy. I know you want one.
That's fine. Whatever. I moved on.
Yeah.
Everybody around here like that. I mean, God forbid.
But it's good to have. It was good to have everybody. She actually took a picture of the family with afterwards. She felt so bad. Let me take a picture.
Did you finally tell her to just calm down?
Yeah, I was like, it's okay. It's okay.
How about this? Leave us alone.
Yeah, but I get it. You care. It was actually refreshing to see somebody care about what they were doing because most people nowadays be like, yeah, sorry about that, and move on.
Sorry about that, eat it.
But she did a good job. And someone that watches and listens to the show came over and said, stay in it. And they said they actually saw me have my wallet and pay for it, so they knew that I
was
wasn't
an optical
as cheap as y'all.
illusion.
Yeah, whatever. But I cannot believe 27 years old. That is just insane. It's right here, and we're going to be able to all go over for Thanksgiving Day together to Reg and Johnette's and have a good time. Reg says, "Hey, I always say
Reg,
that."
what's up?
He
buddy?
says, "How's Greg doing?" I'm like, "He's good.
He's ready for the ball game this weekend.
He's ready for the ball game.
He's ready to make
a
deep post."
And I know that State is hosting Ole Miss, but we're not going to the game.
You're going.
I have this dilemma that I sometimes am in, and that is the game starts, I think, at 6:30 on ESPN. I think I have that right, Central. It's like, all right, do I leave in time to get back in time to watch the game? Do I care enough about it? Do I leave and listen to the first half, and then I'm at home at halftime and then watch it? Because you don't want to hurry everybody up. We do it a little bit different. So we'll leave out pretty early, get there mid-morning, and have kind of like a late breakfast around 10:30. And then instead of eating right at lunch, we'll have ours at like maybe 2:30 or 3. That's when because we've eaten so late in the morning. And so normally after that, we try to head on back. So it's one of those things where will it be a game? Is it going to be a game worth hanging out and watching, or do you get back? Is it going to be a blowout?
If they were both undefeated, maybe.
Is it going to be a huge upset?
It could be.
You know?
You don't never know.
What I mean,
Throw the daggum record books out.
Yeah. So that's there for you. And then I know Saturday you got the Iron Bowl, you got Ohio State and Michigan. What do they call? What's their game called? I should know this. Do they have a game for that?
I don't know if they have a name for that.
They got some stupid trophy they swap back and forth, I'm sure.
Some stupid trophy. But are you really mad about those brownies?
Axe handle or something.
They didn't steal the brownies either.
No, I'm good. I'm over that.
Okay. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I was afraid to cut the cord, but once I did, I couldn't believe it took so long to do it. Paying too much for my cable bill had become a bad habit. I either wasn't getting what I wanted or never knew where to find any of my shows until it was too late. Plus, the prices just kept going up. Thankfully, I discovered a new way to watch called Philo. For just $25 a month, I can catch all my favorite shows on networks like BET, MTV, and TLC. It even has Nickelodeon for my kids. And I can watch anytime I want, anywhere I want. Plus, Philo lets me have up to 3 streams at once, so everyone can watch what they want at the same time. Throw in the unlimited DVR that saves all of my favorites for up to a year, and this really is the best deal in TV. I just wish I hadn't waited so long. Sound too good to be true? Well, try it out for yourself, and you'll see why people who love TV love Philo. Go to philo.tv, that's philo.tv, to start your 7-day free trial now.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
So right now may be the perfect time for you to rethink how you pay for health care. And here's why. Not only is it open enrollment for a lot of people, It's also a time you can join MediShare and save even more than usual. For many families, switching to MediShare saves about $500 a month, which is a game changer for a lot of people. But what's more, they like it. MediShare has double the member satisfaction rate compared to health insurance. Double. MediShare is a proven thing, too. For over 30 years, it's a Christian community of more than 400,000 members. And here's the thing, too. If you join before November 15th and you mention the promo code SHARE, you'll get another $150 savings. So I'll give you the number here in a second, but just call. You'll get a price within 2 minutes. And again, the deadline's November 15th. So call now and you'll save even more. Here's the number, 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE, 855-51-BIBLE.
The Black Friday weekend sale begins this Friday at Boot Barn. Visit us in store for savings on top quality pieces. Get up to $40 off cowboy boots for men and women. $20 off select work boots and select children's boots for under $50. We're closed Thanksgiving Day to spend with family, but we look forward to seeing you Black Friday weekend for our biggest sale of the year. Boot Barn. Unwrap the West.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed? Because no two people sleep the same. Only the Sleep Number smart bed lets you each choose your individual firmness and comfort, your Sleep Number setting. The Climate 360 smart bed is so smart it actively cools or warms up to 13 degrees on either side for your ideal sleep temperature. JD Power now ranks Sleep Number #1 in customer satisfaction with mattresses purchased in-store. Save 50% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed and Cyber Monday. For JD Power 2023 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. To find a store near you, visit sleepnumber.com.
Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who ordered the 3-week Quick Start Pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends. So when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week Quick Start Pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to ReliefFactor.com. That's ReliefFactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to RickandBubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link. It's never too early to start your holiday shopping, and why not take care of it now before the crowds and packed calendars make shopping a total nightmare, especially when you can shop Raycon products and save up to 50% off because their early Black Friday sale is going on now. Raycon first made a name for themselves in the audio space, and this past year they've expanded their entire business with the introduction of Raycon Home and Raycon Power Tech. Raycon is known for delivering high quality and thoughtful features at half the price of the other premium tech brands. It's no wonder their products have racked up tens of thousands of 5-star reviews. Raycon is currently offering 20% off everything on their site with select products up to 50%. So beat the crowds now and save. Because trust us, you don't want to miss out on Raycon's early Black Friday sale. Hurry now to buyraycon.com/Bubba to get 20% off site-wide. Buyraycon.com/Bubba.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba. Gonna be a big
9 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. This portion of the show brought to you by CBDistillery.com. CBDistillery.com, you know, their Black Friday sale is happening, and right now you can enjoy 40% off everything when you use the special promo code BF2023. That's BF2023. Choose from a range of expert-formulated CBD and other plant-based solutions for relaxing, stress, sleep, pain, other physical activities, even mood and focus. Check it out, cbdistillery.com. Again, 40% off by using promo code BF2023, or you can find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, so what is the Ohio State-Michigan game called?
So you were alluding to it. I thought the same thing.
Felt like I should know that. Felt dumb for not knowing it.
Well, I kind of thought I thought I'd heard them referencing the big game, and you said that in the break too, but that's not it.
It's not.
And it says it's referred to as the game by some followers.
That's it.
Yeah,
whatever.
And so it just shows you the arrogance.
That leaves you alone.
You know how they are with the Ohio State University.
Yeah,
so
true.
it just
the game.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I don't think it really has an official name.
What's Harbaugh call it when he's sitting at the house?
I don't know.
The game.
Yeah. I mean, boy,
I got to tell you, and I have to be careful with this. You know, this is the weekend we do that thing where we go to the cabin in the woods and whatever. We'll go to Mentone in the mountains.
Oh, the family. Okay.
Yeah.
I know what you're doing.
And so I don't know my TV setup.
Uh-oh.
And so we got some good. Usually by this point.
Did Amanda book it?
She always books it.
Oh, yeah.
But by
She
this
knows.
point, I always look and go, okay, do I need to bring a streaming device? Do I need to bring this, that, and that?
I would.
And so I need to look at that.
But most of these places, I mean, they're already got their stuff
I would
set
think
up.
so.
Surely you send a little, hey, Amanda, what's their deal?
I needed the link to see what I'm
do.
walking into.
You sure do.
Completely forgot about it until last night. I was reminded.
Wow.
Hey, you know, when you get done with the best of Friday, we're headed to Mentone.
Yeah.
And so go ahead and pack your stuff, over probably tomorrow. And I'm like, I forgot all about that.
Yeah.
But I'm excited about it. I don't want y'all to think I'm not.
It sounds like you're fired up.
Yeah.
Caroline has gotten out of it, I think. Because
What do you mean?
I think she's going to the Iron Bowl with some friends.
Oh, okay.
And so I did make the comment yesterday, no, we're in this together.
Right.
Yeah.
No.
And she should be with us.
Yeah.
And anyway, I lost that battle. But,
And
and I was really kidding. I mean, I would like her there.
Yeah.
But
last year, I remember we were missing Reese, and he went to Gatlinburg with a friend's family, and JC made it over. But Tyler and Mabry, they spent Thanksgiving with her family, so they swapped back and forth.
Okay.
So this year we're back to Thanksgiving with us. And I know, Greg, you have a strange dynamic. Is that you have high school football in your life because of Thompson and your son coaching there Friday. So how's that all play out? We're
that coming over to Rick and Sherry's for Thanksgiving.
Okay.
And then I'll just drive home, then turn around and drive back the next day, come to the game.
So even though you have a day off, you're driving back.
Yeah.
But that's a fun
I've
drive.
made this trip so many times it doesn't.
It don't matter.
Especially when it's not 3 in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
When it's a regular time of the day, it's not bad at all.
Is it
really
still
not.
is it still a night game kick? Or is it in the afternoon?
No,
or anything?
it's 7 o'clock.
Yeah.
hey, did you get your TV situation? Did you get TV?
Yeah, I got one, but I ain't put it up yet.
You want me to
gosh,
come by
you
today
hear
and
him,
help
you hear him yawning?
Because today's the only day I'm going to be there for a couple of days.
I ain't going to get it up today. I got other stuff today.
But I'm so sorry. Do you notice he's a
Well,
he's
you don't
he's
want
a
to fool with that.
he's a
But
very
I'm just
picky
saying.
gift receiver.
Yeah.
He
No,
got
no,
on
no,
his
I'm
dad
really-
one
I
time for
don't
giving
have-
him a shirt too early.
I'm not putting it up yet.
Okay.
So is this something that's
not
going to be
happening.
mounted?
Over the weekend.
Is it going to be mounted on
Yeah.
the wall? Okay.
Yeah, but I ought to be able to just take the oven off, move the brackets, and put it back.
But
They're the same size.
I could help you do this if you wanted to do it. Greg.
Yeah, but
It'd take an hour.
So what
tops.
time does he need
It
to
would
be
take an
there?
hour for us to do that and me to show you everything about it.
What time do you want him to be there?
Well, I already got another thing going. Light guys coming to help. I got to have him hang lights in the tall part. Of
Well,
the
you can
house.
do both.
No, I can't.
What time's he coming?
I have
I'm
no idea.
going to be working with
Why don't
players.
you let him
for
help you with the TV
a couple
and then you
hours.
can hold
I mean,
lights.
We'll see.
All right,
Maybe we'll
be there
work
at
it
2
out.
o'clock.
Well, I'll let you know. I don't know what's going on.
It needs to be a little later than 2, like 2:30. Anytime after 2:30.
You still have to go over today?
Yeah, I'm going over. I got I'll be on court with some players for a couple hours, but Greg, after 2:30, I'm good.
Gonna be a little chilly today where we live.
I may hit you up.
And I got something I got to take over there too, so I kind of scheduled some things around it. But But Greg, this is an opportunity for you to take advantage.
Come on, Greg.
I don't think it'll be a whole lot to it.
Greg, you want to watch the Macy's
Now, I don't
Thanksgiving
care
Day
nothing about-
parade with the
listen,
new TV?
I don't care nothing about smart TV and all that because I just use HDMI. I
Right.
got my Fire Stick
it.
and I got my Direct
Let
TV.
him
I
do
plug
it.
them both in and away I go.
Right.
Here's
I don't
what
like
I'm.
to deal with that smart
Here's
stuff.
what I'm gonna tell you.
Because
When
I don't have
leave-
any passwords. I don't know none of them.
When I leave today, okay,
I know none of them.
and it'll probably be about 10:06 whenever they get through the post-show production, and it'll be longer today because they got to cut a bunch of stuff the last few days. But whenever they're done, I'm going to just simply tell you, Happy Thanksgiving, enjoy your weekend, and I'll see you on Monday because that's what's going to happen.
But you don't never know that because I
I'll
would like
be-
to get it. The other one, I hope.
Well, I know that. Aren't you not going to watch Macy's Thanksgiving Day parade?
The heck no, that's your deal. You watch that and the fireworks.
No.
Yeah.
Is it true they're all, and they've been, but they got all these woke things going on this year?
I'm sure everybody
Well, I'm
else
sure
is,
they
so
do.
probably.
My goodness, I mean, we got to cover every
Right,
group
yeah.
we can get in there.
Yeah.
We got so many now.
I do get secondhand because, and I get it from the technical side of things, but like when they stop, at the center of the parade, wherever the headquarters are, and they perform live,
Yeah.
it's already pre-produced, so they're lip singing.
Yeah.
And
Oh,
it's, that bothers me a
And
little
they
bit.
stop in the street. And,
Yeah, they do the little dance.
that's
Yeah,
why you
I
watch
get,
it.
I get a little bit of
That's
that.
why you watch. You love that.
No. Now I
'Cause
do.
You're big into the.
Now,
thing.
sadly, I do enjoy on a windy day them trying to hold it.
Oh yeah.
The
big
SpongeBob
balloons.
down. or
Yeah. Now
something.
that is fun to
Yeah.
watch.
That's good.
But
And,
what about
you know.
during COVID when they went for like one block or something? Remember that?
Yes.
And
Oh
it
yeah.
was over.
Yeah. Like what's that about?
That's another thing I'm not big. It just depends on. Parades don't bother me as bad as watching fireworks.
Right.
Here we go.
There's a story out today, and we've only got like literally 40 seconds, but I wanted to throw this out at y'all because I think y'all are good. All these new COVID studies are coming out. If y'all remember that, there's a study out too that people aren't worried about COVID this year. They just think it's another virus. But they say coffee and
As
COVID.
they should.
Coffee and COVID. Could drinking 1 or 2 cups a day reduce the severity of the viral illness? And I thought to myself,
Well,
I
if
haven't
it
really,
does,
I
I'm
haven't, uncovered the article and really started reading it. But I thought to myself, well, y'all are fine,
Yeah.
Yeah.
especially you.
I'm about to jump in. This time of year, and to your point about it being a little cooler, for some reason, now I'll have 2 cups of coffee in the morning. That's going to happen standard no matter what's going on.
Me too.
No matter what time. Within 15 to 30 minutes of me waking up, I'm going to have a cup of coffee. And here, I'm going to,
Right now.
yeah.
We're just to go make us
But-
a cup right now.
But
Then
I've
Speedy will come in and
noticed
get
as
something
it
we didn't
gets
count for.
as it gets a little cooler, I start lengthening my coffee intake.
Yes.
I think I drank it all morning yesterday,
You
like
just
the
had a
whole
little
entirety
sippage?
of the show. Yeah, sip, 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 sip.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So
Yeah,
too,
yeah,
it's one of these like carnival rides where
They
you're in
sling it up.
the cage and the rubber band shoots you up in there, and one of the rubber bands came off.
Yeah, but right before they went up, it popped and,
Well, did
and
they-
broke, and they didn't go up. But it was right as
didn't
they
throw
were about-
anybody?
It was
It would've
right
been-
before they were
yeah,
about
Well,
to
I
go.
guess the rest of my day I'd just get out and go, whoo, that's close.
If they
Yeah,
had, if
yeah.
they had shot them up, it would have been bad. They probably would have been killed.
Yeah.
But it didn't happen.
No,
it did not.
popped right
Luckily-
before they
luckily it
launched
didn't.
them, so they were
Yeah.
able to abort.
Well, the good news is the people that were there were not hurt, and the people in line got to leave.
Yeah.
Because if you're in line, you just kind of look at them and go, let's what y'all want to do next?
Well, it's like when you see people that jump off bridges with these big straps and all this.
Oh,
you
yeah.
wonder, hey, what kind of conditions that thing in?
Yeah.
I mean,
Very
are we replacing it ever so often?
Yeah. What's that all over it?
I guess where it broke.
You see the whole thing just shredded. It's
It's like a
It's
rope
rotten.
coming apart under tension.
Yeah, it looks
And
like the
Looks
rope
like
is rotten.
moss hanging off of it.
Yeah.
doesn't it?
And
do a little maintenance on that.
Right now, I'm wanting to get out of that thing real quick.
as we're slipping in a lot of video, we're also playing video of the grocery store incident where they start screaming, "Stop killing our babies!" That other caller was
Stop
calling.
killing. Who we killing?
The milk. This is the milk protest.
The milk. This is the milk protest.
So the
from
milk is
previous
killing
caller.
our human babies? I mean, is that what they're saying? I'm not saying I agree with it, but I mean, is that what they're saying?
I guess I don't know. It's hard to follow, but it's funny to watch.
Rick, people with cow heads laying in the floor is funny. I don't
Yeah.
care.
Oh, yeah. So this is it.
Right next to the
Is
lowest
there,
price
is
sign.
there,
I mean,
is there,
that's
is
good
there,
stuff. I don't
please
care.
look at the kids and cow heads.
There's about 6 of them. I mean, it's not that big a deal.
Yeah, this is
And they're in front of the milk rack.
This is child abuse.
I'd go right over into that and get my chocolate milk and move on.
I'll take that 2%.
Yeah.
If they mess with me, I'd sit on them.
But how about you take children down there? The children are not old enough to make
They
this
don't
decision for
know.
themselves.
Shouldn't they be in school?
Yeah, and they're.
They got no
Well,
volume
if
on
you're
that?
against kidnapping
and
And rape is what it says on their sign.
Yeah.
And
I
ditch
don't
dairy.
Get, I don't
This
get
is
how
wait a minute, is this all
drinking
tied
milk
to milk? Is all this tied to milk?
Milk or
We got look at that.
What about skim milk?
I like the one kid that's shaking his cow head around like he's angry. Angry little cow. They'd be a side of me when load them up on a livestock truck and said, "Well, I bought it. I thought y'all were cows."
Oh, I thought y'all were taking out
He
the
did such a
farm.
good job. You know, sometimes you just like to be able to just be there to go, "Hey, everybody, right here."
I'd like to go into that line like Terry Tate, office
Yeah.
linebacker.
It's nothing.
Oh yeah. They're not keeping me from my milk. I can tell you that.
It's nothing.
I hate to kick a kid.
Yeah.
Right.
You know, I hate to do
I
that.
love how the heads won't
Nobody-
stay straight and the cow heads keep going
Don't
backwards
fit
and they're trying to
good.
get it. And then when they get up and they're done crawling around doing their little
And their
sing,
heads
they're not
backwards.
sure what to do.
The head's backwards.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or their human heads backwards too.
Yeah. Absolutely crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm with you, Greg. Let me tell you what I am going to do. I am going to get my milk.
I'm gonna get my milk.
No, I'm
I've
getting my
I've
milk.
driven
Hey,
over to the
look,
store.
a lady went and got hers.
I may
Look,
not
right
even
past
want
them.
milk. I'm gonna go in there and get it now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She better move.
Look, orange short. She's gonna clear out of there.
Watch out, thighs.
Look, she's bumping them out of the way.
Thighs.
That's great.
Yeah, believe it or not, I'm not going to be intimidated by a kid with a cow head on.
No.
No. Oh, now that kid just took
Ain't
her cow
happening.
head off.
Well,
It's hot.
she's
I'm
already
done.
lost interest in it.
It's hot.
Look.
Oh, I'm back in the game.
She didn't want. Look, she's announcing I got my milk.
Yep.
That's great.
That is
Sure did.
hilarious. Same brand I get. About that's
Yeah, I think it was almond milk though, so that don't count. It looked like almond milk.
Yeah, who's milk and almonds?
right.
Boy, you talk about stuff.
Wow, you talking about having good hands?
Tiny ones at that.
Surgeon like.
Tiny little hands.
Strong.
Oh, wow.
If you're leaving us, we hope you have a great day. If you got more Rick and Bubba, we'll do a top of the hour break and we should be right back. All those details at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Six minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. A brand new hour beginning now. And we start that baby with the national anthem. 7.5 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show from the No Name Studio on the bleeding edge of technology, coming to you from Sweet Home, Alabama, to the rest of the world. Live options for you to catch the show feature, but are not limited to, America's boldest radio stations on the Rick and Bubba Radio Network. If you have a Rick and Bubba radio affiliate, then good for you. It's simple. You got the show live each and every day. If another option is watching us on our YouTube channel, and Eddie Van Adler produces that, and he is settled in and ready to go forward. Another live option is our TuneIn app. If you can't watch YouTube, you don't have an affiliate, but you'd still like to catch that live show as it's happening, you can do that on our TuneIn app. That's a free download in the App Store, and just search the Rick and Bubba channel. It's 24/7 Rick and Bubba. The live show is included in that, and they have some archives of old shows, not way back, but just recent shows, and they kind of play, and then they update. But if you're looking for the daily archives, you also can catch that on our YouTube channel. There's a daily archive there. Also a best of hour that Blaze TV subscribers get as part of their subscription. And then on the audio side, there's daily audio archives on the Rick and Bubba podcast channel. There's a best of hour there as well. So Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, and Helmsy, they've already given you a kickoff hour. All those can be found. All those different options I just gave you can also give you the kickoff hour live or archived. And we're missing one, the silver tongue one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, happy Thanksgiving, and welcome to another edition of Rick and Bubba.
And
Your forgiveness is like sweet, sweet honey on my lips.
Thank you, Yeah. There it is. We the Kingdom, Holy Water. Bubba, happy Thanksgiving to you, buddy.
Hey, happy Thanksgiving to you and everybody else. Hey, short week.
Short week. We got a lot to unpack today. The schedule will be one last live show today. And then tomorrow for your Thanksgiving, as you're getting ready, wherever you're having Thanksgiving tomorrow. Some of you are traveling to that location today, listening to the program live or archived. You have a Rick and Bubba replay. That's a show that will be replayed in its entirety. So that's Thanksgiving. Everybody will be off there. And then Friday, Helmsy comes in, and he knows it's the biggest shopping day of the year. It's the Black Friday Best of Edition. So you will be hearing some of the most memorable moments in Rick and Bubba history as he'll play those back for you. There is no Rick and Bubba University coming up this weekend, but you can go back and listen to others or parts of shows that you missed over the weekend. We hope you have a great weekend. Lord willing, we're all back together on Monday, which will then send us into the Christmas holidays, including the 12 working days of Christmas starts next week. Today, a brand new Bible study. You do get a new one of those today at noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern. It'll be session 2 of our brand new series from 2 Corinthians. That archive will be available to you soon after for your travels as well. So you're set up and ready to go. And today on the show, Bubba, Cornelius Bennett will be visiting with us as we'll continue this ALS challenge between Auburn and Alabama fans, one of the big rival games this weekend in the state of Alabama. And then we will also introduce to you brand new items in the Rick and Bubba show that will be available to you as of today, as you go into the Black Friday weekend. So there's 3 new items in the store that we will feature and tell you about today on the program.
Boy, a lot going on.
A lot going on.
A lot of good football this weekend coming up.
Yes.
And,
Man.
It will be interesting to say the least.
Well, it was funny because
a lot of good entertainment.
We're doing this ALS challenge, and so yesterday, we talked to Charles Barkley on the show yesterday, the walking, talking contradiction that is Charles, but always a lot of fun. And so today, Cornelius Bennett, this is the Auburn, Alabama thing. So I send out to some friends of mine who were asking about this, and of course involving our friend Jordy Henson, who unfortunately is battling ALS, and I wanted them to know that we were going to do something, that would continue to raise money, and just tell them we're doing that. And I said Charles and Biscuit will be on the show. Charles on one, I said over the next 2 days, because Cornelius's nickname is Biscuit. Well, unbeknownst to me, Scott Dawson, who got that message, thought that was a new show. And he began to search and discovered there actually is a show out there called Charles and Biscuit. And he said, you know what? I didn't realize you meant Charles Barkley and Cornelius Bennett.
Right.
So I searched around going, why is Rick letting us know they're going to interview some bunch called Charles and Biscuit? And I was like, Scott, I thought you don't remember us talking about this,
well,
and Jordy asking me if we were going to do this. I mean, it's like, and he said apparently I did, and that went over my head.
Yeah, Scott's busy doing other things.
Yeah, well, he's a big Crimson Tider though. I thought he would have recognized Biscuit being Cornelius Bennett.
Biscuit,
a road tag. You know what's interesting is I actually played the Alabama High School All-Star game, and on my team was Kerry Good, who will feature, who unfortunately has ALS, and Cornelius Bennett, who'll be trying to get people to raise money in Kerry Good's name.
Will Biscuit remember you?
Probably. I don't know. Probably.
He's had a lot of miles since then.
Yeah. What I would say is, here's the sad part. Probably yes for things other than actually me playing on the team. So
I believe we've asked him that before.
We have.
He did remember.
I think we've discussed it. Yeah, but I
you.
don't want. I don't want to go there. Because it's been a long time, man, trying to remember people. But I'll tell you what was hilarious. Now those
that you remember me.
Well, yeah, I don't want to do that. Hey, you been playing an All-Star game lately? But the people do that.
Yeah.
Hey, when's the last time? Hey, you played any softball lately? And you're like, okay, so I must know this guy from something to do with softball.
Right.
But anyway, this is what's funny. So when that game happened in the summer of 1983, our dad was supposed to coach the team that I was on, and of course, in classic Bill Burgess fashion, he turned it down. I ain't coaching no All-Star game. I got to get ready for next season. You know what I mean? Even though one of his kids was on the team, and so we ended up with some coach. I can't remember who it was, and so Kerry Good went on to be this incredible running back. You remember that? And then Cornelius Bennett, went into the NFL as one of the best outside linebackers, to play. And that coach had Cornelius Bennett at running back and Kerry Good at free safety. I'll never forget that. Yeah. When I saw how their careers went, I'm like, wow, we didn't have those two guys. We didn't have those two in the right position. And that was a game we thought we were going to win easy and got drilled. Man. And we were loaded, too. Of course, so was the other team. We'll be back 15 minutes past the hour. We'll unpack it. There's much to discuss on the show today, as you've heard. So all that's still to come. Your phone calls and stories of the day when the Rick and Bubba show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Why not take Toto, hold the line, baby.
How about the Toto?
I may be stepping out here.
Greg,
But
easy.
a lot of times you see interviews.
Here comes a fact. Watch out, music fact.
No, this is on me, so I may be wrong, but I would be the only one to know it. A lot of times I see interviews with people in music, and they'll say, what was the first album you ever bought with your money? I think that's the first one album. We bought a lot of 45s, but I think that's one of the first albums I bought with my money.
That right there?
Yep.
Maybe.
Toto.
Yeah, that's
Hold the line.
Yeah, we've talked about
self-titled record.
Yeah, it's good.
I think it was.
Look, they're good, and I didn't realize that they played on Thriller as much as they did.
They were pretty much the band.
They were the band. I love little facts like that.
Yeah,
I can't get enough of that.
Yeah.
And what didn't they want? Didn't Eddie Van Halen play on Beat It? But he didn't show up for the video. He was supposed to be in the video and didn't show up.
Yeah.
Just those little tidbit things you never.
Yeah, he played that
about.
and
I, solo on there.
And I don't know if this is true or not, but in my mind,
we'll make some stuff up.
Well, in my mind, the fact that they have a sound effect before a solo that sounds like somebody knocking on the door.
I know it.
To me, I've always thought that was cool. That it was like him coming in and say, "Look who's playing the lead."
That is.
Now I know that probably is not why that sound is in there. But in my mind, it's Eddie Van Adler. I mean Eddie Van Adler, Eddie Van Adler, Eddie Van Halen knocking on the door saying, "Kick the door open. Here comes a solo."
I don't know why else it would be there.
That's as good as anything.
In my mind, that's why.
Have y'all always? Am I the only one thought it that way?
Can I tell you though?
You hear that?
Can I tell you the Jacksons use the knocking on the door thing in several songs?
That's true.
I think it's something to do with
Heartbreak. It's not Heartbreak Hotel. It's Hotel. What's the?
Here comes Bubba with another Jackson song.
What was the name of that song?
I don't know.
I know what you're talking about.
You know what? It was something like Heartbreak Hotel, but that ain't right.
That was Elvis, but
No, you're right. It's
what is the name of that song? That's driving me crazy. I used to love that song.
Who knows?
But there's a lot of knocking in that one too.
Well, I saw something. You know how you see something sometimes, and it kind of hurts you a little bit. You kind of go, oh. Well, so I was watching, and Greg, I know you've seen it because it runs a lot. When KC from KC and the Sunshine Band invites you to the disco cruise, have you seen that?
Rick,
and all of a sudden it's showing the bands, and the Jacksons come up.
I didn't see that.
The Jacksons are playing on some cruise.
These cruises, there's a lot of them.
But Greg, you're the Jacksons.
Right. What about KC up here trying to tell you to come, though? And then you got the other one that has, like, the band America and all that type of music.
Oh, yeah.
They got one, too.
I never liked the band America. And then for some reason,
Ventura Highway's okay.
No, makes me feel.
It does make me feel weird.
Don't get on a horse with no name.
That's a good one.
But let me go back to this. Can I tell you this now? Sometimes somebody will tell you something, and this is not fair, and it'll make you jaded towards something. I've never forgotten that Mark Phillips, when he was in the group Hotel, and he even talks about this in his book, the different bands. He didn't do this in the book, but he lets you know all the bands they play with, and he said America was a bunch of jerks.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I've never forgotten that.
Okay.
Yeah, that hurt my feelings when I heard it a little bit.
And he said that most everybody they dealt with were very, very cool, but he didn't like it.
They were not.
Well, so how about that?
The way it is.
We'll be back 15 minutes past the hour. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up. Don't forget, stay with us 24/7. Learn everything you need to know about Rick and Bubba there at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Twenty-one minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. As we make our way back. So also we'll warn football fans today where Beth Mowins will be this weekend. So that's coming up as well. The Gobble Gobble song. What if we did a Beth Mowins update and Gobble Gobble all in one segment?
Oh,
good night, Rick. Hey, Rick.
People won't be able to eat tomorrow.
No, you're right.
You know?
Yeah.
Come on.
Also, there's a bit of a controversy around here about some brownies. We'll get to that before it's over too. But Bubba, today I did not know this till you told me the 60th anniversary, 60 years ago today. Is that right? To the day.
Yeah.
The assassination of President Kennedy.
Yeah, around 12:30 local Dallas time, President John F. Kennedy was assassinated in Dealey Plaza during a parade through downtown Dallas.
How about that?
By Lee Harvey Oswald, by all known accounts.
Oh, you
today.
don't believe all the
Well, I can argue either side of it, but you have the shadowy figures, and then you have the hard facts, and really the hard facts is all you can base it on. Absolutely. We watched 3 episodes of a documentary last night. I believe it was on Paramount Plus about the JFK assassination, and they interviewed the Secret Service. They wanted people in their own words who were there.
Yeah, I love those
Secret
kind of
Service agents for Kennedy, for Mrs. Kennedy. The lady that that Oswald's wife was staying with at the time, and the guy who drove Oswald to work. Now think about that. He's still,
Well, I got that's not on him. Now you might want to check when someone tells you, "Don't worry, those are just curtain rods." But, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, it was interesting to see how it all fell together. I started looking up a few of these facts, which I didn't know. Some of this was interesting to me. While the conspiracy thing is certainly out there, and I'm not discounting it.
Will you be going down those roads today at all?
There are a few things I find very interesting. Oswald was fired from 3 different jobs in the Dallas and New Orleans area. Each time he racked up a poor work record, alienated himself from bosses and coworkers. At one job, greasing machinery for a coffee company, his supervisor, Charles LeBlanc, recalls Oswald walking around aiming his forefinger at people, Rick, and would go pow.
No.
Oswald's supervisor recalls thinking to himself, what a crackpot this guy is. But Oswald was a smug, uneducated drifter that just didn't hint at violence. He regularly beat his wife, even when she was pregnant.
Oh, wow.
In 1963, he tried to shoot a leading right-wing figure in Dallas. We've talked about this before.
We have.
And at an event, Oswald detailed extensively in his diary 2 weeks later he planned on bringing his .38 revolver to a Dallas event where Richard Nixon would be appearing. Until his alarmed wife forced him into the bathroom and refused to let him out until he calmed down and gave her the gun. In August of '63, he asked his wife to help him hijack a plane to Cuba. She refused. He returned to Dallas on October the 4th, 1963, after failing to get into Cuba or the Soviet Union. With no job, no money, no prospects, about to become a father for the second time, he needed work desperately. Oswald found work at the Texas School Book Depository is nothing less than a miracle. Little pieces, seemingly unconnected, had to fall into place. Just a week before, Oswald nearly got a job as a typesetter trainee at a printing company, which would be far away from President Kennedy's motorcade. He wanted the job very badly and made a favorable impression on the would-be boss until his boss called Bob Stovall, a prior boss at Paget Printing Company, who had fired Oswald in April of '63. Stovall told him of Oswald's poor attitude, lazy work habits. He was a troublemaker and maybe a communist. Stovall said, adding, "If I was you, I wouldn't hire this guy." So he wasn't.
When did you stop listening, Rick?
Oh, no. Some of this, I know, Bubba's making the point, which he's made, and people don't want to hear it, that the fact that Oswald shot Kennedy is so clear, and it really is not hard to believe based on the type of human being he was and where he ended up and the shot that was taken. I know it's fun to chase all these other things, and I'm not saying these other things don't play a role on the foundation of wanting John F. Kennedy taken out, but Harvey Oswald shot Kennedy, and it's not even a mild case against him, and Bubba's building this.
It is ironic though how many things, because Oswald's wife was staying with a lady named Ruth Payne. She had previously befriended the family. Ruth Payne was no stranger to Oswald's mistreatment of his wife, made it clear that he would have to live elsewhere and he could only visit her when she approved it.
Right, yeah.
On the morning of October the 14th, Ruth and Oswald's wife were having coffee at a neighbor's house. At one point, the conversation turned to Oswald and the fact he needed a job. Two possibilities was raised, one at a local bakery, another at a gypsum plant. Both those jobs required driving. Oswald did not know how to drive. His prospects were narrow. Another neighbor in the coffee conversation, her name was Lenny Mae Randall, mentioned that her brother had just gotten a job at a place called the Texas School Book Depository. It was a busy time of the year for them, and perhaps they could use more help. So Ruth Payne and Oswald's wife wanted Oswald to be able to support his family, call the depository on his behalf, and set up an interview with a guy named Roy Truly. He would see him on October the 15th. Truly was impressed by Oswald because he said sir to him.
So all this comes into play, and do you agree, based on everything that you saw last night and listened, Oswald probably didn't have all the thinking of, I want to try to get this job, I need to be in that depository, I need to be in this position. He just ended up there and then said, wow, I'm in a perfect position to shoot the president.
Very, very close to that, Rick.
Yeah.
The guy
you
at
don't want
the
to put
School
somebody
Book
like him
Depository, get this, he didn't check his references because they needed help and they were shorthanded. So he hires him for $1.25 an hour. Then he told him originally to report to his storage warehouse, but at the last minute decided to use the extra help at the main location in Dealey Plaza. So if you look at all of these things, here's the nutshell of it. It took a string of tiny things to put Lee Harvey Oswald in the Texas School Book Depository. Right. If it was a conspiracy, then everyone at each point along the way would have to be in on it. One boss checked references, one didn't. Neighbors gossiping over coffee and cigarettes. The wrong skills for one job, the right for another. A warehouse here, a warehouse there. Had any one of these minor footnotes to history been slightly different, what would our world look like today?
Yeah, I think it was just opportunistic, and he was a nut job, and saw that Kennedy was coming, and he's like, you know what? Where I work, I could nail him right from that window.
Just what is the odds, though, that a presidential motorcade without a top on it is going to drive by the School Book Depository where he works? It's just unbelievable.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's 8 minutes to the top of the hour. Hank Williams Jr. theme here on the program.
Yeah, right.
And you said that somebody else, I mean, wasn't you? Somebody told me, said that Gary is upset because his Facebook page has exceeded 5,000 people now, and you don't know what to do. That Bubba, and I told him, we researched this here. I mean, he's become so big, he needs a fan site.
Yeah, you got to get the fan side, and then you can
I tell you what,
go unlimited then.
I was at a funeral yesterday. My wife's
I'm sorry,
mother.
I know, but I know it's been a long, hard struggle.
Yeah, I had some people down there. Let me see. I got to give them a shout out.
Mm-hmm.
What in the world?
Are you about to give a shout out to people from the funeral?
No, it's some of her kin folks. It
was at the funeral. They were at the funeral, right?
You got to look for it now?
Yeah.
Are you some of the kin folks of Quinn's?
Yeah, they work down at Alabama Steel Mill.
You talk about Alabama Steel Mill?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they big fans of the show.
Well, good. A little shout out to Alabama Steel Mill then.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Some of Quinn's folks.
What do they do down there, Gary?
They fabricate stuff. I don't know really what they do.
So they're more in the fabricating end, not the blast furnace.
Oh yeah, they
do.
They have furnace and everything.
Oh,
they have furnace and everything.
Yeah.
That's
a good bunch of folks, you know.
That's hard work right there. That's as close to hell on earth as you can be. As a blast furnace. You know?
Man.
Yeah, a lot of turkey hunters down there.
A lot of turkey hunters. They like my call. I mean, I got a good call.
Yeah.
So, I guess you doing a lot of bush hogging right now?
Yeah, I'm trying to. You know, you gotta watch right now for them little baby deer and stuff. You know, you don't want to run over one of them.
Right. Now, you also said that Speedy was texting you during the funeral yesterday, unfortunately.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we was sitting up there in the funeral, and my phone started buzzing, and Speedy wanted to know what we was going to talk about today.
Mm-hmm.
Me trying to be at a funeral.
Gary, I didn't know you were at a funeral.
Well, I think you were more upset with the fact that it's taken him like 2 or 3 weeks to get back to you.
Yeah.
I thought Speedy had you blocked.
Yeah, I called him. I texted him the other day. I said, I need to talk to you a minute. He said, well, just give me a few minutes. And it's been 2 weeks.
I think I had
several minutes.
I think I had the dogs in the
Bubba,
car.
did you ever get a hold of that your cousin trying to get a hold of you?
I did. I talked to Neil.
Well,
Yes, I did.
yeah, he sent me a message on Messenger or something on Facebook. He said he's trying to get a hold of you, and I said, well, I'll text him and tell him to holler at you or whatever. And about a week or so passed, and I done deleted what I sent to Bubba. And he sent me back, and he said, who is this guy's name? And I looked at my phone, and I said, what is he talking about?
Well, Rick came in and said, hey, you got somebody trying to reach you through Gary. So I said, Gary, who is it? Who is it?
Well, your own cousin. Won't even call your own cousin.
Hey. Well, Neil had my number. He'd lost it.
Nah, you can't even have Facebook.
The thing about this, the new thing is if I can't get in touch with Bubba, I go to Gary.
Yeah.
Gary's
handling all that.
You would not believe how many messages and texts I get from people. Hey, will you send this to Rick?
Oh,
or
really?
you send this to Bubba?
Right. And you know, I have to say, you don't send us much of it.
No, I don't send you much.
Gary, how's our old friend Al doing?
He's doing all right.
There we go.
He come down to the wake the other night. Showed his respect. Yeah, he's still doing pretty good.
Right.
But none of y'all showed up, so.
I didn't even know
either,
right now,
Gary.
Right.
In our defense, you didn't tell us.
Well, when you got somebody blocked, you can't see what they're saying.
Right. Gary, how many times did the phone buzz? Because we were going back and forth a little
I know
bit.
it's going back and forth. I just cut it off there last time. I didn't.
Did you get in trouble?
No.
Okay. He said, I was sitting right up there in front with Gwen, listening to the preacher.
Oh, yeah.
And Speedy just kept on texting me.
Well, you
get
get a lot of people, on this Messenger, Facebook junk. I really don't know how to do all of it. I get messages on certain things that, I got one the other day that's been on there for a year and a half, and I just seen it.
Gary.
Yeah. And then you get these kind of weirdo folks.
Uh-oh.
You know what I'm talking about?
Oh, yeah. Gotcha.
You know what?
Yeah, you look at their profile. They send you a message. You look at the profile, and it looks like, they may be one of them translators or something like that.
Translators.
Oh, wait a minute.
I would get the dump button.
Yeah, careful here.
Translators.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
What's a translator?
It's one of them that don't know where they, what sex they are.
What's up? It's Adler, TV producer for the Rick and Bubba Show.
35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. So looking ahead with the biggest shopping day of the year coming up on Friday and then Cyber Monday coming up on Monday, what about the gift that includes a tie to the Rick and Bubba Show? Brand new items are in the store today. We'll show you those if you're watching on YouTube, and you'll see some pictures of those things getting out over the next day or so. We got 3 new items that are in the Rick and Bubba store right now. The new CD, Rough Patch, is there. You can go order that now, the hard copies. It'll be coming to the streaming services later. We'll let you know when that happens. But if you want a hard copy of the CD, it's there. We have a new series of collectible glasses that will kind of revolve around our 30th anniversary. The first installment has a Christmas theme. So it is there, and new Rick and Bubba Hunter's orange hat also there. So if you're looking for gifts for the Rick and Bubba fan on your list, especially the Rick and Bubba fans, you say that Rick and Bubba fan has every Rick and Bubba item there ever was. Well, there's some new ones. So you can see that. Also, tickets to the Man Church conferences next year. Those are on sale to Starkville and Birmingham, or you can do both. And you can see the lineup. You can find out great gift for the men on your Christmas list, and there will be a ticket price increase if any tickets remain by the time we get to December the 16th after the big year ender. So those are available, and though both of them are about 70% sold out, there's still some premium seats because some people pick some of the others in different parts of the theater, and you can check those at themanchurch.com. So Bubba, one of the other things as we move through, so you were saying in the break, so that you kind of got updated on all things assassination with the 60th anniversary. And those documentaries are out there, and you come away with what you've been saying for years. Lee Harvey Oswald shot the president.
I think so, but I could argue either point. The odds of everything that had to fall together, I can't imagine that, just the blind luck of a parade route of a president without the top on the car.
Yeah.
Gets to go by a perfect building for a shot from above, and Lee Harvey Oswald's been working there a little over a month. I mean, it's just you see why people would think it's different. I did hear in this last night the radio call from a citizen that saw J.D. Tibbetts, the police officer, get shot by Oswald, and a witness that worked in a shoe store where Oswald ran in to hide before he dipped into the movie theater. And all of that was interesting. And to hear the guy who drove him to work thinking, wow, if I just had not gone in that day, what would be different? And so all that was very interesting. And I will say this, if you are in Dallas, going to Dealey Plaza, which I got to go one time, spent half a day there, very, very interesting if you're into history.
So that's... So you're saying if any of the conspiracies involve people who wanted to take out President Kennedy, and there were many, that they probably just realized that Lee Harvey Oswald was a nut job enough to do it and was in a position to do it. They didn't put him in that position. He'd already got himself in that position.
Yeah, it just seemed like a lot of dumb luck, which I know that's hard to believe sometimes. But I still there's like you said, there was a lot of motive on a lot of different people, and so I don't know. It's still one of the great mysteries, but it's a great trip to go there and see the museum. And you can't get in the window that Lee Harvey was in because it's glassed off exactly how it was at that day.
Yeah.
But you can get in the window next to it, and you can see the shot. And as I've told you many years, any deer hunter, it would not be a difficult shot. And he was a trained Marine shooter who made good grades, so I have no doubt he made the shot.
Could you also unpack the mystery of 2 days in a row now my pens go?
No, I don't know the answer to that mystery.
I even
That's
replaced
a whole other documentary.
I never found my original pen and replaced it with another pen yesterday. Now that pen's gone. So
I tell you what, I have an Old Town Helena pen, and this is Valleydale, and they're both the same. So that's what it is.
Yeah,
that's what it is. Yeah.
Do y'all want to hear Walter Cronkite announcing it? The JFK thing. Have y'all moved on from there? I was just scanning this. Just real quick.
If we want to, right here on Thanksgiving, be sad again, sure.
It was a historic broadcast.
Right, it was.
And you will hear this if you go to the Dealey Plaza Museum.
Yeah. By the way, I've told you, we've got to get a bell for Dealey Plaza because,
Ford Theater. I've been on the assassination tour, by the way.
You have, by the way.
Both of them are very interesting trips.
I will say, when I was out in Dallas,
I would tell you, me seeing the lavender was much more upbeat.
Yeah. Years ago, Bubba, I went to where you're talking about and stood on the X.
Yeah.
And, hey, man, there's two X's there on the road, and stood there. It's just, and people everywhere just walking around. I couldn't get into the building.
And it's a big plaza. I mean, people, you think a normal it's like a mile across this thing.
I don't know that there's many that ever dispute that he actually was the shooter. I think the question is, who was behind it? Was there more than one? Did they ever go into all that? Because that seems to be the more of the conspiracy that
they didn't get into the ballistic test and all that. They just kind of focused on the eyewitnesses of what was going on, the moods, what everybody was saying, thinking, feeling. It was real interesting. Yeah. It's when we were there, and I've told this story, I'll mention it one more time. Me and Betty and one of her friends were standing there reading the historic marker. There's one, and then there was a star on the road at that time. I don't know what is there now.
It's just
and there was a loud bang, like a car backfiring.
What?
Yeah, and I kid you not. And I just off the top of my head, they all started. I said, without saying a word, point the direction that came from, because I realized we had a great experiment right there. All three of us pointed in different directions, so you cannot tell which way the shots came from.
Just the buildings and everything.
The echo and the way it is, it's just impossible.
Because of the anniversary, they are running all these documentaries, and Amanda and I got caught up Sunday and Monday night watching these things on JFK on the History Channel. And because I was not alive when the assassination happened, and then as I get older, all we discuss is the assassination. And that's all I've really known. I know about kind of what he ran as far as his politics and the assassination. And in my lifetime, that's all that's ever been discussed. And in these documentaries, I did not realize. Amanda and I looked at each other at one moment the other night, and we're like, I didn't know. What in the world was
Sorry,
that?
that was me. I'm scanning.
I didn't know.
Sorry.
Y'all, that was weird.
I didn't know how much of a war hero he was, and some of the things that he did. Incredible stories, like how on earth he pulled some of this stuff off. Lost at sea, swimming miles, saving his naval group. Crazy. And I had never heard, this was all new to me.
Yeah.
Because I have always focused on this.
Sure. And you can see, it shows.
I thought he was some rich punk who just landed into politics because his daddy had money.
Right.
I had no idea he had this other side to him.
The war hero.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, Adler, do you want
He had a busy 3 years in office. Prior to this, you had the Cuban Missile Crisis, you had the Bay of Pigs, you had, so there was big events, historical events every year.
Oh, yeah. I remember Dad telling us that he said, hey, as we said the other day on the show, and I'm not saying we're getting closer to the end of it all just because where we are in history, but he said, if you want to sit there and have this end of time talk too, you should have been there during the Cuban Missile Crisis.
Oh, yeah.
He said, we're all sitting at home thinking, you want to talk Gog and Magog? He said, we were sitting there thinking, well, we're about to go to war with the Russians right now. And he said it was a really he said, so throughout time there's been a lot of things where everybody's going about this is it.
Yeah. Is 13 Days the movie about that?
There was
Kevin
one.
Costner
There was
and-
one title
Yeah,
that
it
I
is.
think. Yeah,
That was a good movie.
So Adler, are you going to play Walter, or have you moved into something else?
It's
now?
whatever. Yeah. Here's
let's
Walter.
hear it right
All right, here you go.
From Dallas, Texas, the flash, apparently official, President Kennedy died at 1 p.m. Central Standard Time, 2 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, some 38 minutes ago.
Taking a beat.
Vice President Lyndon Johnson has left the hospital in Dallas, but we do not know to where he has proceeded. Presumably, he will be taking the oath of office shortly and become the 36th President of the United States.
Wow. Overcome with emotion.
I did not realize the emotion behind that. I've seen that so many times, but I did not realize the emotion.
Man. Well, it was a shocking thing.
And right at that moment, they didn't know if World War III was starting. They thought this may be the precursor to an attack on the United States, and they thought they might be under a full ballistic missile attack very shortly. So it was a very tense time.
No doubt about
task too from him because it wasn't like it is now.
Right.
This was the way you got it.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
He was talking to everybody.
Yeah. He also, as Bubba's mentioned before in the show, 100% right. You never knew where Walter Cronkite or any of these people stood politically when they did the news.
You're right.
Never.
You're right.
They just did the news.
Yeah.
Shocking.
As it should be.
We'll be back 15 minutes to the top.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I didn't know he was talking about.
Golly. I gave you a heads up.
That's not a translator.
I speak Gary.
Yeah, I think
So
you mean
what now?
No, I just said I speak Gary.
Yeah.
I can translate what you're saying.
Well, you know, I'm fixing to start doing some group speaking.
Are you
different
really?
people? Yeah.
Are you really?
Yeah. I did a podcast last week.
Did you really?
Yeah.
wow. Oh boy.
where'd I
Gary,
get
what
that?
podcast was it?
Well, I don't really know. It come out of Huntsville, I think.
How do you? You don't even know who you sit down to talk to?
No, not really.
Was it a turkey?
No, we done it on that Skype deal. You know.
So you, wait a minute,
What you
Gary,
call
you
it?
Skyped into a podcast and did an interview.
Yeah, he sent me an email, wanted to do an interview with me, and about an hour.
What'd y'all talk about?
Could you please tell us?
Well,
which
they
one it
wanted to ask about y'all, and I had, I told a few lies.
Gary, we can't have you. What?
Gary.
You just go on a podcast. You don't even know what where you are.
Well, they wanted to, talk about some of the pranks and
I thought it was a
stuff
turkey
like that.
call.
Y'all, Gary Skypes in to podcasts just like James Spann does.
Gary, I'd like to know which one it is so we can pull it up.
Well, I'll tell you in a minute.
That'd be awesome.
Well, yeah.
Do you have a place at home you do that so you have like a good background?
No, I was sitting in my Jeep out in front of the grocery store.
So real.
Him and Trixie.
Man, Trixie.
Hey, buddy. So back when all this 5G stuff started coming out, I was starting to think about, the possible negative effects of it. And so I did a little research, and I was looking at, the different wavelengths as far as, like the 4G towers being way up in the air versus, the 5G towers, which are, way lower. And what I found was that from the research that I looked at, kids are very susceptible to these 5G waves, and it makes them more aggressive and just affects their mental state in a completely negative way. I'm not saying it's every single child or anything, but from what I read in the research, it's not good.
Cody, can I weigh in on this a little bit? I think a lot of the rumors with 5G has been blown way, way out of proportion. I mean, it's turned into the new flat Earth deal. We always have to be careful dealing with radio frequency stuff. It's non-ionizing radiation. It should not affect your cells as it goes through it, but you don't want too much. But here's the thing. We have people on 4G phones that have it glued to their head for hours each day. And if that's not causing huge brain tumors, I don't think we got anything to worry about.
I just hate to see us all running around with big old metal helmets on our head.
Yeah, and the 5G, too, far as speeds, I mean, all of these the G means generation. And just, Rick, so you'll know, back when we had 3G, that was the first time we tried to make mobile devices actually work on the internet with any type of, decent level. Yep. The 4G offered us up to 100 meg. Now, most of it's not that fast, but it could go to that fast. To give you an idea, for 5G, it can go to 10 gig. And that's because, when we first started this, phones had just come out. People had phones everywhere. Well, now think about everything using the internet. You got your watch. You got your phone, you got your laptop, you got your refrigerator, you got your washing machine, you got cars everywhere.
Security.
Navigation, security, everything. So, having more bandwidth out there is a must. Now, look, should we test? Should we always be checking this stuff? Yes, but some of it has been blown so out of proportion, and I've heard some so-called experts on national TV shows, and they don't know what the heck they are talking about. They have no clue.
Wow.
I'm just telling you, they don't. But again, we need to test. We need to keep an eye on it. Yes. But there is no reliable information that you can beam people with a 5G signal and they act more aggressive. That does not exist. That is total hogwash.
Well, yeah, I go back to what you're talking about. I think a lot of the things that we're seeing with children and their behavior, it really doesn't have to do anything with the number in the G. It has a lot to do with moderation and overstimulation of any kind.
Yeah.
And it's not good to let your kids stare at a video game, stare at an iPad, stare at their phone for 8, 10, 12 hours a day.
Yeah.
That has to do with the parent.
Yeah, that's not good. It's not good.
I don't get too deep into this, but here's a key thing to remember anytime you're dealing with radio waves, and that's everything.
Top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Thank you for being with us. Gobble Gobble song, coming up a little bit later on. Cornelius Bennett will join us on the program. And we'll talk with Biscuit about the ongoing ALS challenge that involves this weekend's games. We'll talk about some of that coming up, too. So, and I didn't realize that I needed to deal with this, but I understand that Greg is upset.
Oh boy,
he
asked the question.
Yeah, right.
I just asked the question.
He just asked the question. Bubba, we have a little bit of in-office drama. We have that from time to time.
I don't understand.
Well, there's an ongoing thing that takes place, and we certainly are thankful here. So thankful that people. And I don't want to stop any of this. There's only this entire company is 6 people. Yeah. And many times when people bring us food, apparently they think that there's many more people, or they just acknowledge that we must be big eaters.
I think that's it.
Because the sheer volume of food that comes through here is unbelievable.
It's beautiful. It's a beautiful thing.
It's a beautiful thing.
Yeah, it is.
But what happens a lot, is that everybody will get what they want. And then for a few days, it'll kind of lay kind of scattered on the table, and then eventually, there's, and various people do it. I'm not saying that I always do it. Various people do it. They will have the idea that says, hey, I need to clean this mess up. And that's what I was taught. I was taught to clean up, not to leave a mess.
Hold on, Greg.
And so anyway, I let these brownies that came to us stay on the table for about 3 or 4 days.
No,
okay.
Time out.
Yeah.
Time out.
Yeah.
There's a difference between homemade and stuff that's in packages.
Understood.
And these were in These were not homemade. I get on the homemade thing.
Right.
You're not going to leave them out. And there's a time limit. But these are made to last the whole holidays.
I'm also, and I know you said this isn't my responsibility.
It's not.
And I will acknowledge that. But I want you to know that I love you because you're my baby
He's
brother.
going this route.
And I love Bill Bubba Bussey. And I saw what happened when he overate on Ozempic last week. And I saw, and how about this? And I saw, and I know you're type 2 diabetes.
My numbers are good, so I got that.
Well, and they ain't gonna be good if you continue to eat brownies day after day.
I didn't eat them.
Mine
First of all,
and moderation.
First of all, they were in different sizes. They were very small. These could have sat here all the way to December.
Well, I want to say this. One thing I will say.
I get what you're saying on when food's brought in. You don't eat a while, but this wasn't a mess. These were nice, neat little boxes that look like presents.
Well, Greg, the ribbon was laying around. Somebody unwrapped them and just left that laying around. If they had been moved into the snack area and stacked neatly, I probably would have left them alone. But they were just laying scattered all over the table with the ribbon torn off laying there.
Up in there.
And so what I thought was, well, everybody's done with this. And so I got rid of it. And I will say that one thing I thought of is if I can remove these high sugar things out of here, it's probably good for my baby brother.
Well,
Just
you
top
just
two.
let me worry about me.
Right. And
because I wasn't like gorging them.
Right.
Every now and then I'd get, and they were small.
Hey, let me ask you this.
The toffee I was gorging.
Yeah, right. Let's just talk.
It was good.
Let's just talk factual today.
I was gorging.
Did you eat a brownie today?
No, there wasn't one in there.
So that was probably better for you.
Not really.
Yeah, right. So it's gone.
It's not better for us because his mood is
Oh, my
horrible.
God.
Hey, somebody took the time to send them.
I got to tell y'all something.
They were good.
I'm the one that took the brunt of the anger because I was in there when he figured it out. And I thought that I had done it, and I hadn't because he was so angry. At least
first
this is
of all,
the
he's
next
exaggerating.
day.
I wasn't that angry.
You went to throwing stuff.
I heard you on the show. I heard kickoff hour. I heard kickoff hour.
Speedy, we all know that if he gets off in sweets, we lose him.
True.
So I thought he threw them away to protect himself.
No.
You know.
And I heard the
that's the first person I checked
Greg,
with.
you assumed.
And I know you kind of took a little
I didn't
shot.
call him a liar
Yeah.
once he said he didn't do it.
Yeah, you took a little shot at me, saying that if something's going to cause you to struggle, that's not my responsibility. But I don't struggle with that.
Well, then
that's old Rick. That's old Rick.
And I'm proud of that. But just let it lie.
But what I'm saying is, plus that's not my area. Now, if I'd been Chex Mix, they'd still be.
Yeah,
in
I got you. But that's like I said, the toffee.
Yeah.
Like,
but what I'm saying is, I thought, and now you're saying incorrectly. There was a side of me that loved you. There's a side of me that loved Bubba. There's a side of me that loved Speedy. And I honestly thought at this point, and I realized that I made the mistake of the word assume, and I got that. I said, the way these are laying around in here, it looks like everybody's eating all they want and everybody's taking home what they want. This must just be trash. And I honestly didn't even look in the container.
Well, now I will say this. I will take that. It should have been already moved to the room.
Right, yeah.
In the boxes that it came in.
Right.
I will give you that.
When I clean the table post show, or one of us, it's normally
and that's completely different because that's
yeah,
food
but
that can't.
it's normally just stuff that's of that day.
Yeah.
Anything that's been there, I'll leave. Or I put in the refrigerator.
Well,
I didn't even look in those
packaged
boxes
for that.
because I'm gonna tell you how I have my own self-defense.
We could have kept them all the way through Christmas.
I don't even look in because if I start staring at them long enough, they start talking to me.
Right.
Like eat me. Stuff like that. So I don't even look in the box.
Now, what do they say? Yeah.
Eat me, I'm good.
Okay, right.
Yeah. And so because then if I eat one, I've now the whole box. I just got crumbs all over me and a tattered box laying there.
Well, y'all know this about me, and I'm not saying it's your responsibility to defend yourself against my flaws, but Sherry will tell you if I look at something over a few days and nobody gets it, I throw it all away.
Well,
I'm the same way at home.
Right.
For
Yeah.
sure.
And
I get in trouble a lot.
And I know sometimes.
And I get screamed at like I did this morning with Greg.
But these were packaged as something you wouldn't go, or they're going to go bad, or well, somebody may want them because these will last for weeks.
No, if this show was all women, the way those boxes look, I probably would have left them because we would have been women.
Would be some large women.
Look how decorative those are.
Yeah,
and we can have a girls' day. But I looked in there and I thought, okay, these were a very kind gift. Everybody got some of them. I guess everybody's taking what they want. Here's that old ribbons laying over here like trash, and like an unwrapped gift. And these boxes are laying everywhere. I'm throwing them away. And deep down, I thought,
just hate it.
And deep down, I thought to myself, when I heard you today, like a sugar addict, I thought to myself,
yeah, it's like a brownie every now and then.
I thought to myself, I've done a service to my top 2 baby brothers.
No, you hadn't done nothing.
Y'all knew I didn't throw them away.
Oh, I knew that.
I thought they were in your office.
We didn't think you
locked
throw
up.
them away. We thought you grabbed them all.
Yeah, we thought they were in your office, which would have been fine.
Right, yeah.
By
the way, I want you to know.
usually don't grab all of anything.
True,
I'll grab
that's
part
true.
of it.
Well, I want you to know
I'll try to be fair.
And we ruled that out.
What's next? You
I
going to
said
throw Don Day's peanuts out?
No,
What's going on? I mean,
no.
Is that I got look forward to that?
No, I know not to do that. That might cost me my life. But
I've gone too far.
Right. I mean, but Bubba,
I hardly ever throw anything out here because I look at it and go, might want that tomorrow.
Right.
You know,
I will say this. And
never know.
But these were packaged for longevity. That's the only difference.
You didn't listen to the kickoff hour. They made an accusation against you.
Yeah, well,
and I cleaned that up.
We had to go.
There were 3 scenarios that Helmsy put out there, and I thought were all pretty accurate.
You have to put those on the table.
No doubt.
I mean, anything that happens here, I can be part of it.
I wanted to lay it out because y'all, people that didn't hear Speedy get screamed at, didn't hear.
So true.
The Fun Sponge over here ruin a day.
This would be like if someone went in there and there was a box of Reese cups, and you said, "I'm throwing these away."
Understood.
Well, you wouldn't do that.
Understood.
Because of the packaging.
Right. Can I tell you this? If they had been laying out on the table in their packages, I probably would have left them.
Rick,
I just took the whole
let
thing.
me tell you this. I didn't know they had been thrown away. But to Speedy's point, by the time Fun Sponge got done with me, I thought I threw them away.
Yeah. Hey, I'll tell you this. Y'all know when somebody's so upset that you have to kind of calm them down?
Right.
I had to tell him to sit down before he got in his truck.
I will
calm down.
Well, that was just.
He wanted a brownie for the road. He wanted a brownie for the road.
The way he was acting today, you know what fear crossed me?
Sweet,
you know what fear crossed me? The way you're acting. Maybe I shouldn't admit it because I may have to whip Greg today.
Okay. Now you done got too thin now. Look out.
I thought to myself, I'd hate to see baby brother with his top 2 get whipped over brownies.
Look, you got a little weakness from that Wegovy shot.
Fight on the rug. Fight on the rug.
I tell you what, I'm going to get the brownies out of the trash right now and make it eat.
You know what it is? Like that time you knocked my lasagna in the floor when we were in college.
Greg,
Same
you still
thing.
mad about that?
Yeah, I'm mad about it.
Stop me out.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
From the power line to 5G and radar signals, which is even on further up. It falls under the inverse square law. So every time you double the distance, the signal goes down 75%. So in most situations, if you'll take 3 steps back, you've changed the whole picture. So just keep that in mind. Don't get too close to anything that's transmitting. You don't want to be hugging the tower that we're transmitting on. You know, you don't want to be hanging on the side of that thing.
What a wasted black shirt today.
Thank you.
Inverse what?
It's called the inverse square law.
Yeah,
everybody knows that.
Fired me up a little bit.
Everybody knows that.
Oh, the inverse square law.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead and get that shake.
Sure.
There's moments.
It is hard to take you serious with a vanilla shake right in front of you.
Next week, we're going to cover free path loss.
Right.
Watch it.
Can I tell you, there's moments throughout the last 25 years, and it just happened a minute ago. And it's I'll have you know how sometimes we all have trauma of our past, and it can come back on us. You know, on things that were traumatic to us.
Yeah.
There was nothing more traumatic than to be me sitting in a college lecture hall in a chair, and a professor is up there rambling about, and I've quit listening about a quarter way in, and they're now talking about things I don't even understand, and almost a little bit of a fear will creep up inside. Oh my goodness, I'll be tested on this one day, and I know Bubba's not going to test me on any of this, but I start getting that anxiety that I might be, and I need
to remember it,
and I need to remember it, and I need to grasp what he's saying, and I realize then I'll look, and Big Boy will be out there, Gary will walk by in his shirt, and I'm like, I need to be listening to everything he's saying because it's going to be on the test. But, you know, like I said, my wife gave me a great life truth not long after we were married when she said, I don't think that you necessarily had issues with school. I think you're missing a life truth that any test that you don't prepare for will be difficult.
Mm-hmm. No, wait a minute.
You know, that doesn't mean you have some issue with learning. It just means you're not prepared for the test that you've been given.
Good studying.
Rick, any test you take you're not prepared for will be difficult.
If you haven't looked at the material before the test, Rick, probably not going to do very well.
Wait a minute.
Hey, holy
Rick, as I was explaining to somebody the other day of faith about test taking, you can pray for the right answers, but God's not going to mysteriously answer that test for you. Right. You know what he does? He gives you sense to prepare ahead of time.
Exactly
and that is the miracle, my friend, not staring at the blank saying, God, fill it out.
Right. You're exactly right. That's right. Tried that.
Well, that shake's working. Hit it again.
Yeah.
Well, you remember, Bubba hit on that. You remember you remember when everybody first even understood, the new church age. A lot of people went up on the mountain waiting on Jesus to come back, and the Apostle Paul said, "No, look, if you want to be able to eat, it's not just going to happen. You're going to have to work."
Yeah.
Bottom of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
So we do have a sports update for you today, and there's a couple of items for us to talk about. You want to start with Cam Newton?
Cam Newton, the Carolina Panthers quarterback, got in last night, his first preseason game number 3 of the preseason, and he left in the first quarter after he twisted his foot after being sacked.
Yeah, there we go. Here's those preseason injuries, and you love them, and of course now Cam Newton has been plagued with injuries. You know, it's almost like these injuries things, once they start, it seems like it just goes on and on. So hopefully
he's in a walking boot today, Rick, they say.
If you're a Panther fan, you don't really want to see Cam Newton, who's already been hurt, now in a preseason game, walking out. I don't know what this thing is he has on his head with a hat on top of it, and the boot on the way out.
Yeah, he's he's just coming off shoulder surgery, so he's. I think this is a big year for him to prove that he's still elite and healthy and can get through the year.
Yeah, I think you're right, and injury-plagued quarterbacks get real old if you're trying to make a run. So
and how much does age play into that? So of course, he takes a few more hits than some of the other quarterbacks because he runs a little bit. You know, they always say that, but I've seen these guys in the pocket, the way they get hit. I believe I'd rather run with a ball than get hit blindside in the middle of the back.
Still.
Yeah, that ain't too good. No. So we'll see how that plays out, though.
Well, it was just one of those freaky things. You look at the play. He's just trying to make a move to get out of trouble. He doesn't see the guy from the backside, dives and grabs him by the foot, and, of course, his body then stops immediately, and then he lays down. So, I mean, it's just football. There's nothing you really do about it, but it just seems like, like you said, all right, Cam's back. He's got his shoulder like he likes it. Oh, he's hurt again. So we'll see.
So when do they kick off the regular season?
2 weeks?
2 weeks. Yeah, I figure he'll be back ready by then. Rick, the Packers and Raiders carried their preseason game to Canada, but it wasn't 100% effort because the field was only 80 yards long.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they got there and they didn't like the way the end zone looked, did they?
Yeah.
The Canadian leagues have this gigantic end zone. But wherever they were playing the field in Winnipeg, when they got out there, the NFL officials got on the field. It's not good if you're trying to watch an NFL game and officials are on the field and they're all standing around looking at grass and
pointing.
Yeah, pointing. It's not good. So, of course, we know CFL uses the 110-yard field with the 20-yard end zone. The NFL is 100 with 10-yard end zone. So they really just ended up taking this Canadian field, and it turned out to be 80 yards.
80 yards, yeah. Like you were watching youth football.
And the
10-yard line was the goal.
The Canadians, too, still have the goalpost out in the middle of the field. So,
yeah.
This is the second year. We talked about this in the kickoff hour. This is the second year where we've tried to do a preseason game out of the country, and it hadn't worked out. Mexico was last year. You remember the field. They couldn't even play on it, had to stay in the States. And then this year they got to play on 80% of it.
It ended up being a pretty good game. I mean, the Canadian fans saw a 22-21 Raiders. Here we go, 6 minutes past the hour. Happy Thanksgiving. Those of you that are traveling all over to be with friends and family for Thanksgiving, we'll kind of be your companion, either live or archived today. Wednesday Bible study back today. You have that too. There'll be a brand new one, live noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern on our YouTube channel, archived soon after. and you can watch the archive on our YouTube channel, or you can listen to the archive on our podcast channel. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, and welcome back, Bill Bubba Buster.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us. Happy Thanksgiving.
And you know what? We got the biggest shopping day of the year coming up on Friday, and then you've got Cyber Monday coming up on Monday.
Cyber Monday.
So, our Lord willing, if we get back from the break and I'll get back here, we'll be celebrating our 30th anniversary. Can you believe that?
No, I can't.
30th anniversary of the Rick and Bubba Show. Our theme will be 30 years and still kicking. And we're going to have a lot of 30-year memorabilia that'll come out if you're a fan of the show and you want to have some of it. One of them will be a series. Does everybody remember back in the day when they had the glass, like these little, some people call them tea glasses, but it's just a drinking glass. It's glass, though. It's not a plastic tumbler. And you would go through your favorite store, and they would have collectible series of different things. Might be
Boxcar Willie.
Yeah, might be cartoon characters, might be whatever. So we have those, and there's going to be a whole series of them that will roll through the whole year as we celebrate the 30th anniversary. But the one of them is a Christmas theme. So we thought, well, let's go ahead and get it out even before we get to the official anniversary, because we're getting toward the end of the year anyway. And this is it. It's the first one in the series of collectibles. It's on the store now at rickandbubba.com. And see, it already has the 30 years and still kicking logo, which you'll see throughout the year. And there we all are, Bubba and I as Santa, and all of us and the others dressed as elves. And you can have that for your holiday season coming up. So that's there. Also, we have the Rick and Bubba hunting line. And, Bubba, you and I were fired up about this. We started thinking, our Hunter's orange hats have all sold out, and we were getting ready to have a new one, that we didn't have one that had the studio logo on it.
Yeah.
This was that new logo we started using.
And it's a sewed-on patch, which I really, really
like. As a studio, you see it's got the camo pattern here. And then it has the Hunter's orange, which makes it, if you have to wear a certain amount, it does meet the requirement for the laws in your state. And it has the Rick and Bubba studio logo on the front. So that's a cool one. That's also in the store. So if you're going to continue to hunt throughout the year and you put that on and you take a good one, let us know and send us a picture of you with it on. And then, of course, the new CD is out, Rough Patch. We will have hard copies in our hands on Monday, but you can go ahead and order the hard copies now in the store because they have them. So you'll see the logo there of Rough Patch. That is the name of this year's double CD. There it is. There's the cover. And Greg, I want you to look at what's out in the actual garden there. It's all puppies.
That's funny.
And there's the tornado with Bubba's Lake House.
Yeah.
And there you are with Diesel in your truck. So I'll
it's been a dandy.
It's been a dandy. It's been
all represented.
all there. So you can get that CD now. So all that's at rickandbubba.com under the store. Just wanted to get that out to you. 3 new items since we got a big shopping weekend coming up. Bubba, college football, the playoff committee last night, they made one adjustment on the top 4. And they have moved Florida State down to number 5, and they've moved Washington up to number 4. The top 3 are still the same. Well, that changed last week too, but it's Georgia at 1, Ohio State at 2, Michigan at 3, now Washington at 4.
That leaves Florida State, Oregon, Texas, Alabama, Missouri, all looking in. And there are some scenarios. I mean, usually these things work themselves out. Yeah. Usually, we're all worried now, and 2 games later it may be much clearer. But there's some real possibilities that this could be a mess. I mean, a real mess.
Way to end it all.
Yeah,
4-gamer.
The Michigan Ohio State. Is that going to be an elimination game?
Yes.
Is the loser out?
Mm-hmm. You're out.
Is the Georgia-Alabama game going to be a elimination game?
If
Alabama defeats Georgia, will Georgia then say, but look at our whole season, look at our resume?
And if the game's close.
Right.
Yeah. They may not fall all the way out of the top 4.
But I don't see a scenario where 2 SEC teams are going to make it. Especially if Washington wins out, and
they got to play Oregon again, right?
Right,
they do.
and Ohio State or Michigan wins out.
Yeah. May I bring up the elephant in the room, pun intended? What if Alabama wins out and so does Texas? And Alabama's the SEC champion.
That's the question everybody.
Texas has got the win against them.
And they would be the champion of their conference.
Right. That's is there a scenario where, and you're bringing up a possibility, there is no SEC
Correct.
team in the playoffs?
I think if Alabama beats Georgia, and I don't care what happened in week 2 or 3 or whenever it was, that was a different Texas team, it was a different Alabama team.
No doubt.
And if you're putting the best 4 in there, then Alabama needs to be in there. I don't care that Texas
and
won.
It bothers me.
I don't care that head-to-head. That's long time
It's
ago.
hard to say that, but
it is.
If you're going to use this system.
Yeah.
Right.
Not the biggest Alabama fan, but they deserve to be in there. If they beat Auburn and then turn around and beat Georgia, they should be in there.
Yeah.
If Florida State wins out, even though they've lost their quarterback, is bumping them down fair to them if they keep winning?
I would say yes.
I think depending on how they win.
Yes, you got to see how they play. I shouldn't say that. Let me say this. I don't have any problem with them being at 5 right now. I think the committee did the right thing moving them down because what they're saying is let's see how the backup does.
Yeah.
So back to this other scenario. If Alabama was to defeat Georgia, assuming they're going to beat Auburn and then they beat Georgia, you would have Georgia with 1 loss, Alabama with 1 loss, Texas with 1 loss. 2 of those 3 are conference champions. Who makes it?
Alabama. Back to Helmsley's point, because Alabama has improved as the season has gone on. If Texas and Alabama played today, I don't think Texas would beat them. I know you're going, Rick, well, that's a fantasy. I guess it is, but watching the two teams, Alabama is, but they are rising.
Yeah, I understand that. But will the committee, who is not located as close as we might be, say, look, you got to win it on the field. Texas beat them. They deserve it.
Well, I think they're a little bit spooked, and I'm not comparing. I don't want to get the Longhorn fans mad because, they can be sensitive. They even banned horns down.
But that was in the old conference.
Yeah, because that how that can hurt feelings. But I will say, I know is it the same committee as last year? Are there still people on there from last year?
I don't know.
I'm not sure. It rotates around a little bit.
Yeah, but I think whoever runs that organization last year embarrassed them, and college football fans were furious that they put TCU through, basically saying what you're saying. Well, they deserve it, and then they get beat by 60. While everybody's got their snacks out, is planning the big night to watch the national championship game, and I think they're afraid of repeating that. They might even overcompensate and say we're going with what we think the best 4 teams is, and we don't care what everybody thinks about it. So everybody has a good
I think
playoff.
if you're in the ACC or the Big 12, you have to run the table. In today's world, you have to run the table, and I'm sorry, Texas, you didn't do that. I know you beat Alabama early, but you let Oklahoma beat you.
And I think how this plays out with the Pac-12 and Oregon and Washington are going to have to meet up again in the championship. Does Oregon beat Washington and give them 1 loss? Does Oklahoma beat Texas? I mean, there's a lot of scenarios in Florida State where things could open up and 2 SEC teams get in because of how everybody's lost. Yeah. I mean, you just never know.
Good news, next year everybody's in.
Yeah, not popular, but I think if Oregon beats Washington, especially if they beat them pretty good, I think that you kind of treat that the way you would Texas, Alabama, and I'd put Oregon in.
Yeah.
It could get messy
as far as who's doing this. Okay. Of course, Washington's playing good, but they're not dominating people.
Yeah.
And the first game between them, it was a toss-up.
Yeah,
it was. He could have won either one.
Yeah. And I think that's a tougher conference this year than it's been in the past.
Yeah. Right.
And you have to account for that.
Yep.
Right, normally, I would say the same thing I did about the ACC and Big 12 as I just did about, well, it's the Pac-2 now, but you know what I mean. Yeah. You talking about the 2-pack?
Yeah, 2-pack. We'll come back. A lot of topics. Phone calls next. All 10 lines are available. We'll chat with you, America, when the Rick and Bubba show continues after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Victory. Did Antonio Brown play in this?
I don't think he was supposed to play based off the latest Hard Knocks, but I think he was there and in uniform.
Here's the goal. That's weird.
That is strange.
See how they got it set up?
Yeah. It's youth football. It is.
Let me ask you this: was the goalpost still out there in the field, like for the way the Canadians have it?
You mean? Have it you definitely. I don't think you can move the goal, can you?
I could. I don't know what they're playing on. It didn't have the even before it was ruled bad. It didn't have the 20-yard end zone.
That looked like artificial turf. I wonder how it was.
Why does the story even talk about the 20-yard end zone if they're not playing on a field that had a 20-yard end zone?
Well, and I could be wrong here, but it said something about the goalpost
in the article where the spot was in front of the goalpost, and I could be wrong, but is that where they moved it? Did they try to move it back, and that was the spot that they tried to move it from or something? But it was definitely a spot in the end zone in front of the goalpost on one end.
Let me ask you. This is what I was thinking. And this is why I was going to ask you. Is the goalpost? They cannot move it, and the players did not want to play on a.
No, it was it was grass. It was turf.
Even before they made this ruling, it didn't look like the Canadian field. It looked like an NFL field.
Correct. Yeah,
they rolled it out.
They'd already fixed everything, but then everybody got there and saw, even though they fixed it to NFL requirements, the distance and even the depth of the end zone, and you see the goalpost, it's sitting where it normally would sit for an NFL game, but they got there and they realized from the 5-yard line through the end zone, they found problems with the turf, so they didn't want the players playing in that area, so they just made it 80 yards.
Yeah. And like I say, it's a preseason game. Who cares?
And right, but week 3 is pretty important on making cuts.
I was going to say,
but I'm saying that's not going to change whether you make the team because I played on 80.
No, but you got it. But no, and that was, I think, their process on that. I think they said we got to play.
We still played.
Hey, you're the NFL though. Can we not get a field dialed in?
Right.
It's the best of the best.
Again, it didn't sneak up on you, like I said.
I mean,
it ain't like that. Last week they said, let's go to Canada and play. Oh, let's get a field. They had a while to get ready for it.
Yeah, they really did. Bubba, Steve Spurrier.
Canada.
Look at Steve Spurrier.
Steve Spurrier in the news again. Rick, we love Coach Spurrier. And Rick, he says that he values his championship of the Alliance of American Football as much as his ACC or SEC championship.
Well, that may be the dumbest comment I've ever heard.
Do you think he's messing with everybody?
I think he is.
Now, why he said this? The AFF came and went quickly. We never got a champion, but Coach Spurrier says because his team was leading the league at 7-1, that he should be declared the champion
of what?
And the FanDuel Sportsbook betting site agrees, and they named the Orlando Apollos the AFF honorary champions.
Well, good.
And Steve Spurrier accepts that championship, and he says it means a lot to him.
Now he says it means as much. He said it means as much as his conference championships.
He needs a physical.
That's a little much.
Now he didn't say it meant as much as a national championship, but he's saying that
conference championship doesn't mean as much as a national. But my point is, hey, the league didn't even finish the season.
He was champion, Greg.
So of what?
Of a league that lasted 8 weeks.
Rick, you know what I think?
Put your trophy.
You know what I really think? Steve, he loves to win. He loves to compete. And he had these very great historical teams that he won ACC and won SEC. And then he had some less than spectacular years at South Carolina, honestly.
Washington Redskins, don't bring
I was going to say,
Redskins.
he didn't do it in the NFL either.
So and then when he came back to this, he goes out a winner. And I think that's why it means a lot to him, because he
really
was back
did.
on top.
I mean, the way that thing ended.
And I think he's having a little fun with
I think he is.
He's having a blast.
He's the best at that. But the way that thing ended, I wouldn't want to even claim I was in it.
Let me tell you how Steve Spurrier thinks. Steve Spurrier is saying, other than the NFL, because you have to say he was never successful there, that he was able to garner success in any situation you put him in, including a thrown-together league, that he was able to take all these players and put together a 7-1 record, which was the best of the entire league for the 8 weeks it was going.
You mean champions of the AAF?
Yep.
Maybe he can get in the XFL next year and win it.
I forgot all about that's coming back. Don't know why. Can't even wrap my mind
I'll say
around it.
this. If I'm an organization looking for a coach, he's one of the ones I reach out to.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Is Bob Stoops not coaching in that league? Or he's a GM? He's something. I don't know if he's the coach or the GM in the XFL.
You know, when they didn't let our city have one, I just didn't
The
pay a lot of
XFL?
attention
We
to
were
it.
in the AAF.
I know.
Yeah, we chose that winner.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we were
Another great
XFL
decision.
last time.
Yeah, but they weren't going to have an XFL and an AAF team in the same city.
21 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is the number, and we are moving. Let's go. Largest number of people, shortest amount of time. At the end of 30 seconds, the old buzzer sounds. Your time on the program comes to a close, then we'll move to the next caller. If you'd like to join us, Speedy's taking your calls now. You can get in quickly.
Hey, real quick, I'm going to go ahead and eat my breakfast so you don't go throw it away, if you don't mind.
That's fine. That's a healthy breakfast for type 2 people. That's perfect.
I had to get it for Rick Jones because it's been in there more than 10 minutes.
Hey, would you mind me checking the sugar content of the salsa? Hey, not before Thanksgiving. I mean, you know what I mean? Because I don't want you to be. You need to be thankful.
I'm mad again thinking about that lasagna.
Greg, be thankful about my restraint right now. Let's go to Jonah out of Birmingham. Jonah listening to ZZK. Jonah, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, Biggins, thankful for the show. This got to be quick. So Daniel, Amos, and Obadiah have already called in last week. Well, Jonah, his mission, which is parallel to what's going on right now, who was just a pawn like we are, was not to convert the evildoers, but to cause them to respect it.
We continue. Anonymous out of Alabama.
Somebody write that number down.
Anonymous, go ahead. 30 seconds. How are you?
Doing good. I hope you guys are well. I just got an interesting tidbit here in reference to some maybe Skinwalker Ranch. If you know who David Grush is, he was recently interviewed and said that there's an amendment to a bill in front of the House right now, the fiscal 2024 National Defense Authorization Act, which is, they're trying to get a presidential-controlled UAP disclosure plan in order, and there are two main opposing people, one being Mike.
I'm sorry, 30 seconds. Nobody gave you a timeout.
I wanted to give you a timeout, but I felt like Rick would be mad at me.
Jody, Pleasant Valley. Jody, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Boy, it's a rough room today, fellas.
Oh, yes.
Hey, get ready. Rick, Bubba, you remember when you called the Bulls to tell them about the topaz?
Yes.
Well, yesterday you were on fire on that country song, or it's not.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe you need to call Atlanta and see about getting the bullpen on Ozempic. Rick, that's it enough.
That's good.
Well, a long way there, but he got there.
Danny in the free state of Florida. Danny, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, happy Thanksgiving, fellas. Hey, I got a T-shirt logo for y'all.
Okay.
Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, 30 years, still full of common sense.
Okay. How you like and still kicking?
Still kicking sounds good.
Okay, yeah. That's but thank you. I appreciate that. Greg, won't you just keep eating? Scott in Sweet Home, Alabama.
You don't want to lose it.
Scott, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, man, I'd just like to know y'all's prediction on the Auburn-Alabama game.
I think Auburn by 20.
Oh, yeah, Rick, at least.
I don't even think it'll be close. I think Auburn's going to run away with it.
Well, Rick, I saw one prediction.
Miracle on the Plains.
They're predicting a freeze warning, Alabama by 32.
No, see, they lost on purpose last week to
Right.
set it up.
That's
Make
right.
Bama
That's
get
right.
overconfident.
That's right.
Well, here's the question. Will it be a freeze warning or a frostbite?
Right. It's it's just one of those been through a lot of iron bows, and there's some that the teams are pretty evenly matched. There's some where you think one who might be the underdog is good enough to beat the other. And then there's been those years, and it's always Alabama. It's never Auburn. And when Auburn wins, it's still never dominant. There's been one time that Auburn dominated Alabama in an Iron Bowl in my lifetime, and they even let Alabama come back and score some late in that game.
Yeah.
But they got way up on them, and I couldn't.
That was the year.
All the sacks.
All the sacks.
Yeah, that's the year they had the bumper stickers. Honk if you've sacked Brody Kroll.
Yeah, that was. I couldn't believe what I was seeing.
Brody remembers that real well.
Yeah, but usually when the Iron Bowl goes south, it means Alabama wins. I sat through a 49-0, a 35-0.
Rick, flashback to when we were children.
Yeah.
And we would go to the Iron Bowl every year. This is in the 70s.
Yes.
And we'd have our little Auburn stuff.
Oh,
and
yeah.
We'd go pregame, and boy, the colors were bright.
Oh, yeah.
And they would get hammered.
Yep.
Not just beat.
Yeah.
Hammered.
Yeah, we saw one near Auburn at least was reasonable one time while we were kids. And that's when they had Joe Brooks and Cribbs and
James Brooks.
James Brooks and Joe Cribbs. And then
He ran that kickoff.
William Andrews and all that. So, But anyway, but no, I don't see any way that Saturday isn't ugly. Just based on
it's just not a good matchup with a running quarterback and Auburn's defense that doesn't get much rest right now. That just doesn't look good at all.
Yeah, and I know people say anything can happen. That's a rivalry.
Yeah, that's right.
Sometimes things just look factual, and what Bubba said, I think that's the biggest problem. If you looked, and I didn't see any of it, but what people tell me about the New Mexico State game, the problem was they had a quarterback that was difficult, and they had a running game that was difficult, And you're going to tell me that same defense that struggled with the running game and the quarterback of New Mexico State can stop Alabama's running quarterback with their running game?
The quarterback was meaner than the defense. Really.
Yeah.
Well, there's one.
As far as pure athlete, he ain't even in the class of this when they finish.
There's another one coming Saturday that's even meaner.
Yes,
and way more talented.
And way more talented.
With way more on the line.
Right. Right. Oh, so much on the line.
Rick, you never know.
And with a lot of weapons around him.
I'm going to say on this one, I know.
I'm pretty sure.
I'm not saying I'm a football prophet, but I feel as close to it as I've ever been.
Are you saying without divine intervention?
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. Well, I talked to
not that we haven't seen that once or twice.
I talked to a big. I'm talking about big elephant yesterday. Just that loves the Tide, and he says, I hear everything you're saying, but weird things happen in Auburn. And I said, well, it'd have to be really weird.
You're
talking about weird.
Yeah, it'd have to be Freddy Krueger weird.
Larry in Alabama. Larry, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Oh, I just want to say hook 'em horns and.
Oh, I'm sorry. Somebody must have done the
Oklahoma stole your phone like they did that win.
Oh, Austin and Louisiana.
And they're like got 3 losses this year, though.
Who?
Oklahoma.
Yeah.
They started out really
Go ahead.
Hey, guys, I'm traveling in from Louisiana. We left at about 3:30 this morning. I'm going to talk about the Iron Bowl real quick, too. You know, even though it looks like Auburn's definitely going to be dominated, do y'all see it being close going into the fourth quarter and Alabama pulling away? And just to reference a couple of games this year, Auburn losing to Georgia by a touchdown, losing to Ole Miss by a touchdown. Would it shock you after coming off the embarrassing loss to New Mexico State, to see them come out?
I have a feeling that this is that they'll almost be. You know how sometimes people say when you're watching a predator take out the prey. There's times the prey struggles and you feel bad for the prey, and then there's time they're killed instantly.
Right.
And you go, well, at least it went quick.
Yeah.
I think this is going to get ugly early and be ugly often.
Because the way Bama's playing now.
Right.
Compared to,
I honestly don't think you're going to have that Georgia situation. And, of course, Ole Miss, I mean, you saw the distance between Alabama and Ole Miss. I mean, or between Georgia and Ole Miss. It's a big gap. So the Georgia thing gives you a little bit of hope if you're an Auburn fan that maybe Auburn could do something, but I just
they're going to have a little
Rick. It could be so ugly the eagle won't even get out of the cage.
Right.
I mean, it just refuses to fly.
If they release the eagle and it flies to Montgomery, as opposed to lands in, trying to get as far away from it as it can, it's it just feels ugly.
Yeah.
Who knows?
But you still got to play them.
Yeah. You never know.
Bottom of the hour, 866 We Be Big is the number. The thing that maybe it's not one of those situations though where you have a coach that's been there a while and everybody wants him to go and he's lost the team. You don't have that.
Yeah.
You're at the beginning of something, but we'll see.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, we don't
Los
have
Angeles.
We don't have that problem now.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
I think it's too late now, though.
Maybe they'll expand in season 2.
Maybe.
I still wear my
they see
Birmingham,
season
which
2.
ain't gonna happen. I still wear my Birmingham iron hat.
Oh, I like that.
And it has a B on it, so I just have that for Burgess.
Yeah, it was a cool looking uniform.
I wear it all the time.
The Bolts were a good looking uniform.
It was. We'll be right back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We do want to thank former intern Juju, now working with the marketing team at Jack's Family Restaurants. It's Peach Fest at Jack's, and boy, they have stopped by, and they've got their new peach milkshake, peach and cream cheese. Don't forget, too, the peach and cream cheese fried pie is available, too, during Peach Fest. It's not just a milk. First of all, a peach milkshake. You had me at peach milkshake, but now you're doing a peach and cream cheese fried pie. Also,
gracious.
if you like peach tea, they've got that. Peach lemonade, really, really good. All available. Now, these will be limited time offers because this is it's Peach Fest at Jack's. So go out and enjoy all these delicious, especially now this stuff that's so hot in a lot of places. You go by and get that peach milkshake and Pick up that fried pie if you want the peach lemonade. That's good, or the peach tea. And then, of course, they brought a lot of their famous breakfast items here today, too. The Golden Ticket Seats enjoying those. So thank you, Jax, and thank you, Juju, for that.
She sent me a picture of something she found in the back of their corporate office, and I thought I'd show that to you.
Please look, Bubba.
Oh, look at them guys.
Please look right there.
Yeah.
Look at that right
That's what
there.
I'm saying.
Looking good, fellas. Hey, looking great, guys.
Oh, Bubba working the stash.
Yeah.
Hey.
Look at
That looks came back, by the way. People are working the stash back.
I know. I've noticed that.
Oh, it
I've
is.
noticed that.
And the handlebar's back, too. Saw another one yesterday.
I wish you'd go with the handlebar.
I mean, just a big
That's hilarious.
Raleigh fingers.
Yeah.
Guys, I think I did some good yesterday. You know how sometimes you almost
Bring on the good. Rick.
you almost feel like there's a time that you get an opportunity to maybe make a difference, and so we have it's pretty much a weekly routine at our house. We have a dog, and the dog, from time to time, because they're dogs, they need to be bathed and they need to go in for their checkups and this kind of stuff. And fortunately, our vet is, literally, is that even a mile? Maybe a mile from our house. So it's pretty simple. Usually on Wednesday, Sherry takes the dog in for, let's get a bath and the way the fur is on the dog, it might need some sort of grooming from time to time and all that. And then the thing that I know is going to happen, and I certainly don't mind it. It's not my favorite, but I know what's going to happen is I'm going to get the text, on your way home, can you pick up the dog? And
Rick, I would love to see you pick up the dog.
Yes.
Here's the thing. I think yesterday I made a difference. Okay. I was Wednesday. I think Wednesday I made a difference. I really do. And and I realize, don't try to see if you can just make a point today that everybody needs to hear. Because what happens is I walk in, and I have to, first of all, be now thrown into the middle of pet people, and most of them are very, very serious about pet world, and they're all carrying on weird conversations with animals and all of this.
Weird voices.
And so I walk in, and the young lady, who's very kind, behind the counter says, "Well, hello there. And who are you here to pick up?" I said, "I'm here to pick up Buddy." And then it happens, and I was ready for it. What is Buddy's last name?
Right.
To which I said, and now I get the attention of the entire place, it's just full of animals. I said, he doesn't have a last name because he's a dog. Would you like my last name?
Did you?
I did.
Which makes sense.
And I said, he doesn't have a last name because he's a dog. I said, but
Rick, you're going to hurt his feelings.
I said, but I have a last name. Would you like to have mine?
And I'm the one paying for it.
Yeah, and Buddy doesn't have a opposable thumb, so he can't pay for this. So the human being who has a last name, I didn't say that, but so I said, but I did say he does not have a last name because he's a dog. I said, but I have a last name, the dog's owner. Probably will put it all together. And she said,
you should be able to find him.
So then this is where I think I made a difference. And that was one point. And it was now around me, there's just picture dogs on leashes, just running, jumping up on couches, just all sniffing each other's butts, peeing in the floor.
Sure.
And so then
growling.
So then
old lady trying to hold hers back.
You got the one dog that doesn't like the other dogs.
Oh, yeah.
Most of them act right. But there's always that one.
Yeah. The cat people hiding over in the corner.
Oh yeah.
So then cats in carrying cases, and they love that.
Yeah.
So anyway, she says, very kind, wonderful person, but isn't he a member of your family? And I said, no. I said, he's owned by the family. I said, because let me tell you about members of our family. We don't make them sleep on the screened-in porch. "35 minutes past the hour, Rick and Bubba. Happy Thanksgiving to each and every one of you from the bottom of our hearts. We're so thankful for you, the audience, in these 30 years that we've got to hang out. I know some of you haven't been here all 30, but a lot of you have. But any amount of time that you've been here, we're thankful for you. God has certainly given us a gift through all of you, and we are thankful for each and every one of you, and hope you have a great Thanksgiving wherever you may be going, or maybe the people are coming to you tomorrow and this weekend. BuyRaycon.com/Bubba. Cyber Monday is coming up. Black Friday on Friday. What if you took care of both of those right now and just simply went to BuyRaycon.com/Bubba? The Black Friday Cyber Monday sale is rolling. But don't forget, and Bubba, have you kind of looked in? You're a tech guy. What do you think about them expanding a little bit with the introduction of their home and power tech? They've got a faucet filter in this. I'm really interested, but I want you to vet it first. The Magic 180 charging cable. It seems like
I need to look into that one.
Yeah. So that is some new stuff. Go to buyraycon.com/Bubba. They're known for delivering high quality and thoughtful features at about half the price of the other premium tech brands that are out there. So also don't forget, everything's going to have free shipping right now. You can buy now, pay later. Easy free return guarantee if you're not thrilled with it, which we think you will be. So why don't you go right now to buyraycon.com/Bubba. Earbuds, of course, are there. We've been talking about those for years. But right now, with the big weekend coming up, you go to buyraycon.com/Bubba and get up to 50% off site-wide. Now, that will end at the close of business on Monday, the 27th. Buyraycon.com/Bubba. If you own a company and you want to get gifts for the employees, this is a great move. Want to take care of your Christmas list? Great move. Go right now, and you'll find that link also at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. So we mentioned in the phone trail a lot of folks asking about the Iron Bowl, obviously the state we live in. That's a biggie. Tomorrow night, Speedy, you've got Egg Bowl with Mississippi State.
Egg.
Get your quarterback back. Ole Miss has a good team this year, but Mississippi State has struggled so much so that first-year coach is it second year or first year?
First year.
First-year coach already fired.
Yeah.
So it hasn't gone well.
No.
We're
very patient.
Right. Not a lot of patience there for him. But anyway, sometimes
product declining.
Yeah. Well, nothing worse than that.
Yeah.
We mentioned Texas.
Need to see improvement. You'll keep your job.
Right.
That would help.
Right. We mentioned Texas on Friday. They've got Texas Tech. Anybody worried about that for Texas?
Well,
you got to throw the records out, Rick.
Texas Tech has not been horrible this year.
The
Red Raiders.
They can be dangerous. And of course, they're mean because where they live is like a rat.
Yeah.
But
Ask Coach Tuberville.
Yeah, ask Coach Tuberville. Also, we have could be dangerous. Anybody? I know we keep our eye on them Ducks and Heisman favorite Bo Nix. Could the Beavers be problems? They can be problematic.
Yes, they
watch
can.
them.
Watch them.
Watch those Beavs. And
they could chew right through your dreams.
They sure could.
Yeah.
How would they chew it?
And then, as we know, coming up on Saturday, Ohio State, Michigan. That's your big boy.
Early kick
at 11. That's your big boy. Greg, I don't know, since we're going to hunt Saturday morning. Any chance I can get Blake to at least tolerate my tiny TV for that game at 11 when we come in?
Rick, I don't think so.
Can't believe
have you not
upgraded
corrected that?
I meant to ask that yesterday.
Rick,
but I thought it was just it. I thought you'd already done it, and there was no sense in me asking.
You
That's
know,
ridiculous.
Best Buys have TV stacked.
I know. I don't.
A couple $100, you have your big one.
I know. I just don't get around to it. I need
ask
to.
Greg, he bought one.
I know. I need to. I need to do that. Maybe I'll do that today. Also,
step out.
We talked about the Iron Bowl.
That's just getting through the moment.
And
sure.
For Mark Norman, we talked about the Iron Bowl ad nauseum. So we hit that. Florida State, Florida. Anybody with a quarterback down? Anybody think Florida could surprise somebody?
Yep.
I think they have the potential. Florida always has the potential to surprise you.
I think the Georgia Tech game looks a lot like the Iron Bowl. I don't think there's any hope. I think Georgia will mow them. Clemson is on fire right now. If you're a Clemson fan, you got to love the call-in Tyler guy. The guy who called in and
got Dabo focused
and challenged Dabo. He has been Clemson has been on a tear, knocking off Notre Dame, knocking off North Carolina, and I think we expect them to knock off South Carolina, right? But hey, it's a rivalry game.
Yeah, you never know.
Yeah,
you take him books.
No, good. North Carolina, and of course their season has been ruined now. But they're taking on NC State. So those are going on this weekend. So I mean, you got some
Kentucky, Louisville.
Yeah, you got some games, and I think I watched Kentucky. Kentucky did not play well last week, but I think there's a chance there.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, absolutely.
They can knock off Louisville.
Yeah,
they're not a bad football team.
No.
Oh, let's ruin a good moment.
Yeah,
Bubba, get ready.
Beth Mowens out on the road again, calling college football coming up on Saturday, 2:30 p.m. Central Standard Time on ESPN2. James Madison, the Dukes, taking on the Coastal Carolina Chanticleers.
The who?
Chanticleers.
Is this their punishment for losing?
This is what happens when you drop one. Here comes Mama.
Boy, it's a tough 2 weeks for James Madison.
Did you take your headphones off, Bubba?
Yeah, it hurts my
That's tough one right there, Bubba. Bourgeois. I'll be with Kirk Morrison and Stormy Bootin' Nana. Kicking her off, toe touches leather, 2:30 kick.
You
The Dukes.
You gonna enjoy Thanksgiving before that, Beth?
I'm thankful for lots of things on Thanksgiving, mainly you, Calvin Speedy.
Oh, gosh.
When Mama's looking at that roasted brown turkey, I'll just picture Speedy's head. Shining and glistening.
Y'all too love it. Look at you.
See, it pierces my ear too. But
might go back to Birmingham.
Unlike
See Speedy.
unlike the gobble gobble song, this is funny.
Gobble gobble. You guys gonna play
So
gobble
I can
gobble?
embrace this one.
Anybody gonna play gobble gobble?
Well, I mean, yeah.
Give me a time.
Looking forward to
Happy
it.
Thanksgiving, gobble gobble. Yeah. So the Dukes, James Madison, Coastal Carolina. You know what a Chanticleer is, Bubba?
That is a fighting rooster.
It's a cock.
Yes.
A gamecock.
It is.
Chanticleer, Coastal Carolina, Gamecock, Chanticleer. Same thing, hyphen.
Good night.
Was not ready.
There's a slash. Chanticleer slash Gamecock.
In the world.
Coastal Carolina can be cocky. Mama predicted an upset.
Where's it at?
They're playing at Coastal Carolina, home of the
Blue?
Chanticleer
Got that blue
slash
field.
Gamecock.
What about Jack State at
Teal.
New Mexico State?
Jack State, of course, Rodrigo be heading over to Mississippi State after the Egg Bowl. Packing it up. Goodbye, Gamecocks. Hello, Dogs.
Hey, we'll take him.
Rich Rod. Big game.
Can he
Serious?
slow New Mexico State down?
Kirk Morrison said to me, Mama, I believe Jacksonville State can do it. Mama believes. Stay cocky. Helmsley coaches over at the Cocks.
Here we go.
Yeah, here we go.
Coaches little girls tennis.
Okay,
I
thank
call
you
it
for
little
that.
women's sport.
This is his new helium boy. He can be.
You want me to come over there and work them into a frenzy? Over there, Bill Bubba Bourgeois courts.
You know, Beth is drifting toward Helium Boy.
Yeah, he is.
Well,
Sure he is.
they're the same group.
I'll go by and see where Bubba will be buried.
Yeah.
Right by the tennis court.
Beth.
That's where it is. I heard you guys talking about
It
it.
is true.
It is.
It is. Just I don't like to hear it.
I've asked a building
Probably
to
need
be
to weed eat a
moved,
little.
a storage building to be moved, so I could see it more
Oh,
clearly
yeah,
every
there
day.
you go.
Is there any chance I can get you to play Gobble Gobble?
You don't sing it? I thought you sang it.
Gobble Gobble. Gobble Gobble.
Boy, this is
Here's a little song on it.
Don't do this. Don't do
We
this.
can't
There's
do
a
that.
little something.
Gobble, gobble,
No.
song.
No.
A little something
We
like
can't do
I'm out.
this.
Gosh.
I'm joining Bubba.
Gobble, gobble, gobble,
Guys, we
gobble.
can't do this.
I'm so
It's
uncomfortable.
Thanksgiving Day.
See y'all.
Gobble, gobble. No, you can't leave. Don't
Greg,
let
you
him
need
leave.
coffee refill?
Hey, he left yesterday.
do.
Make him stay.
Go dig the brownies out of the trash can.
Gobble, gobble.
They're still good.
Eating turkey and dressing.
Yeah, gobble, gobble.
Look, look, look.
Gobble, gobble.
Oh, gosh.
And what
People
a
are traveling right now,
blessing.
Bubba.
Oh, I know. Please don't drive into a
Gobble,
ditch.
gobble.
Hey,
And if you like ham, gobble, gobble.
hey.
Gobble, gobble. No, I don't mean spam. Gobble, gobble.
This is turning the segment around.
Gobble.
Whoa. No, I don't give
Our
up.
thanks. Gobble, gobble. Gobble, gobble.
What?
On the wishbone we yank.
2 more minutes.
Gobble, gobble.
Hey,
Gobble, gobble.
hey.
Just
And
embrace
the
it.
pie for dessert. Gobble, gobble.
Feel the
Hey.
need to pull the fire alarm.
Gobble, gobble.
Hey.
Oh, it can't hurt. Gobble,
Couldn't
gobble.
think of nothing.
Gobble, gobble. And then we are full. Gobble, gobble. Gobble, gobble. And that ain't no bull.
Gobble, gobble.
Gobble, gobble. We turn on the tube. Gobble, gobble.
Weird part.
Gobble, gobble. As we need to get lubed. Gobble, gobble.
Okay.
Gobble, gobble. To sit in the chair.
Gobble, gobble. Okay.
Gobble, gobble.
Yeah.
Honey, fetch me a beer. Gobble, gobble. Gobble, gobble. Football's on TV. Gobble, gobble. Gobble, gobble. At least it's free. Gobble, gobble.
Hey!
Gobble, gobble. As we wind down the day. Gobble, gobble.
A whole minute.
Gobble,
A whole minute.
gobble.
You in the holiday
Send our
spirit now?
families away. Gobble, gobble. Gobble, gobble. We're glad you came. Gobble, gobble.
I know Adler loves this.
Gobble, gobble. Next year just the same.
Gobble, gobble.
Gobble, gobble.
Is it in your head
And I
yet?
say goodbye. Gobble,
Oh, yeah.
gobble. Gobble, gobble. To all you nice folks.
Hey.
Gobble,
Doesn't rhyme.
gobble.
No rhyming.
Gobble,
Just being polite.
Because you know I am. Gobble,
You
gobble.
are what? Just tell us. You are
Gobble,
what?
Gobble. Just all full of jokes. Gobble,
That was not worth the
gobble.
payoff.
Gobble, gobble.
Oh.
Gobble, gobble. Gobble, gobble.
This is my favorite part.
Gobble, gobble. Gobble, gobble.
Yarch.
That's gold. isn't it?
Great job, Beth.
Yeah, see, I'm different than a lot of people. I think if you got bad things coming, let me see them all and let's be done with it. Let me get to the other side.
I mean,
Well, that should do it then.
Let me get to the
That ought
other
to
side.
do it.
I don't want another one out there waiting on me.
I say it's past you.
Yeah, it's all over now.
You're walking out of the gym. It's
yeah,
done.
feels great. In the truck, kind of proud of myself.
Right.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
No. We don't tell them to go take a dump and pee in the yard.
No.
The family members don't get treated like that. That's
They got all kinds of stuff.
Right. We also don't drop family members off here to be kept during the day, to be groomed. You know what I mean? To be. I said I never bring my kids here for y'all to give them a bath because they can bathe themselves.
Yeah.
Or we would. You know what I
Rick,
mean?
are you still in front of everybody?
Yes,
at this
yeah.
point?
And I was trying to say.
You're just ranting.
I was trying to say. I said, and I did. I said my point is animals are wonderful, but they're not humans, and I don't. We don't treat animals or act like they're human beings. They're not. We don't treat the animal the same way we do human beings. If we do, we should be arrested. You know, I mean, can you imagine me saying, "Hey, have you taken the kids out so they can go to the bathroom?" And you know, like, I mean,
Because they're not going to do it in the house.
hey, go out there and let the kids go out one more time, and then give them a biscuit, and then leave them out on the screened-in porch to sleep.
Yeah, you might be. That's called abuse, right?
Yeah. We wouldn't do that.
No.
And see, it's okay. It's not abuse to treat Buddy that way. You know
No.
why? Because he's an animal. That's actually a
He's
pretty
good with it.
It's a
Oh,
pretty
Buddy.
good. It's a pretty good gig for Buddy.
Pretty good setup.
But Buddy's
It's
got
not like you got him on a chain on a stake in the yard.
Hey, look, let me tell you, Buddy's got a great gig. I looked at him last night. And he's sitting in there watching TV with us, and he's got it made. There's never once has Buddy cared if he had a last name. Has he ever
Was
cared?
he on his little pillow?
Oh yes, behaving just like a champ. And you know what he was being? He was being a pleasure, not a hassle. And
With a new haircut.
and he smells good.
Yeah.
You know,
Smells all powdered up.
yeah,
Ready to go?
Yeah, normally we wouldn't. We just wouldn't do the things to our children or to family members or to people with last names that we do to Buddy.
No.
So and you know what? At one time, I kid you not,
Rick,
I'm not.
give Buddy your last name.
That's Buddy Burgess.
By the way, there's so many people that want Buddy. I keep telling them Betty has first shot. All right, so look, because I'm an empty nester, and if I can just find a way to get rid of Buddy, I'm home free. But anyway, so as I was making the point, a woman with a dog that was too much dog for her is dragging her all over the vet, and I saw for a moment in her face, my gosh, she's making a great point. This is not a family member. This is owned by the family. This is our family dog. It's
property.
Yeah.
This is our pet. This is not a member of the family. He doesn't have a last name.
Talking about Buddy Burgess?
And I could see her mind
Buddy
turning like,
Burgess.
but I was very calm.
Double B.
And there was a moment I think that everybody said, you know what? That needed to be said.
Oh, Buddy Burgess.
Thank you for perspective.
One time, Rick.
Rick, let
Buddy
Buddy
Burgess.
have a last name.
He does have a.
Say, I'm here to get Buddy
He
Burgess.
has a last name, Dog.
Just say it one
Buddy
time.
the dog.
Buddy the dog.
And in his world, he's fantastic. But he's nowhere near as cool as my kids. I mean, it's not even close. And you know,
Rick, does he get a Christmas gift?
he does, well, if somebody else gives, if that's fine, if you want to do that, but I don't. No, I don't say what is Santa bringing the dog. I know some of y'all do that. That's kind of weird. I don't do that.
Rick, but he's excited because he knows it's Christmas.
Yeah, he doesn't get in the family picture that goes on the Christmas card. You know that. some of y'all do that. That's fine. That's y'all's thing. But it's
Rick,
not.
give Buddy a last name for Christmas.
He said one time, real quick.
I just can't.
Buddy Lawson Burgess.
Because people with last names don't sleep on the porch.
Rick and Bubba.
Welcome back for a brand new hour. Look, there's Bill Bubba Bussy. Hey, Bub. It is 8 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us as we get you, to wherever you're going or getting you ready for those that are coming to see you for Thanksgiving weekend coming up. Here we go. We announced today, rickandbubba.com under the store, three new items are already there. And you can go get those if you are looking for the gift for the Rick and Bubba fan on your list or for yourself, especially for the Rick and Bubba fan who you think has it all. 3 brand new gifts, a collectible glass for the Christmas season and our 30-year anniversary coming up, a brand new Hunter's Orange hat for the hunters out there, and then also the new Rick and Bubba CD Rough Patch. All available right now at rickandbubba.com. David is standing by in Pelham, listening to us on ZZK. David's been holding a while. David, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
Just 2 things. That Gobble Gobble song yesterday had me laughing so hard, and I just found out that there's going to be a record deal with Oliver North and her singing the Gobble Gobble song at the halftime at the Alabama-Auburn game. That's awesome right there.
Do you mean
and
Oliver?
I found out that the tickets are.
Do you mean Oliver Anthony?
So
do you mean Oliver
yeah,
Anthony?
Oliver Anthony.
You just said Oliver North.
Oliver Anthony.
Now, if Oliver North is going to be singing,
he's not really known for his singing.
Yeah, but go ahead, Dave. Take a breath. It's all good. You're fine.
And the tickets are going to be so low that you can actually be on the sideline with the coach calling plays at the Auburn side. So it's going to be an exciting day tomorrow.
Yeah. Well, are you going to the game, David?
No, sir.
Yeah. That's true. So somebody did tell us in the break, we got a funny email that the Alabama quarterback has been invited, I think this is odd, to the Auburn cheerleader tailgate.
Yeah. Right. The one before they all got sick last week.
Got sick.
No.
So, Bubba, as everybody gets ready for Thanksgiving, it can be anxiety. I mean, I've discussed this before. And it can be great. Don't misunderstand me. And it can be wonderful, and we look forward to it. But it is kind of an odd thing. I'm not talking about distance. Sometimes distance is the reason. But it is kind of an odd thing. What holidays and funerals do is they basically put everybody in position to spend time with people that when they make their own decision, they never do.
Right.
And so sometimes it puts,
kind of forces them back together.
It brings people into your house that don't really come to your house that much, or you go to someone's house that you normally don't go to that much.
Right.
And there's people that you don't see that much. And there's actually a survey today that says young Americans, we've been talking about the mob mentality and how now people can't just agree to disagree. It's a full blown If you don't agree with me, then I hate you, and we scream at each other, and we find no middle ground, and whatever. Well, it says that young Americans are so put off by the current mob mentality that they're at record levels this year. They are skipping a family gathering for Thanksgiving because they don't want to get in political disagreements.
Well, you hear that a lot. But again, I think it's more a reflection on their inability to know what they believe and why they believe it and be able to defend their position.
No doubt.
I mean, I think some of the best discussions we have are at family get-togethers.
Yep. Oh, yeah.
And you may call it a debate or whatever, but, everybody gives their opinion, and you have a little fun with it, and you move on. Well, I mean, that's okay. We can do that. It's all right to disagree.
Yeah. Yeah, most of the time, and Greg, maybe there's been an exception, but most of the time when it comes to our family, I guess that there's clearly a worldview that dominates our family versus an opposing worldview. And it seems those that have an opposing worldview just don't attend.
Yeah.
So usually when you end up at a gathering of our family, there's not much opposition. Most everybody feels the same way about everything.
Yeah. Or at least lying out like they do.
Right. Well, that's true. But, and if there's anyone who would oppose it in a big way that might be problematic, they usually don't come because you don't really want to go to a Burgess gathering and have the opposing view.
Yeah. Because
I mean, there's just
a loud crowd.
There's no joy in that.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not worth it.
No.
I mean, you'll be in a meat grinder.
Oh, yeah.
But anyway, it says that people are avoiding that. But I do think that there was a time, Bubba, with what you talked about that happened, but I do think we're in a different time now. People don't seem to have that ability to have those wonderful conversations you were talking about, and I do think they were wonderful. I agree with you.
Now, if you disagree, they just leave or don't want to do with you or
you're
cancel you.
Yeah.
Well, the biggest problem I have found, and I know that we all can be stubborn, and that's a different thing. I certainly can be stubborn. People can be stubborn. But that's not what I'm talking about. Sometimes people who are stubborn you can kind of tolerate. But there's a different thing now, and you've heard me reference it many times, unreasonable. Like you can't reason with people. If they come up with a point and you counter it with fact, it doesn't matter. It doesn't change anything.
Like if you have a relative that tries to convince you the economy is better than it's ever been.
Right.
And you go, well, now based on what?
And no matter
I'm buying gas, I'm going to the grocery store.
And you can show them interest rates. You can show them the price of things. You can show them hard facts. But because of social dilemma, back to that being introduced, because of the world right now, you can exist with no opposition in a completely fake world. So when you go to the real world and somebody like you're talking about says, well, here's facts that show you that what you believe isn't correct, they just won't hear it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's.
What if you have a relative try to convince you Joe Biden actually is on top of what's going on and is one of the smartest, most active presidents in world affairs ever?
Right, and I think that will happen.
And you're like, what?
And will serve a second term.
Oh boy.
I mean, I've even seen
pass the dressing.
Yeah, let's move on.
I've even noticed emails over the years have changed. There was a time where someone would be mad about something, and you would point out that maybe they missed part of the show or they missed an explanation or let me tell you why that happened, and they would go, oh, okay, I missed that. Now you can send all the information you want, and the next day the email's exactly the same.
That's right.
I mean, it's just
absolutely.
It's odd. It's very strange. So, and I just don't have time to try to reason with unreasonable people anymore. I'm getting too old.
Yeah, I don't have the effort to argue with.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for giving us this wonderful opportunity. Rick, I was going to tell you, I know Buddy is highly trained.
Oh, yeah. Great
and
dog.
He doesn't have a last name. But, if he ever needs a play date and needs to get out, I'm sure Betty would take him for a day or two.
Oh, well, look, that's...
the problem, when you get him back, he's going to have some bad habits.
Well, you can get the
he
dog
ain't going to stay on his
whisperer
place.
Well, I got news for you.
You do what? What'd you say?
I said you can get the dog whisperer over here.
Yeah.
He'll keep anybody's dog just for some reason.
Not anybody.
So here's an emailer.
Anybody.
Here's an emailer about last names, and of course, this is what people don't understand. What I would give if Buddy came out of the vet's office and said, "Hey, Dad, I thought Mom was picking me up," and to which I said, "If Buddy could talk, he'll get a last name."
Yeah, because we can make some money off of it.
Let me tell you, Buddy starts talking, he'll get a last name.
Amen.
So
I love some of the creative names though that people come up with pets, and it seems like they're more creative now than they have been in the past. You know, we were pretty basic back in our days. You know.
Oh yeah.
Well, I can't remember. Sherry said that if you look at the paperwork on Buddy, he actually has 3 names because the kids all wanted to name him something different, and I think Sherry named him all 3 of them.
Yeah, he got papers, huh?
I guess.
Well, my dog, Mr. Buddy James, because he's Buddy too, and it's confusing. We both have buddies, so he goes by Mr. Buddy James.
Yeah,
so we can tell the difference.
Yeah, I think that Buddy has, and I can't remember all the names. I think that all the kids got officially to put the name down. I don't know how Buddy came. Buddy came to the forefront because that's the only dog I've ever loved.
They should have named him your name because you're his daddy. When you go pick him up, his daddy's here to get him.
I hate when they do that because I want to say, if I'm his daddy, I need to be arrested. Wow, I'm talking about on the spot.
On the spot.
Yeah, right. Y'all better carry me to a cage. You know what I mean?
You better study me.
Right. Good gracious. Lisa in Prattville, Alabama. Lisa, I-92. Go ahead.
Rick's buddy's daddy.
Hey, Rick, I just want to say I really like listening to your Bible study on Wednesdays.
Thank you.
But our dogs have middle names. We always name it after a family member, and we ran out of middle names, so I had to give one dog my dad's middle name, and I called him and I said, Dad, you have a dog named Cooper O'Neill. And he was mad that we named a dog after him, but all our dogs have middle names.
Not trying to speak on behalf of your dad, but that's not the tribute Dad's looking for.
No.
You know, to have the dog named after him. Yeah,
we have a grandchild coming. We're going to name him after. That's a little different.
Hey, Dad, we didn't name our kid after you, but we did name our dog after you.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks, kids. After all I busted my tail for you. Jimmy in the great state of Tennessee. Jimmy, hello. Jimmy.
Yeah, Rick, hey, I just wanted to say you were 100% correct about people with last names do not sleep on the porch. Because apparently they just go to California to sleep on the streets.
Yeah, that's right.
That logic doesn't work there.
Yeah, in California, you can't tell humans from animals because they're all living in the same conditions.
And dumping in the same
The animals
spot.
may be better.
Yeah, the animals may be cleaner. Look, when humans go south, they're dirtier than animals.
Mm-hmm.
Bobby in Pelham, 1047.
Fur's not near as pretty.
No, 1047 WZZK. Go ahead.
Hey, Rick, you know, I have some family members that treat their dogs like their family and say that they're family. In fact, one of my family members actually has a bumper sticker that says, this is literally what it says, humans or dogs are people too.
That's
and I always tell them, you know, if you ever want to see the difference between a human being and a dog, just see how people react when one of them goes missing.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, sadly, sometimes you can't tell the difference on that either. Well, here's the one point. It's really simple for me. They don't have pants on.
Yeah.
They have no pants. I mean, I know some people try to put pants on them, but anything like Bubba said this, and I've used this as a marker from Bubba. Really, that's where there's a lot of lines, but that's a pretty easy one. If you are not aware that you need to put pants on, and then you put them on, then you're a downgrade.
Rick, that's the line right there.
Yeah,
I think that's the line where you cross over. If you ask yourself, why do I not have pants on?
Right. And see, animals never ask
And
that.
Rick, if you can hold down a job and pay taxes.
right. I'll tell you what's a big one too: be able to turn the doorknob.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
You know,
it can be difficult if you can't.
Anonymous caller out of Weaver, Alabama. Go right ahead.
Weaver.
I was driving through Weaver the other day, and I just heard the Willie and Wanda story. Well, I look over, and I see this man in the Richard Petty hat, Jesus haircut. And I ask a couple friends of mine that live out there, and they say that is, in fact, the same guy that went on the trip to Los Angeles with y'all.
You know, we have no comment.
Rumor has it, huh?
I don't have any comment, and there's certain things that we say cannot be done on Friday, and this conversation is going to have to be one of them. That you're bringing back trauma, you're bringing back all sorts of, and I was just in that area last Sunday.
I'm in that area a lot.
Yeah,
it's funny since you mentioned dogs. I mean, sometimes you let sleeping dogs lie. We all know that. That's
there it is. Chuck, Birmingham, Alabama, 1047 WZZK. Chuck, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys. I just want to comment real quick on Bubba's lightning situation. I had lightning hit the house 3 months ago, and it killed every single electronic device in the house 3 months later, and I still haven't gotten everything back. And on the the Raiders game that played. I watched it. Went to watch it last night and turned it on and heard Beth and quickly said nope and went to something
Wait a
else.
minute. That was another thing. Beth Mowens.
Beth Mowens did the game?
She's allowed to call the Raiders?
Oh, they were talking about how confusing it was for them because the yardage markers weren't right.
You're talking about yardage. Beth
The
Mowens.
numbers weren't right. It didn't.
You're talking about the yards? 6 minutes past the hour, coming to you from Sweet Home, Alabama to the rest of the world. On various platforms, live and or archived. Find them all by going to Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler are all here today as we start a brand new hour. Of course, we welcome back Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us. Happy anniversary. Happy Thanksgiving. I just read that on an email.
Well, and happy anniversary to you, sir.
Happy Thanksgiving, and we hope you have a great and safe time.
Bubba, it's called Compete to Defeat, ALS, the Carrie and Gary Challenge. Every 90 minutes, sadly, someone dies from ALS. And, of course, we personally have friends that are in the battle right now. And Carrie Good and, of course, Gary Godfrey both have ties to Auburn. Gary, the basketball player, Carrie Good, the football player. Yesterday, Charles Barkley came on representing Gary Godfrey and the Auburn side of the ALS Challenge. Today, it is a legend. Cornelius Bennett is joining us to talk about this as well from the Alabama side. Cornelius, welcome back to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you?
I'm doing great, guys. How's it going this morning?
Well, we're fired up. We're ready. Iron Bowl coming up this weekend. You had the honor of playing in Iron Bowls and Super Bowls. Which one was more intense?
Well, both of them are, but the Auburn thing, that's more personal.
Right.
The Auburn-Alabama rivalry is more personal than the Super Bowl. It's the Super Bowl was, I guess, all of it is a job, but the Alabama-Auburn thing is personal. That's forever. That's forever.
So we were discussing, and we all laugh about the term. All of us getting older now. Well, somebody will say to you, who's played at the highest level, and just everywhere you played, and they'll say things like, I played a little ball, and you found out it was that injury that kept them from also being in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
But anyway,
yeah, man.
So I don't want to.
Or that coach that overlooked.
So I don't want to do that. But 40 years ago, you and I played in the Alabama High School All-Star game, and Carrie Good was on that team as well. And
yes, sir.
I still, to this day, I tell the story all the time. And I know you did this in high school, so I understand that. But just
Rick, he ran for over 1,000 yards.
I know, but you became dominant on the defensive side of the ball. But I can still remember in that All-Star game, the coach that was coaching us put Carrie Good at free safety and you at halfback. And when I look back at that, I was like, well, this guy may have had these two out of position.
Yeah, man, that was Coach Steve Severe's. The last time I seen you, matter of fact, was his Alabama Sports Hall of Fame induction, and
that's right,
and your father's as well.
Yeah.
But Coach Severe's, he had this great idea to put, I would assume the best athlete on the team, so he says, or whatever, but I never looked at it like that. And he decided to put me at running back to try it, and it worked out. I think my first game against Huffman, junior year, and the rest is history. I had no desire to be a running back. I wanted to play tight end and linebacker, and that's what I played my first couple of years in high school. And he decided to try me at running back, and it worked out. And from that day forward, I started being recruited.
Yeah, it's funny to remember that. And a friend of mine, unfortunately, a friend of ours who also is battling ALS, Jordy Henson.
Yep.
He played for Huffman.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and he told me
you probably ran over
Yeah,
him.
that's what he said. He said, please tell Cornelius that he ran over me like I was not even there. And he said, please tell him I love him.
Tell him he wasn't alone. He wasn't alone, so don't tell him that.
Well,
he's in good company.
Yeah, and he's thankful for you using your platform to help raise awareness to the ongoing research with ALS. So tell those out there that may not. Kerry Good was phenomenal and is a phenomenal man, but he was a phenomenal player. So talk a little bit about Kerry Good.
Man, when I first met him, a little scrawny kid, me being a bigger guy as a running back, so you want to see it, I guess competition because, we both had committed and signed with the university and had never seen him in person, but it hurts, all the stories about how good he was at Hazelwood, and finally got a chance to meet him at the All-Star game. Jerry Curl, small, scrawny. I don't care, probably weighed 175 pounds back then, and of course, by us playing in the All-Star game, when we got to university, we became immediate friends, and our families would, hang together at the game, our parents, and so it just became a brotherhood for real. And just to see his career, I just, oh my God, just thought the world of him on the football field. And of course, the sophomore year, gangbuster game against Boston College, first half, and come out, open kickoff, and blow his knee out, and just at one adversity after the other. But the thing about Kerry is, if you see Kerry to this day, that big bright smile always brought him in the room. He was. You never seen him down, and even till this day, man. And I tell him all the time, I don't know how you do it, brother. If it was me, I don't know. I don't know if I could handle the situation. But he's been dealing with situations his whole life, and you look at it, and you're a praying man and a God-believing man, and God doesn't make mistakes, and all those injuries in the past, was it a setup for the rest of his life to be the man that he is called to be today? Yeah. To step out on his faith and be the voice. He and Gary both. I had a chance to meet Gary a couple of months back, and they're just the way they project themselves today is just amazing, and only God can be the kind of God that can put those guys in the position to be the voice, even though they don't have a voice per se no more, but to be the voice of this call to go out and raise funds for ALS research.
Yeah, you're right. When you look through someone's life or even your own life, when something's coming in the future, all of us can do this. You look back and you see God preparing you for it. And you're right. Yeah. He never leaves you, but the Bible's really clear that He allows difficulty and trials really so He can be glorified by the way the people who love Him respond.
Amen.
Yeah, and no doubt that both Kerry and Gary both do that. So Barkley talked a little trash yesterday about raising the most money, just so you know. And so we want to see Auburn, Alabama fans actually take this rivalry and do something positive with it. So we've got the link at rickandbubba.com. So Charles says that he is going to raise the most money. I'm sure that you feel differently.
Yeah, well, most definitely. But, Charles, he's a bigger-than-life personality. He has a bigger platform than I do right now. But I'm going to leave that in God's hands. The thing that I know I can't do. I can't outplay him in basketball, and I can't out-talk him. So,
well, but let me tell you, in football, he said the one day he played was the worst day of his life. So he only got one. He could only do one day of football.
But yeah, because you know what? Because everybody probably was at Charles because of his mouth. Just like on the basketball court. But what a great human being he is, man. We've gotten to know each other over the years, and we've played golf together and the Brunos and the I guess it's Regency now, but it's just what a great person, and it's good that we both take the time out of our lives to remember our friends and do the things for our friends and teammates that we've sweated and bled with. So more power to him, and it is a friendly competition, but all the money at the end of the day is going to the same place for research. So I do want my Crimson Tide family to participate in this fundraiser, and
at the culmination of it all, again, like I said, it's all for the same cause. So just like the Alabama-Auburn game, it's 364 days of going back and forth, and the game day comes around, and then you got to play the game. So here we are, we're playing the game, and let's see what happens. But a little trash talk ain't gonna hurt nobody.
No, it won't. Well, Cornelius, thanks for taking time to be with us. Always fun to catch up.
Yeah, well, we should come by sometime.
Yeah.
We could definitely do some reliving memories.
Yeah, come on back. And I mean, if you want to tell everybody, that how good I was in high school, you could. But I mean, I wouldn't prompt you.
Hey, Rick.
Yes.
I'll tell you this. It'll be a while because I'm down in sunny Hollywood, Florida, and it's cold up there in Birmingham. I've turned into a true Southern South Florida guy, man. I'm sitting here now in gym shorts with no shirt on. So
okay, well, I'll come see you then.
Yeah, we'll come visit you. It's a better arrangement.
Cornelius Bennett.
Yeah, you guys come hang out with me.
Thank you, Cornelius. There he goes. Cornelius Bennett checking in. God bless you. Find the details in our show notes at rickandbubba.com. You can see the current score on the Carrie Gary Challenge benefiting ongoing research for ALS. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Yeah, Raiders and Packers and yards.
I have to admit,
Gruden.
Did y'all for just a minute hope, like deep inside, but you didn't want to say it, that she had lost her passport and could get back?
She's in Canada. I'm not proud of it.
Act
Then
like
she
you-
started calling
act
hockey.
like she can't get back in.
Yeah, no, I have my passport. I have my passport. I'm authoritative. I know the sport. I know a lot about football, Greg. Sport, linebacker, tackle, time out.
How about a touch?
Rick, I want to hear her.
no
I want to hear
touch.
her talking to the agents at the airport who won't let her through because she can't find her
TSA
passport.
agent.
Hey, TSA, I'm Beth Mowens. Just called the Raiders and the Packers game. Got my passport. This is my passport. I've been in line. Hold on, wait a minute. Give me time out.
Well, you're really honing that in.
You really are.
You've picked up
Wow.
extra sounds this year.
I have. I've been
working
I've
on
been
it.
practicing.
I could tell.
I'm just about where I could let her do play-by-play and Gary do color.
That's gonna.
Gary.
Hey, Beth, you can't even have a goalpost. Look, it screwed up the end zone.
Let's go to Ted, Birmingham, 104.7 WZZK. Ted, go ahead.
Hey, Nick Saban's been worried about the fans, the students not staying in the stadium for the whole game at Alabama, and so he's convinced the administration down there to give them points if they're at the game toward their subject matter, but they have to stay for the entire game. That's a new way of earning education credits. As Saban says, if you don't stay at the game, you don't get them. So this is
how do you document that?
I started. I heard that story. How do you implement that though? How do you monitor who's at the game? I know they scan their card or ticket when they go in, but then how do you manage that information?
How do you know when they leave? I don't know.
I know. And it's tough to stay when
They may
playing
give them
the Sisters
something.
of the Poor.
They may give them something when they're going out. I don't know.
I mean, when it's 80 to nothing.
Craig, right here on Friday.
Buddy. I mean, and it's not their fault. I mean, I get it. People give Bama a hard time. I know who's going to play them on a non-conference game. I mean, they can't find anybody to play.
What about Greg? What about Sisters of the Poor?
Sisters of the Poor. You give them an appearance fee, they're there.
They'll take a meal. And
Beth Mowens has a game. The Tide taking on Sisters of the Poor.
I think during that game, Rick, I'd leave and just get an F that day or whatever credit points I'm not supposed to get.
The students are still here to get their credits. 71-0 going into the second.
Catherine in Alabama. Catherine, go ahead.
Hi. Y'all talked about this, I'm sure, before, but the other day I was walking into, I think I'm allowed to say the name of the store, Lowe's, and was licked by, a woman was bringing her dog in on a leash, and I got licked by the dog.
Could have been worse. Could have been the woman.
Craig. Got on in the, and the dog did not have he was not a service dog. Got on in the store, and there was another dog in there on a leash. I passed him, and he started doing a rather ferocious bark, not a friendly bark. So I tracked down one of the store employees, and I back up 1 second. I did see they now have a sign outside the door that says service dogs and something to the effect of friendly animals allowed.
Oh, yeah.
But
What a dumb idea.
I don't want to be licked by a dog or whatever. So I tracked down a store employee and just asked for an explanation. And she said they actually allow people to bring their pets in, and they'll rope off a part of the store, and so the animals can become socialized.
Get out.
And as long as the pets are friendly, they can walk them through the store. And I'm noticing this more everywhere I go. People are bringing.
I know. Yeah. It's getting where you can't go anywhere and get away from animals. We got to stop. The animal people are going to have to manage their animal in their own animal management life, and quit bringing them out for everybody else to have to deal with. Can you imagine that being what you got to do at Lowe's?
Just leave them at home.
Y'all, you ought to be able to go with Lowe's and not get licked.
You can't go anywhere now that you're not just inundated with animals on leashes everywhere.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We are back 21 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. Wednesday Bible study is back today. Just, I know a lot of you are traveling. Catch that. That's some good content to travel. Catch it live, noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern, our second session in our new series on 2 Corinthians. Or you can go back through, a pile of archives. The best way to find archives, if you're going to look, I'm going to be on the road, I want to go back and catch some stuff from the Revelation or Genesis or many others that we've done. You can just go to Burgess Ministries if you want to and just click on Listen. And if you click on Listen, you'll see that all those archives are there. Also, themanchurch.com keeps archives easy to run through, too. You can go to the media button and either watch them or listen to them. If you're driving, I would suggest to go with the listening. So that's out there. Also, Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, all kinds of archives there. On our podcast channel are there on our YouTube channel. If you want to listen to some of those you've missed as you travel, catch archives of the show, you got those on our podcast channel and our YouTube channel. So whatever the case may be, enjoy Rick and Bubba, even while you're vacationing over this weekend. Now, we have another celebration today. So I'm clicking around, and I was aware, Helmsy, that your son Braden was playing tennis and had some opportunities, and all of a sudden I looked yesterday. You're posting that he's signed with somebody.
Yeah, he made it official yesterday.
How do I go, Braden?
Proud.
Here we go, Braden.
Braden. All grown up.
All grown up.
Yeah.
That's college.
Weird.
That is weird.
Yeah,
real weird. It's a strange deal. Yeah, proud of him. He's worked really hard for this, and it's been an interesting process to visit schools and talk to coaches, and these teenagers these days, they don't know how to have a conversation. So early on in the process, he was worried to death about, I don't know what to say when I call this coach. And I had to say, hey, look, Braden, they're trying to sell you, son.
Right,
You're not trying to sell them. Just yes, sir, no, sir, yes, ma'am, no, ma'am, whatever the case, be respectful. Just talk to them like you would your high school coach or us.
Right.
And so it's been an interesting process to go through over the last year, and he has finally made the decision. I think this was one of those things. He wanted to be close enough to home, but still an hour down the road. He wanted to play for a school that gives him opportunities later on. Wallace State their sports they've always kind of in our area been the JUCO standard.
Yeah.
And they have baseball, basketball, softball, volleyball, and then the Olympic sports, and they're ranked nationally every year with tennis. And Coach Garner does a really good job, and I've really enjoyed getting to know him a little bit. And I will say, the one thing that concerns me about this is he gets opportunities all the time to leave. Like he's sought after, and so. I hope you hang around for a couple years, Coach Garner, because you're a big reason we did this. And I know Braden loves him to death, and he's a very disciplined guy. He'll keep you accountable, he'll work you hard, all those things you want as a parent if you're sending your son somewhere.
There you go.
And so we're excited, and Braden's excited. He's finally he wanted to get for the last 2 weeks, he's been like, Dad, I want to get this done. I want to get this done. And I'm like, I know, I do too. And so with my schedule has not really been quiet. And so I asked Coach Garner, I said, could we get this done before Thanksgiving? If not, we'll wait till after. And he said, yeah, let's get it done. So, so we got it done yesterday, and so we're here. So
That's fantastic.
He's glad to have it off his plate. Now he can just focus on finishing strong with school, keep playing and practicing and all those things without having to worry about where am I going and all that.
Yeah,
So
what a relief.
It's been good. Yeah, he is relieved for sure.
When you just to help parents out there that may have a similar situation, just kind of following his different interests as he's growing up, and of course there was a time where he was in golf as well.
Yeah.
What happened in his? What was the process you dad just kind of watching of him finally saying, I think tennis is it for me?
It's funny, Amanda, probably about, and being a tennis coach, this may come off the wrong way, but being a former baseball player, I wanted him to play baseball.
Sure.
But kids don't always gravitate to the things that you want to do.
Oh, yeah.
And I guess when I really started coaching and teaching tennis lessons and being in that side of the world, I saw him really start gravitating to it and wanting to kind of learn more about that. And Amanda gave me some nice shut-up juice one day, probably about when he was 12. And he was trying to figure out, okay, is it golf? Is it tennis? Is it baseball? And I encouraged him to keep playing those things. I believe you ought to play multiple sports. And so there was a moment where I was constantly asking him to, let's go shoot basketball. Let's go. Let me throw you a cage. Let me hit you some ground balls. All those type of things. Let's go hit some golf balls, to your point. And Amanda one day said, listen, y'all do all these things, as dads do in all these different sports. And at no point has he ever gone, will you hit me some ground balls? Y'all go do those things, but he's never asked.
Mm-hmm.
You can't walk in this door without him saying, let's go hit tennis balls.
There you go.
You ought to listen to that.
Right.
And I thought, wow,
That's a good word.
Thanks for that, Amanda.
Yeah, that's a good word.
And it was. And so from that moment, I really started seeing him gravitate to that. And, it's all about friendships, too. When you got friends that are doing the same things, that he was latching on to a couple buddies that were tournament tennis players and those type of things. And so automatically, I want to do what they want to do. And so that's kind of the way it happened. I talked him into playing baseball one extra year. Probably shouldn't have done that because he didn't really enjoy it. And tried to talk him into playing basketball an extra year, and he shut me down on that. But I'm excited that he's done this, and he has shown the last 2 years he's really shown an interest in the business itself, whether it's actually being a tennis professional for a club or getting into college coaching one day. And my word to him has been, if you're going to do those things, you need to play as long as you can. And having college tennis on your resume, if you're wanting to coach college tennis, is key.
Sure.
And so just keep playing as long as you can. And so he's had those opportunities to talk to some folks about that. And I think that's kind of where he still wants to land. I really do. I have not said this to him at this moment, but I do. I think it would be cool one day if I look up 5-6 years from now and we're coaching together. That would be interesting.
It'd be super.
And at some point, I know there will be a transition to where he's a head coach and I'm an assistant and I'm doing what he asked me to do.
Wow.
That would be entertaining for me.
Right.
And so he may play for 2 years and go, I don't want to do this anymore.
Sure.
I don't know the answer, but this is a really good spot for him both. We talk about the athletic side, but this is a really good spot for him to kind of go figure out academics as well. So he does really good in school. He makes A's and B's and all that, but he's not fired up about academics. He gets that honest.
I was about to say, I don't know what to say to that.
And I don't. I just sometimes.
I can't believe it.
Yeah,
Really?
but
I can
this
relate
will,
to that.
This will give him it's still tough, but it'll give him a lower pressure situation on that front. Be able to chase his dreams, figure out what he's wanting to do, and I'm excited for him. Really am. It's going to be a fun chapter.
To get to extend his tennis career is exciting.
Yeah.
And we're excited for him and Dad and Mom.
Yeah.
Congratulations,
Thank
Braden.
y'all.
Well done, buddy.
Boy, Braden.
We'll be back. Bottom of the hour. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Adam is standing by. He said he can clarify something we were just talking about.
You log into with your student ID, and it tracks your position within the stadium. So if you leave before the game is over, they'll register that.
But it's not for grade. Hash Brown was telling us. It gives you get a better chance to get postseason tickets. Is that what it is? You build up points.
You get points towards playoffs and national championships.
He's saying you could use it for that.
No, that's what it's for.
Right. I mean, that's
it's not.
what
The caller said it was about some type of grade, but it's not.
Oh,
it's about that.
Yeah. So points.
Well,
point system, you get a better chance.
Leave your
to
phone
get
with somebody if you can leave.
Well, it feels it feels odd to me that a program with this much success and people who would love to go to the games, that we're having to beg the students to stay for the blowouts because we're trying to create a good environment for when we bring recruits and all of that. It's I mean, how about this? Just I mean.
As crazy as it is,
it just feels weird
when you're extremely successful.
Yeah,
and people just get. I hate to say it, they get bored with being so successful. I mean, they're not interested until it gets to the playoff. That's just human nature.
Yeah,
You know?
yeah, no, I understand. I hear you. Speaking of some updates, we have a little Trump update for you here.
I'm very proud of myself.
You can't. Trump. Well, we have an Iowa professor. Have you seen this thing, Bubba? And this is the thing you were kind of talking about the other day. So, yeah, you guys, I'm not making this up, and it's a whole. We might as well. I'll do this, and we can get to it. I can't believe we haven't talked about it yet. So I'm sitting here today, and Bubba and I had a pretty deep conversation, which made it even odder. That we came in and we sat down, and I see. First of all, Bubba says something that was kind of odd to Speedy. And he, for some reason, has declared that Speedy is our think tank on anything involving dancing.
Well, really? I don't know where he got that.
He goes, well, Speedy, I know you're kind of the dance guy.
Oh, yeah, he does that. And Speedy's the only one here that does the worm.
That's a good point.
So Bubba, for some reason, and I do not know why, at 55 and looking sharp, is wanting Speedy, for some reason, to identify and to tell him how to do a dance from a video from the artist from South Korea, Psy.
So you heard this conversation?
It's happening right here. And then one time I said, Rick, just tune out. And then I said, I can. It's like looking at a wreck or something. I have to keep staring at it.
Yeah, baby.
And then to make it even better, it said something about I want to learn the dance for Ask Your Daddy or something. And what? And what was it?
And you're on the outside.
You're way on the outside.
No, the best part is you don't realize the depth of the conversation we just had.
Is that what this movie's been doing all day? Is that what that is?
Well, yeah, yes. That's what we like about the Rick and Bubba show here. It's it's all over the
But
road.
I'm talking about So when you see Bubba doing these arm moves you're seeing, I think it's tied to this.
He's working on his.
He's working on it.
And he's asking for confirmation on Speedy. Am I doing this right?
I'm trying to break down this step and see what's going on.
What is the song? Something about Daddy?
Who's your daddy?
This is Got It From My Daddy by Si. Well, the actual song name is Daddy from Si. But Rick, you know how I have a love for South Korean dance music.
I know you do.
And
actually, the name of the song
it's one of
Rick is Daddy.
It's a little known fact. No, Rick. The song, well, they say you got it from, but the song's actually called Daddy. but listen, here's the part. Here's the part. No, don't miss, because I want to complete this, because I want to be sure I had it right. So I'm pretty sure that I have everything factual. That Bubba thought Speedy could teach him how to do this dance
for some reason,
and he wanted to know what it was called. And so they find it in the video, and they're discussing it. Then someone asked, I don't remember if it was me or Speedy, it's a logical question. Bubba, why at 55 do you want to do the dance from the song Daddy? And Bubba said, I think that this is part of him wanting to exercise more.
He did say something like that.
I think it was tied to exercise, that I think Bubba is going to start doing some sort of exercise while doing South Korean dance music exercise.
Dancercise with Bubba.
I'm just touching up some of my dance moves, Rick.
Today's workout, Daddy.
Yeah.
There it is. That's the dance.
Is that the one?
That's it right there. That's the step. It's just a step. It's not a dance per se, but it's just a move.
And for some reason, you went to Speedy for it.
Well, Speedy, I was just asking him what if he had seen this or knew about it. Yeah, I was just inquiring.
Rick, is that the one you want?
Yeah.
That right there?
Yeah. It's really not complicated.
And why
You got to turn sideways.
And
Bubba.
why?
You gotta-
Is it that one or this one that you were wanting to do?
No, I got that one.
Okay.
5 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is the number, HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Now, some of you are so wise, you've already moved on this, and you're just kind of hearing HelloFresh as confirmation of what you've already done. But if you haven't, you need to make the move right now to HelloFresh.com. We know it can get overwhelming this time of year. It should be enjoyed. You shouldn't be overwhelmed by it. You should enjoy it. Well, HelloFresh.com/Bubba can help you with that because they can step in and give you a break on some of the meal planning and the trips to the grocery store and all that. They deliver quality farm-fresh ingredients right to the door, pre-portioned, ready to cook. They've got snacks. They've got quick breakfasts, easy lunches to cover mealtime anytime. And you can even save money because right now it's 25% cheaper than takeout. You see what I'm saying? So go to HelloFresh.com/Bubba. They handle all the hard part. You can actually enjoy cooking at home again. So this wonderful, wonderful time of year, don't stress about mealtime. Sign up for America's #1 meal kit, and you'll get free breakfast for the life of your subscription with the code BUBBA. That's right. HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Then use the code BUBBA. 1 breakfast item per box for free for the life of your subscription. Wow. So go there now, HelloFresh.com/Bubba, HelloFresh.com/Bubba, or go to RickandBubba.com and you'll find them there under the sponsors button. So, Bubba, a couple of things to consider. We have been talking about this ridiculous notion that we should remove our consumption of oil altogether. We just no oil.
Cap off the wells and stop pumping.
Bubba, for some reason, if you will say the point that you have made on the show, that we have made on the show, if we could just get someone with a British accent to say it, maybe people will listen.
Right. It seems more official, doesn't it?
So we're going to have a British guy basically say what we've been trying to say, what you have been saying about this. This is a ridiculous notion. You could not be more ignorant. You could not be more uninformed if you think we can move away from petroleum. Okay, so here he comes, British accent, so maybe somebody will listen.
What do you mean just stop oil? All your stuff is made out of oil, you idiots. Your clothes, these jackets, they're all made out of oil. What the hell are you doing here, making a nuisance of yourselves? It's a joke. What a joke. What are you doing here? Get off the road. You're wasting everybody's time and petrol. All these guys, their engines are running all the time, wasting more bloody oil, you nutters. What is this made out of? What are your clothes made out of? How did your clothes get here? They got here by oil. What are you doing? This makes no sense at all. Just stop oil. You haven't thought about this. If you want to stop oil, you need to stay at home and go and live in the forest.
That's great. He's saying you haven't thought this through, and it's
I know.
You know, he's even looking at these vests. He's like, they're made of oil.
You know,
you got cars sitting here now burning more oil. Your clothes were delivered by oil.
But Rick, he says oil.
You nutters. And am I supposed to say that?
It's a
nut
like
job.
Yeah.
Like I know that, but am I supposed to say that?
You can say it. Yeah.
Okay.
It's like he's nuts.
He's
It's
a
like
nutter.
saying, yeah, he's a nutter.
You're not
He's
thinking
a
it
nutter.
through, you nutters.
What you nutter?
Stop oil. What a joke.
Where do you think your clothes come from?
Where do they come from?
You wear your jacket.
Speedy, he's not.
Listen, if you
What?
if you think
That's
you
what he
might need
sounded like.
if you think you'll ever need an IV at the hospital, you better hope they keep pumping on.
Right. Oh, I'm
'Cause
yeah,
I hate to
not
tell
that-
you where that plastic comes from.
I know.
Yeah.
Well, it's a joke.
Makes no sense, you nutter.
Right.
You haven't thought about this.
You lost all stupid, started now.
What in the world was that?
Speedy's
That's not it.
You, Greg, what was the?
Sound like a man choking.
Hey, he's not Nell. You know, I mean, from the movie Jodie Foster played. What are you talking? They find her out in a cabin living alone.
Can you not reason it?
That's not it.
I like how he ends with his mouth.
Oh
open.
yeah.
No, you got to. You got some reason to close your eyes.
It's almost. I think you're
that's
just
even
like
better.
you're almost going like that, like you're diving down steps.
See,
You know,
we
you're
might wanna work
just
on
you're
that
just
one.
go there and see what happens.
I think I
But
got
the
it.
point is, I'm glad he's out there. You people you're a joke. You can't say stop oil.
I mean, we
Stop
can't.
it all.
We cannot.
Yeah, the true definition of an idiot.
It really
You
is.
know?
Yeah.
Just stop oil. That's like saying just stop murder. Or just by saying the words.
No, it's like just stop gravity.
Yeah, just stop air.
There you go.
Just stop air. Yeah,
Yeah.
sure.
I'm afraid it's
there's
here
no
to stay.
substance to that. It makes no sense.
All right, so since we're talking about nutters, let's do the Joe Scarborough clip. All right, so
He's a nutter.
by the way,
What is happening to him?
well, we know it. You know the answer to that, Bubba. Come on.
Oh, yeah, it's been a
You
while.
can't say it, but you know the answer when we cut your mic off.
No.
I've never seen you request your mic to go off like this. We all know what's running him.
He's got. I'll shot it with.
Will you cut all the mics off? Will you cut all the mics
All of
off?
them?
Right, just right quick.
Wow, he looks rough.
All right, there you go.
Hey,
look at him.
Still
I
on.
even cut Adler's off. I even cut Adler's
Still
off.
on.
How old is he now?
So
Hey,
here,
which one?
I give him his. Once he lost the weight, he kept it off.
he has. Greg.
Head looks fine.
But one of those people that might have needed a little more.
Oh, he does.
Got
man.
no
You know,
zip- he's got no
not
Zippic
weight off.
face.
He
No,
does.
he has that Ozempic face.
He's way,
He's
off
a little
the-
bit gaunt. But anyway, so let's
Where's
go.
his neck?
Let's go to Joe Scarborough. And Bubba, to your point, and we will not air your point. What he's doing right here, he's not doing for anybody but this woman. He wants this to be on his record for the day. Oh, I loved when you really went after Trump. That's what all this is about. Because you know how much he's changed.
I love it.
Yeah. All right. So here's Joe Scarborough on MSNBC acting like a nutter. Here we go.
You're going to look like idiots because he will get away with, he will imprison, he will execute whoever he's allowed to imprison, execute, drive from the country. Just look at his past.
Now he's talking about Trump. He is saying that Trump will imprison and execute all who oppose him. Kill. Or drive them from the country. Now, Bubba, if you don't believe me,
And he's got examples.
right? If you don't believe
Now,
me,
how many people has Trump executed?
right? If you don't believe his motivation, play it again, Adler, and I want you to do nothing but stare at the love of his life. Okay, stare at her the whole time, and you'll see why he does
You're going to
that.
look like idiots.
Oh, I love you so
because
much.
he will
Joe, I love
do,
you.
he will get away with,
Oh, you're
he
so mean.
will
You're
imprison,
standing up
he
for
will
America.
execute
I'm thinking about
whoever he's
You'll be
allowed
rewarded for this,
to
my
imprison,
love.
execute,
Are you serious?
drive from the country. Just look at his past.
They're masters at blaming somebody or insinuating somebody's going to do exactly what they're doing right now.
Yeah.
It is
I
kind
wish he
of
was
funny.
Beth
I think
Mowins,
Al
Rick.
Sharpton's even caught off
He is.
by this a little bit.
He
He
is.
said, "Did you just say execute?"
Yeah.
I don't even know if I can get behind
Speedy,
that
what's the
one.
guy from England think of it?
That's crazy talk.
He's also not Forrest Gump. I mean, it's a combination of Gump and Nail. You know what I mean? It's what are you doing? That's not it.
I think I got it.
Yeah. But you see her looking at him, Bubba. Look at you.
Gazing at him.
Look at
What-
you go.
what if she was Beth?
Oh, you'll be rewarded for that, my
She
Joey.
must be something.
Huh?
I mean,
So,
you can almost hear Charlie Rich playing
Oh,
in the
yeah.
background.
But the other thing is, I'm like y'all. I think Al Sharpton was like, well, look, I wouldn't go this far with it.
Yeah, I know.
wasn't ready for that.
What are you talking about, executing people?
No, there haven't been any executions.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if some people have broke the law and need to be prosecuted,
Sure.
yes, we've seen some of that. But you know, it's just crazy talk.
No, it's like he is suggesting that if you oppose Trump, if he gets into power, he's coming after everybody, going to put everybody in prison, he's going to kill everybody.
Yeah,
And
execute.
And as Speedy,
That's firing squad.
Yeah, as Speedy pointed out, you mean like those who go and try to destroy everybody who oppose him, like the current standing Democratic Party?
Yeah,
Right. Yeah, so.
Like you're currently seeing Big
Yeah,
Dumb,
it's
the Trump
amazing.
family.
Yeah.
Roseanne Barr responded to this video on social media.
Are you being honest?
I'm serious. And she said, look, I'm already voting for the guy. You don't have to sell me on him.
That's a good one. That's good. That's funny.
That's good.
You got to
That's a
give
good
her
line.
credit on that.
Speedy, what did the English guy say?
Crazy talk.
That's really good. That's great.
Speedy, we need more of that.
I wish you'd
all
actually
day.
take us to break.
Yeah, Forrest, go ahead.
Take us to break, British man.
I can't say what I was going to say. Because it's what Bubba said with the mics off, but they apparently weren't.
We'll talk to you next.
Rick and Bubba.
And
there, so he's doing it again.
And
right
why
there,
do you
Speedy.
want to do it?
Well, I'm just curious about exactly what was going on there. You know, I've got my set of dance moves, and I thought I might add that one to the rotation.
Right.
Oh, God. Do the hopping.
But I was just looking at that and trying to figure out what was going on, and
I wish that Bubba could do it that fast, just like
I do too.
Could you try
but
to do
also,
it?
Rick, I also like to study Pop and John. See, so
Right.
you know, I
Well,
like some of
and
his
I tell you,
moves,
I
too,
think
so.
where you gave him that when you were leaner, you could pop and we could tell it.
Right
Now
it's lost in the fat.
Yeah, well, now when you go to popping, we don't even know what you're doing. I thought you had gas.
See, if you're fat, the wave is lost.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Because you have the popping face on,
it doesn't go up. It just kinda, you know, Rick, it goes up and it just shakes like jelly. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and so you start thinking, oh, he's got a stomach ache. No, Rick, I'm popping.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hawthorne. Life hits you like a truck. Got to rise up.
I was going to say, is that line hit you like a truck?
Hit you like a truck.
That's
It will.
great.
It will.
That's great.
If life hadn't hit you by a truck yet, it will.
Yep. Be careful.
Be careful out there. So we will unpack the weekend. We will talk with you. We were laughing in the kitchen because if you were listening to the kickoff hour, the Andrew Luck story was big over the weekend, and obviously it was very difficult on one of my sons who has pulled for some reason for the Indianapolis Colts since he was a child. I don't know why, but he locked into them, and of course he's been, it can be frustrating being a Colts fan, especially when Andrew Luck had a hard time staying on the field.
Don't talk about that to a Vikings fan.
Right,
okay?
you're right.
You have a championship or two out there.
You're right.
Huh?
So, but anyway, when we heard Andrew Luck, and we've always talked about that, he looks and sounds like a caveman. It was it was worse than I even remembered. We were discussing that as the guys were. It was Bubba thought Speedy was messing with audio. I mean, it was to that point.
Well, I saw part of the press conference or a clip of it, on ESPN or something, but. He didn't sound that bad, is what I heard, and I thought Speedy was messing with the tape. I don't know if he was stopping or starting it or what.
But again,
look at TV. Did you just see TV?
And then he grows that beard.
I know. Yeah. Well, y'all were trying to, guess what he was going to do. I said, I think he's going to be a pitch man for Geico.
Yeah.
I will continue my quest for fire. I continue my quest for fire.
I believe we're going to find out now that he's retired.
The right decision for me. For the last 4 years or so, I've been in this cycle of injury, pain, rehab, injury, pain, rehab, and it's been unceasing and unrelenting, both in season, and off season, and I felt stuck in it. And the only way I see out is to no longer play football. It's taken my joy of this game away, and this.
Okay.
I will try to find fire.
Throw up.
I've been stuck in this process. I haven't been able to live the life I want to live. Taking the joy out of this game. And after 2016, where I played in pain and was unable to regularly practice, I made a vow to myself that I would not go down that path again.
So anyway, so he's so is he retiring, or he just keeps saying he's considering retiring?
No, he said he's
that was his
retiring.
retirement
He's out.
speech. Yeah.
I think the Colts are leaving the door open if he wants to come back.
Yeah, the owner did. Yeah,
but I was just confused by the headline saying he could walk away from, and I was like, could walk away? I thought he did.
But
Well,
now-
I think what they're saying,
Oh,
what
the
he
money.
was projected to make,
I see.
and some different things, it could total up to $500 million.
Yeah,
I'm not totally surprised by that. I kind of, he's one of those guys that's had so much trouble staying on the field, even though he had a good season last year.
And has
Here we go, phone trolling time, talking to America. Look, we're not going to, after today, tomorrow you've got a Rick and Bubba replay for Thanksgiving. Happy Thanksgiving to you and yours. On Friday, you got a Rick and Bubba Best Of show. Helmsy will host that. And then enjoy the weekend, and Lord willing, we'll all be back on Monday. So call us right now, 30 seconds to pop, largest number of people, shortest amount of time. At the end of 30 seconds, the buzzer ends your call. No meaningless shout-outs, no shameless plugs. That'll be the end of that. But so keep in mind that you've got that happening programming-wise. You also do not have a new Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, this weekend, so you can go back and watch maybe some or listen to some that you missed. There'll be a lot of content available for you. The Bible study will be new today, so you will have that. And then also, don't forget, we announced 3 new items in the Rick and Bubba store today, and they're there. We got a brand new Rick and Bubba hunting hat. This has got the hunter's orange on it with the new studio logo. Got the camo pattern here. You'll love that. Great gift idea. Also, we've got the new collectible glasses. We got a series starting for our 30th anniversary. This is the first one that includes us. Bubba and I dressed as Santa. The other guys as elves, and you'll have collectibles throughout the year, different themes on that one. And you can go ahead and order if you want a hard copy of this year's CD, if that's your tradition. Great little stocking stuffer, Bubba. It's called Rough Patch, and you can get it at rickandbubba.com as well. Those are 3 new items. To the phones we go. Trolling.
Keep them phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling, phone troll. Lynn, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds, go.
Good morning, y'all. Y'all were talking this morning about throwing stuff away, like the brownies and stuff. My husband will put stuff in the refrigerator, and he won't throw it away until it looks like a chia pet growing green hair.
Yeah. Well, your husband must work here. Usually, once something becomes just what you talked about, a chia pet in our refrigerator, I'll throw it away. Same thing happens here. So
Greg's trying to eat everything he can today before Rick throws it away.
Right, he's on a panic. John in Alabama. John, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Yeah, John.
Hey, Johnny.
Rick, I want you to tell me what in the world is going on with that Auburn Tiger Football Club. I mean, Hugh Freeze we thought was going to save the day.
John.
And all of a sudden, we lose to New Mexico State. I tell you, they need to have Rick and Bubba as head coach and associate head coach in order that they can get their heads together.
Well,
but I at least think they'll beat Alabama this week, so maybe they'll keep them.
Well, I will say this. You've made the right choice. Hugh Freeze is going to be fine if you just leave him alone. Everywhere he's gone, and we certainly know he had some issues in his personal life in the past, he's resolved those. He's owned those. He's repented of those. And by all accounts, he's been living his life as a man of integrity who doesn't justify the things he's done and has moved on. As a football coach, which is not near as important, but as a football coach, everywhere he goes, he wins. And if you'll just be patient, what he inherited. Now, Bubba said it, and you're right, Bubba, 100%. And I think Hugh Freeze says the same. Now, you don't blame Harsin for the New Mexico State loss.
You just can't.
You can't. You don't blame the program. You don't blame any of that. That one rests on Hugh Freeze. Maybe he was looking ahead and thought they could beat somebody from an inferior conference, even though they were good in that conference, without much prep. And so he owns that one. But I'm not saying anything's going to happen Saturday because I honestly don't think it will. I think Alabama will win big. But if you'll just hang on and not overreact and stay with Hugh Freeze and let him build, I think you're going to be okay.
Yeah, if he can solve the mystery as to why big linemen don't like living in Lee County, he can overcome this.
Right, yeah. We continue. Let's go to Coosa out of Sweet Home, Alabama. Coosa, 30 seconds. Go ahead. Coosa?
Hello.
Hey, Coosa. Let's go to Blake. Blake, 30 seconds. You're on the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead.
Good morning, guys. How are y'all?
We're good. Great. Hope you're okay.
I had a funny story this morning. I'm a pretty new hunter, and this is my second year hunting, and I had the show on and some earbuds, and while y'all were talking, I killed my first deer.
How about that happens a lot?
Rick, we're hearing this over and over and over. Congratulations.
Oh, yeah. Do you have a Rick and Bubba hunting hat? You can send us a picture with it on?
No, but you can send me one for free if you want to.
Well, you know what? You must be a Democrat. Okay, so send me Blake. You send me an email, buddy. I'll try to take care of it. Congratulations. I didn't say I would. I said I'd try. You know, for all I know, I'll leave it on the table and then throw it away because I think it's trash.
All right. You never know.
Yeah. So congratulations, and we are hearing that a lot this year.
Rick's, several stories.
Not
already.
trying to say that we're bringing luck, but you can't argue. I'm just saying that's just what happened.
And I know technically there's no such thing as
no,
luck, but that's what we're saying.
Not trying to bring attention to ourselves.
Right.
That's just what happened.
That's right.
Craig in Sweet Home, Alabama. Craig, 30 seconds. Go.
In college, I convinced Joe Scarborough in an intramural basketball game to upset Vinnie Perrin to the point to where Vinnie Perrin knocked him out. That is my claim to fame.
Well, you know what? And
I got Joe Scarborough knocked out.
And that is something to be proud of. You know, it is. At the time, you didn't realize what a service you were committing for America. But
boy, he just took a big left turn there a few years ago, didn't he? I know.
Been war's fault, Bubba.
I know.
Brian.
Undefeated.
In Memphis. Brian, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Hey, buddy.
Happy Thanksgiving to you guys.
You
well
too.
wishes to y'all's family.
Thank you.
Hey, I know y'all played the Gobble Gobble song, but Rick, a couple of years ago, you remember Matthew West come out with one.
Yeah, sure do. We had him on, and he played that for us, and it was definitely better and a lot more fun.
Yeah.
So, I do remember that.
And also, if you guys have time today, I'd like for Bubba to read Abraham Lincoln's Thanksgiving proclamation.
Ooh, Bubba. Go at it. Mm-hmm. Did you ever hear him?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanksgiving proclamation. I don't have it in front of me, so I can't read it.
I thought you saved that last year.
Oh, I've got it somewhere. I just don't have it in front of me. I mean, that was pretty quick. I mean, boom.
I was just thinking, if you would have had it, I'd been so impressed.
Yeah, I know.
Clancy, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to know if y'all had any. I might have already talked about this, but I wanted to know if y'all had any hit list bucks this year.
I like big bucks that I cannot lie. Yeah, there's always, we had, last year we conquered Big Six, but apparently based on the cameras, which is the reason why from time to time you do need to take a cold buck if he gets a certain age. Apparently he did quite well with the ladies because I'm seeing that exact genetic on about 2 or 3 other really nice bucks this year. It looks just exactly.
You talking about Brody's deer you took last year?
No, no.
Rick, I tell you what I love is to have like a nice 4-point on one side and like a cow horn on the other. It's my favorite.
Oh yeah, and we got some of that. But we've seen some. We're starting to kind of, they were a little late coming around. It might have been the drought or whatever, but I'm starting to see them now. Plus, we're also about 3 weeks from the rut, so they're still in bachelor pads right now, so you get to see multiples. But
I dream about that one that came in behind me, Rick.
I know. So that
Speedy, we still talk about the time that you hadn't come to hunt down at my place for like years, and you came and within 15 minutes you shot a 12-point and then left.
That's right.
Yeah, I hadn't seen him.
I mean, it was so bizarre. I mean, because y'all had said y'all hadn't even seen that buck on any cameras.
Nope.
And I was hunting on a kind of, it was like an L. I was at the base of it. And I was hunting and mainly focusing out in front. And Bubba said, "Now every now and then, don't forget, look over to the right a little bit." And I was like, "Okay." And you forget to sometimes do that. And I looked over, and all of a sudden, I can see it coming through the pines. Holy moly!
Oh, what a great feeling! What a great feeling! And apparently, it caused you to be stymied when you did not take that one at my place when it was right there. Thank you for the video.
I don't know what I did.
Thank you for the video.
I don't know what I was doing. I got into acting like I was doing a hunting show, and I forgot. Hey, you probably should take that.
Yeah, but thanks for sending me a nice video of it. Wow. But you never know. I mean, I don't own enough land to say they all stay here. They actually travel through, especially the bucks. So you don't know from last year, the ones you let walk, you don't know if they survived, if they came back, if they got hit by a car or somebody.
It really helps out if your neighbors will work all of you together.
Right, yeah. And but there's but I always remember, as good as these cameras are, and they are very good. To your point, what happened to your place, Bubba, was Speedy. Sometimes He's out there, and he doesn't like get his picture made. You don't ever see him.
That's right.
And then all of a sudden, everybody starts hunting, and here he comes. Especially if them ladies start looking for for suitors. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Numbers, and just imagine if he played.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
the whole
I heard
time.
Speedy
'Cause
talking
he's
about
got
that.
really good numbers.
Speedy and I had a very similar experience. I when they threw up the stats that really he and Dan Marino and I forget
Aaron Rodgers.
and Aaron Rodgers are the only three quarterbacks to throw for as many touchdowns as they did in the same period of time.
Right. Yeah.
And I thought, well, I mean, when he was right, he was a game changer.
Well, last year he had a great year.
Yeah, and that's what's sad. It was showing signs of last year that he was back. And my son Brody, young Broderick, the Tasmo, he said, "Don't worry, Dad. We have Jacoby Brissett." And I said, "I've never heard of him." He said, "Exactly. That's why I'm so upset."
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think he played at Florida at one point.
Did
And
he?
played at
Yeah.
Missouri maybe after that. Or
Yeah,
played
I
somewhere.
remember his name.
And wasn't he Tom Brady's
Missouri,
backup
not
with the Patriots?
I remember him.
Again, because of the cycle,
Here comes Kaepernick.
I'm not shocked by it, but the timing of it, at this point,
It was
I guess
strange. Yeah.
I guess he just tried to get back on the field and realized he was not going to be able to do it.
It's like, here we go again.
Well, yeah, because I
Well, he
think
got
it was
hurt
his-
again, and
like
he's- I
a
think-
calf injury
Yeah.
or an ankle
And
or
then it
something.
ended up being worse than they thought.
Yeah.
Well, and you heard it. He said the reason why it's happening now is I didn't feel this way till I got hurt again.
Right.
Now I'm hurt again, and I'm just.
And I'm saying, here I go. I can get
I'm
that
just,
same process.
I'm just spent on this.
Yeah.
I can't do it anymore.
I think they're going to find, though, that now that he's retired, they're going to look at it. He was actually found frozen in a block of ice, and somebody thawed him out and put him on the field.
Yeah, it's just, oh man. It is 15 minutes past. More of the Rick and Bubba show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We were talking, which will tie into the next topic we're going to talk about, but is it just me, or is lightning striking a lot of things? I mean, we're getting a lot of lightning strikes. Is this? I know we had a golf tournament where hit a tree and people didn't take cover, and then they got hurt because I saw another friend of ours yesterday that said their house in their neighborhood got struck by lightning, which fried all their stuff, Bubba, like what you're going through. It just feels like I'm hearing a lot about lightning strikes. Like,
Rick, I'm still
a lot of
working
lightning
on stuff,
strikes
trying to get it back. We're close.
It just seems like lightning is striking more people lately.
Well, I
and
think
more things.
It's that time of year. We have a lot of thunderstorms this time of year, and it's it's just that season. And I think we do hear about it more. I think we got more electronics than we've ever had before, so you have more targets out there.
Well, I mean, lightning can strike you, and it certainly. I know Span says he's more afraid of that and everything, but it just seems like
it kills more people than tornadoes every year. And I don't think
like,
as a whole we respect it enough.
No, well, I think that it just seems like there's more this year. Or is it just this may listen? That may be no more complicated than this. I follow Span on Twitter now.
Right,
that was probably a mistake. Because the Span gets a picture of every weather thing.
Yeah.
He gets.
Oh, yeah.
It could just be rain.
He gets a few.
Hey, James Span, it's raining right now in Opelika. Hey man, thanks. That's awesome. Thanks for that update. So that means anybody who's been struck by lightning, I see all those. But anyway, speaking of golf, you were telling me about the sheer money that was up for grabs this weekend.
Yeah, the PGA Tour Championship / FedEx Cup, and Helms, you can jump in here. You're the golfer. I watched a little bit of it over the weekend, and Rick, it's basically, and I love this format they've got. It's basically the Super Bowl of golf. They take the top 30 golfers in the way they score them and keep up with them. I guess they have FedEx
their point
points.
system, yeah.
And they handicap them to start with a little bit based on where they finished during the year, and then they have this tournament. But this is the amazing thing: the winner of this tournament gets $15 million.
Wow.
15, and that's what, 3? Did they play 3 or 4 rounds?
4 days. So
4
started
days.
Thursday. So the FedEx Cup has been around for quite some time, but this year they decided to do something different. So every year, what you have is a this tournament champion and a FedEx Cup champion. And so last year you had Tiger Woods win this big event, but he didn't win the actual FedEx Cup. Justin Rose did, but nobody knew Justin Rose had won it because everybody was so excited about Tiger. So they said, hey, let's restructure the point system so that we have one champion alone. We don't need none of these season champion and tour champion. So they've restructured it with the points, and every week you had, or towards the end, you had some drop-off, like it was 60 players down to 30. Now, what was different about this tournament, and you talked about the handicap a little bit, if you were leading the FedEx Cup going into this week, you went into Thursday with a 10-shot lead. You were 10 under, or not 10-shot lead, 2-shot lead over one person. So you were at 10 under. The second guy had 8 under. The next guy had, so it started off, and towards the end, like 26-30 was even par. So Justin Thomas was awarded for all his good work all year by being in the top 30. And, oh, by the way, since you've done that, you're going to be 2 shots ahead of Brooks Koepka going into the tournament start, which was different. It was new. Nobody knew what to think about it. We got 10 under on the leaderboard, and nobody's hit a golf ball. That was strange for golf.
Yeah, I bet it was.
But back to Bubba's point, the prize, the prize money being at $15 million for the winner, and then you've got $5 million for second. Like Brooks Koepka had a 16-foot putt on the last hole yesterday that determined whether he was going to make $4.5 million or $3.5 million.
It was $1 million putt, and he missed it.
The money in golf
I
these
guess you
days,
would.
goodness gracious.
It's hard to make that putt
Rick,
with both hands around your throat.
Think about this. Rory McIlroy won it, but
It is 6 minutes now past the hour. Come on. The way you to me, I never could believe the way you are. So we start this hour from Sweet Home Alabama to the world. For some of you with us live today, maybe our last hour together this week. Sean Wake, Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler, all here. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Buster.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us. Happy Thanksgiving. Be safe out there.
Be safe out there, and let's see. I was looking yesterday, getting ready for tomorrow, because we'll be hosting, and we normally host at least some version of the two families on Thanksgiving. It's rare that we're on the road on Thanksgiving. We've been hosting most of the time that Sherry and I have been married. Mom used to be able to host, but we started hosting a while back, and then we have different things and different combinations every year. But yesterday I saw already being brined the big old giant 25 to 30 pound turkey that we'll be roasting early tomorrow. When the sun came up this morning, I took the time to watch it rise, and it's its beauty. And so anyway, Greg, I know that in a rare, we're trying to get together tomorrow that actually your part of the family and my part of the family could possibly, in a rarity, be together.
Yeah.
But I know, and I hear this all over when you got a bunch of little kids, the grandkids, they've all been a little bit sickly.
They've been a little yeah, it's nasty.
Well, I mean,
boy, they pass stuff around, don't they?
Boy, they do. You know what they are? They walk around like little petri dishes.
Yeah.
And they always got some kind of runny nose, something going on.
We got them on breathing treatments. We got all,
we got it
all kinds of stuff going on.
So, what do you think? I know you have to get an update.
I have to get an update.
Yeah, of course, Greg. We don't want to repeat, the Marin event of last Christmas Eve. Do you remember that?
Oh, yeah.
When
Boy,
everybody,
that was bad.
Let me tell you, none of us knew little sweet, little precious granddaughter of Greg Marin.
Because I think we blame it on Taylor now that we've relooked at it.
Good. Okay, good.
That makes you feel
but
bad.
apparently Taylor had decided, which, if you're a Burgess, I don't want to be too graphic.
And I may be wrong. I can't remember.
Burgesses will have a gastrointestinal issue.
Sure.
So Taylor just kind of chalked his issues up to that.
Mm-hmm.
But little did we know, either he or his daughter, as we all were interacting with both of them, we were all getting exposed to a mean stomach virus.
It got everybody.
Except for me.
It didn't get me either.
Yeah, you and I did not go down. Of course, Billy.
Yeah.
But that feeling, I kept waiting for it.
Yeah. Anticipation.
Because
remember, we kept getting calls. People, so and so's down.
People were dropping like flies. It was like we had been to the Auburn cheerleader tailgate. I mean,
all I can say is Merry Christmas.
people were dropping like flies. And then people would start documenting how long did I hold the baby.
Oh, yeah.
And then somebody said no, and then Taylor said hello to me, and I shook his hand. But anyway, what I'm saying is, I know we got to do what we got to do, but hopefully we'll be able to,
like I say, I'll have to get a report
because
see who's left standing.
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing that gets me, and you ever, even though this, I don't know how many times y'all get this, but I get it a lot over the years. And when your wife gives this look, and they give that look like, what is wrong with you? Then there's a way they say what is wrong with you.
Right.
Then they'll facially say what was wrong with you. So Sherry's like, well, I know there's some people that are sick, and we don't know. Maybe they of course hope that they'll be better. I mean, if people can't come, I mean, look at all this food we got. And I said, well, who cares? And I said that just means we eat on it all week.
Yeah.
I said
probably who cares was a little much, Rick.
No, I care that everybody comes, but I said if we end up with a lot of food.
Well, if you'll settle it out on the porch, if I'm around a bunch of sickness on my end, I'll just get it off the porch and we can have it.
No, because here's what I do. I told her, I said, here's how
you'll throw it away.
Here's how this works. If we have lots of turkey left and lots of dressing, which is usually not those two, you know what I mean? I said we're going to the farm Friday. And I said, so we'll just take what's left to the farm and do Thanksgiving again.
Yeah, I like it.
At Camp House, yeah.
I'm going to be positive and think everybody we all going to pull it off.
No, we're going to be there. I mean, I think y'all going to be there. I hope so, because I don't get to see you and Lisa and all y'all's grandkids and your kids on Thanksgiving that much. So that'll be tender and mild.
Yeah,
and
just like a piece of chicken.
But I'm just telling you, Greg, our nephew is going to come in there wide open on the turkey and dressing bowl, and you're going to have to play. And here's what I'm thinking.
I'm too old to play. I'll hurt something.
Weather looks good. If you get there, what do you think about this? Now, it's going to lead to issues because of what's already happened earlier on the show.
Yeah.
Because somebody said, I'll tell you one thing that seems to tie you up is a discussion over who threw the brownies away. Because I was talking about the
packaged brownies.
Okay, Greg, let it go.
That would be like throwing a box of Butterfingers away because he thought everybody was done with them.
Greg, no, I didn't look in the container.
Okay, well, I feel better that you didn't know.
All right, so let me ask y'all.
Walking it back.
And I think y'all know.
I mean, because there was no reason to throw the package.
You scared of Big Brother? That's good.
Do you think what escalates quicker? I'll ask Speedy, Bubba, Helmsy, and Adler. What escalates quicker? Greg and I literally playing on separate teams, but playing any position, going out for passes, whatever, or we're both all-time quarterback on both teams. We just quarterback and throw to the young people and hand it off to them.
Well, that's safer for everybody.
Do you think that's the safest?
I think that's the best plan there.
Because if he tries to cover me and I come over the middle and lean on him a little bit,
and the way you start trash talking,
I'm not going to let you release something with nothing without a hand on you.
I know,
but you know his buttons and you know how to push him,
sure.
And so you'll get him going.
Right.
But I think y'all just be quarterback.
Somebody will fall and get
play.
hurt. And you'll be in the hospital.
I'll make some fabulous catch and I'll talk about how Greg thought he had me covered.
Yeah,
and I'll make Greg. I said, tell everybody about that catch. I'm tired of talking about it.
See, that's what I'm talking about.
And you're right.
Yeah.
Plus, when you're doing all-time QB, you'll have a break and you can go eat food. You can talk trash from the sideline.
I don't want one y'all coming in here Monday.
I'm trying to run the list on who all would be there. And who I want to pick on my team.
All right, so we got. I'll tell you who we need to pick.
So I don't know if Taylor's just going to run by, eat, and go back to work.
Right.
Since I know they'll be working.
I know we don't have Brody and we don't have Blake, so they won't be there. But we'll have Big Love. We'll have Pearson. That's a good pick.
That's a good pick.
That's our other nephew.
There's your first two picks you just mentioned.
You got Reese Wilburn. I mean, sorry, not Reese Wilburn. Reese Morgan.
He will come over and play.
I recruited him.
Yeah, he's tough to move around.
We have a Reese too, Reese Morgan, who's going to apply the pressure.
He's going to be the one.
He'll be pressuring us on the game. And then you start thinking, which I don't think we should do. You can't really get women in this because then it really goes south.
Oh yeah.
So and if Taylor comes, that's a good pick. But I don't know how long he'll be there.
Yeah.
That's a real good pick. So it's going to be interesting, and of course what we could do is I'm going to start pressuring Lisa to play.
Rick, wait a minute, Riley might be there.
Oh, now I know Riley's more of a basketball guy. Can he catch?
He's pretty athletic. He's
pretty
tall too.
Pretty athletic.
I'm not.
Are you setting a trap?
He's tall and
if you can play basketball, you can catch.
Yeah, you got to catch him.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
Is it?
Yeah.
Rick.
No,
it's
not. Rick,
right over here.
Right. Not one of those.
Okay.
Hey, you don't know.
He's a big old boy.
And he's got some height.
He's a big old boy.
Well, Taylor and Riley. Now, Taylor's going to want to come eat, not play football because he's busy getting prepared
to go back to work.
Right.
But you're going to have to split the two of them. You got to split Reese and
Pearson.
Pearson.
Yep.
And then Well, don't y'all just really drop off after that to the youngsters?
Well, we don't. No, we don't have it. They're too young.
I'm talking about
I mean,
tinies.
Ellis can't play.
No.
He'll try.
Way too young.
He'll get
Can we
out there
try that?
Rick, he's 4.
I'm talking. Does he get out there though? Is he going to
get out somebody? He can get tangled up somebody's leg.
You always
and
get
fall
somebody run over.
Yeah, remember that time?
I'll give him the ball, and y'all like dive and miss him. And he's like going, "Oh, somebody catch him!"
Well, you remember that time that Blake was still playing college ball, and he knocked one of the little kids off the rocks.
Yeah.
That was bad. What about this? Do we do that thing there where we give the ball to Ellis, let him run, everybody chases
course.
it?
Yes. Yes, you do.
I love
You
that.
dive
I
on the
enjoy that.
ground.
I enjoy that.
And I pistol Pace. You don't never know. He may.
You don't think Pace ain't going to think to be part of that? You think he will?
He'll get mad.
I'm not.
I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm not.
Pace,
You
won't you
can't
get
do that. That's his latest thing.
Is it
you can't do that?
Well, then he can sit there and complain about calls.
There you go.
You know?
That'd be great.
That's right. He gets it honest.
Yeah.
Right. And there's always controversy about how we play.
What do you
know,
mean?
I'm for you got 4 downs to score. That's it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
We're not get first down.
Not the two completions,
two
first
completions,
down, and
none
all
of that.
that.
Now we
No.
do 5 Mississippi rush.
You do.
Yeah.
Y'all go.
We don't police it.
It wasn't 5.
There's always the argument about that.
How about when you mumble? One Mississippi.
You get
5
one blitz every 4
one blitz a series.
We used to have, if you got past like the 50-yard line, you got a first down. And that was the only first down.
Well, our field is so small, I think we'll just go 4 downs to score.
Hey, do you remember this one? And it was at the Eagle. Was it the Turkey Bowl?
Yes.
And you were Chris Eagle.
Yes.
And you were the rusher.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
You can rush, can't you?
And then I almost re-tore my ACL right after that. It
I
was
bet you.
real bad.
I bet he rushes like the tenacity.
You can't get off. You can't get him off.
You know,
of
I
him.
got thinking. I'm not this rotation, but the next rotation of Christmas is at my house.
Oh, yeah.
I can mark the field off. I got plenty of room.
You do.
We could have a big game.
Me, I got land.
Greg, can
I like
that.
it.
Yards,
Rick,
Have
Rick.
a little orange thing.
Oh, yeah.
to the
Rick, that's
corner.
what he's talking down to. He says he has more
Greg, now
property.
you ain't played against me since I got a little bit of change.
That's what I'm saying. A little space.
You better be ready.
But like I say though, you also select though. I'm gonna check you when you come out getting press coverage. I'm gonna knock you off your route. I'm not gonna let you release.
Yesterday, left modified burpees went back to the real thing.
Watch out.
Hey, Rick, tiebreaker is one-on-ones, and that's where y'all two have to cover each other.
I'm not good at covering.
Huh?
Well, I'm bad at
We just don't let him off the line.
I'm
Can I
mad
just
at
tackle him?
everything at this point.
Yeah.
Can I just tackle him?
Yes.
Rick and Bubba.
He made a $15 million for that tournament.
Yeah.
Just that tournament, not the whole year, just that tournament. When you look at what people have made in the past, the Bear, Jack Nicholson, he only made $5 million.
You did it again, by the way.
Did I say Jack?
You said Jack Nicholson.
No, I'm sorry.
It's fine. You did.
Some
it's
people
fine.
call him Rick and Bubsy.
Yeah.
But the Bear,
Even I know it's Jack
Nicholson,
Nicholas, right?
Yeah.
No,
The golden.
He did it in the kitchen.
Yeah.
And we corrected him, and we all had a good laugh about it and all that because I've done it too. I've done that exact same
I
thing.
actually have a good Jack Nicholas story for y'all.
the numbers though, in his whole career, Rick made $5 million, and Rory this weekend made $15 million. That is amazing.
Well, it sounds like it's getting like, you hear the guys talk all the time that played professional baseball and football, in the day, and they laugh about how little money they made compared to what they make now, and I guess golf's getting the same way.
Well, you know what was also interesting? We were watching it on the last round. You saw a lot of people hit a lot of balls in the woods, more so than I think you would during the week. You could tell the nerves were getting to him because between first and second, Rick, you finished second. You drop off $10 million. I mean, that is unbelievable. I think the whole purse for the field was $45 million or something like that. So I love that crazy format though. That kind of money really made it interesting.
The sport has been in good financial shape for a while, and prize money's been crazy. Even for the last Tiger changed all that. Okay. But this is even to another level to where you just look at it and go, what? The winner walks away with $15 million? Really?
But that'll make you work on your short game, won't it?
And you got it. Justin Thomas, who started off with really a 5-6 shot lead over most everybody in the field, didn't get it done. Yeah. Rory had to come from behind to win it, which was a cool story.
Yeah.
But what was funny to me on Sunday, there were so many shots in the woods. Kapka, too, he hit one, I couldn't even find it. And I'm like, hey, I do that.
No, that's more normal now because what these guys do is they hit it so far.
Yeah,
they just say, hey, I'm going to hit it down there, and if I hit it in trouble, that punch out is a lot easier than if I was way back in the, the rough or the fairway back there, which is they do bomb it, though.
But it's funny.
They're carrying the ball 330 yards like it's nothing.
Several of them hitting the ball in the water on par threes.
Yeah.
I mean, I can do that. I do that. But I thought it was a fun format.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. No,
How
it
about
was.
that prize?
Well, that's the whole goal.
So-
See, what's happened is golf has gone into September, October, even November, and what they've done now is they've moved all the majors to the first of the year, leading into the summer. And then instead of this being in September, it's now in August. And so they've been able to say, okay, we're going to keep the team events, the Ryder Cup, the President's Cup, all the Olympic stuff. That's going to be after the fact, and we can enjoy all this now. I think they've done a good job because they get that college football's about to start or has started. And so they're trying to get and you saw the crazy attendance yesterday.
Yeah.
You have that 2 weeks from now, you don't have those same numbers.
Yeah.
They're adjusting to what people are wanting.
You talking about they're getting in the world of reality?
Yes.
There's the way things you want them to be, then there's the way things are.
Yes.
And you might want to live in the world of the way things are. I think we got to rethink trying to start college football early and calling it week 0 and all that. What a terrible, terrible presentation of football Saturday night by Miami and Florida. That was as ugly and difficult to watch. It just looked. I tell you what it looked like. It looked like we're not ready yet. Y'all thrown us on the field too early.
Yeah.
And I heard many say, and Speedy say earlier, and it's right. There's no such thing as preseason college football, and it
Maybe
just
there should be.
it was ugly. Certainly these teams could look completely different by midseason, and I acknowledge that. But some things we learned from watching week 0, we learned that if you have no contact before the season starts, the season will require contact.
It will.
You cannot work on tackling, but until the game changes, and sadly one day it may, and we can build much smaller stadiums when that happens, but the game right now still requires the ability to tackle. So it's almost like you're not working on a part of the game that is required.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, can you imagine, even though at times it looked this way, can you imagine telling the quarterback, hey, we're not going to throw the ball, but we're going to need to when the game starts?
Yeah, you can simulate. You can drop back. You can move, do the arm motion, but we're not going to throw it.
But never throw.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
22 minutes now past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is our number. Thank you for being with us today as we work our way back and try to get you to where you are going for Thanksgiving weekend. And we do hope you have a wonderful, wonderful Thanksgiving. Remember, coming up next week, Lord willing, if we all get back on Monday and we're getting ready to roll, the 12 working days of Christmas will start next week. Santa Bubba has already brought in some of the items. So look for us to kind of start that process. Day 1 is 1 week from tomorrow. So make a note of that. That all starts next week. Now, I will tell some of you when you ask suggestions about some of the sponsors giving away some stuff, we did look into that. So don't think we didn't try. And, I understand some of them were kind of like, hey, we can blame Joe Biden for this. Times are tough. I believe we're just going to stay in the selling business right now, not in the giving business, because we're thinking, this is well, and you have to think about their time of year. This is how a lot of them will make their budget and will get into the profit zone right now. Mm-hmm. And they're like, we're afraid if we go, hey, here's a freebie, then people are going to sit there and go, well, I'll just try to win the freebie. And they're like, we need to be moving product right now. Mm. So, and that's understandable. And that's us just pulling the curtain back, just shooting you straight. But we got some really, really cool gift ideas that we are going to do, and that'll start with gift number 1 coming up 1 week from tomorrow.
Yeah, and some of them we're going to have packages, with multiple
throw a little
things.
something in, and all that kind of stuff.
Good.
So,
we're excited about that. Ought to be good.
Bubba, the question we've been asking the world for years if you are going to have some sort of cosmetic surgery,
yes,
no offense, okay? And I'm one of those people that thinks if you say that means people won't be offended. I know that's not it's not magic.
Right.
But I just want to say some things just are factual.
Right.
If you were sitting there and you said, I'm going to have some sort of surgery that if it went bad, I would pay a horrible price either with my life or I could be disfigured.
Yeah.
And I said, where are you going to have that done? And I said, well, I'm thinking about Mexico. Would you say, well,
especially in a motel room?
Rick, I just don't know why you would leave the United States where we have, some of the best medical care in the world.
Right.
Some of the most cutting edge technology advancements. I understand the price can be overwhelming sometimes. Well, is it a great deal?
No,
this is the ultimate. You get what you pay for. I'm afraid.
Yeah, I'm like you. I'm not going to chance it with my.
No.
Well, I mean, on the outside, no pun intended, it looks good because of the price.
Yeah.
But then when you get there and then you go through it, you're like, why didn't I just?
Who are you? The people that are making a lot of money off of it means they're pretty good at it.
Who is this person?
Right.
Who is Speedy? He's doing an impression?
No,
I mean, Rick,
ever since he got
I'm with you, Speedy.
Caulk is used for keeping water out, not enhancing your body shape.
Here's a 65-year-old woman from America traveled to Mexico to get a skin tightening surgery, but woke up with not what she thought she was getting. I'll just leave it at that. Here's the story.
To the same facility for a successful weight loss surgery 6 years ago. This time she went back for a breast lift and to remove loose skin on her arms, thighs, and stomach. But things didn't go as planned.
But when I woke up, my chest was really sore. And I went and I just started bawling.
After realizing she'd been given unwanted implants, Kimberly alerted a medical coordinator who suggested that she ask the doctor for them.
And she said, well, yeah, you told him you wanted a full C. I said, no, I would never say that. Not ever.
She says she also had an unwanted Brazilian butt lift and was having trouble breathing and developed a severe infection.
And I said, what happened to my mother?
Her daughter says after shouting for answers, she was physically pushed out by armed security.
But inside, I'm thinking my mom's up there, and I can't leave her. I was just afraid I was going to die right there. And she wouldn't have known.
Later, they claimed they were strong-armed into paying $2,500 more than the prepaid price due to what staff said was a longer stay.
She says, well, you don't have to pay, but we can have you put in prison. I can't go to prison with 500 stitches.
The two say they were forced to pack quickly into a van and were driven across the border and dropped off, where Kimberly says she went to a San Diego ER for antibiotics.
I think I'm lucky that I'm here. I'm lucky that the damage isn't any worse, although I am looking at another surgery now because the implants that they put in are so big, I don't have enough skin to enclose them.
Okay, all right. I'll just stop it right there.
Did you know that was worst case possible?
Was it a good deal?
Oh, no.
Well, now that you did get a butt lift.
Ask
her
husband.
Right.
Greg.
I got a couple of reasons to tell you no.
Yeah. So she wasn't going in there for any of that, so she gets implants and a butt lift. And it's not,
No.
Well,
wow.
Grandma.
I know. Why would she?
Wow.
The
looking good.
They said the first statement was, Mama got back. Something's wrong here.
Okay.
My goodness, you could set a tea glass on it.
Greg, why are you here? Why do you say things? Out of nowhere. No, Greg, we got it.
I love how we all went from being vague and like trying to skirt around it. And I was like, "Now take off on it."
They described the other part. They didn't,
What are you saying? Things?
Happy Thanksgiving, everybody.
Happy Thanksgiving. Can you imagine though waking up?
Oh, Rick, that's horrible.
What?
Horrible.
Like, so she said something about a C cup. Do you think she just was like replying with a C?
No.
They heard her.
Yeah.
Let me say this.
No.
Before this happened, what date this happened? We've been doing stories about these over the border procedures. If it ain't like this is, well, guess what happened? This is the first lady this has ever happened.
Been many of them. Priscilla
this has
Presley.
been famous people. What are you doing?
But didn't she say she had been there before and she went back?
She did. They didn't add her some extra work that time.
I would say this, just on logic.
Look at that.
If whatever you're about to have done, you're so embarrassed that you don't want people to know, to the point, Priscilla Presley, you'll go to someone's garage, or you'll go into Mexico. Maybe you just shouldn't be doing it.
Yeah, maybe just going to have to live with a few rangers.
Why not just say you're doing it? Don't try to hide it from everybody, and use really good surgeons.
Finance it, whatever.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, spread out the payments. Something.
If you're that bothered by it,
no payment till
you
next
probably
year.
just shouldn't do it. If it's
90 days, same as cash.
Right.
Right.
Good night.
The surgery costs $13K in Mexico, whereas in the United States it's around $50K.
Wow.
Well, I guess I just don't have it.
Well, when you think about all the other surgeries she's going to have to correct this and save her life, I still don't know.
Her pain and suffering work.
I'd say she keeps it.
Her family keeps saying she keeps dressing up like Jennifer Lopez.
I know.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And receivers don't worry about catching until the game. We don't work on that. Guys, tackling is part of the game. And I understand the concerns. I understand injury concern. I understand the whole thing. And I understand trying to protect players. I get all of it. But tackling has got to be done. I mean,
at some point.
You have to get to the point where you're able to do it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's what we had in the game were some extremely impressive athletic defensive players who couldn't tackle anybody.
No.
I mean, it was
just running through arms left and right.
It was just shameful.
Yeah.
And
And then
the pass rushers for Florida, they had 10 sacks. Rick, have you ever felt so bad for that offensive tackle, that freshman?
Yeah.
I mean,
He's
what
up
about when there's a guy in front of you? I just cannot block.
I can't block him.
I can't block him.
Of course, you might want to, maybe leave a back in the backfield or something.
Maybe chip him a little something.
Yeah, let's do something.
Help me.
But because
help me back
somebody help me.
Somebody
help me.
That's when you get back to the.
Yeah.
That's when you get back to the huddle.
Where's
go,
the
hey,
chip
guys.
when you need it?
Yes, somebody. We got to do something here. But anyway, it was.
Somebody, Chip. Somebody.
It was ugly. Hey, Felipe. God love you. I know you're somebody's kid, and I want to be nice about that. You're not. You got a lot of life ahead of you, and I certainly wouldn't want people talking bad about my kid. I got it, and I apologize for that. But man, you're impressive in a uniform. But I've just never felt like this kid, as far as football is concerned. He may be a great young man that accomplishes great things, and he's certainly a better athlete than I ever was or will or could be. But he just.
Well, he needs to quit worrying about whooping the stands up and posing when the one time he did get in the end zone.
He's got that
the
look.
camera screaming, "This is what I do," and all that, and you're not even playing that well.
No. If you're going to get in the camera and say, "This is what I do," we're all going, I know. That's why we wonder when will Coach Mullen get another quarterback. We're watching what you do, and what you do is problematic.
Yeah,
I mean,
I'm criticizing that more than I am his play because if you can't back that up, I mean, he was a little quick to be hooping the stands up and punting the ball in the stands when the game was
well,
over.
especially I noticed you didn't look into the crowd and say, "This is what I do," when you threw a pick that should have cost you the game.
Yeah.
Which could have been one of the dumbest play calls and execution of a play I've ever seen in my life.
What was the final?
Don't worry,
What
Rick,
was the
Miami-
final score on that?
28-24.
Yeah.
It was
Don't
ugly.
worry, Miami was going to get enough penalties during that it didn't matter.
I watched the entire game and it was ugly.
Yeah, I saw part of it.
I mean,
there was times things would happen. I'm like, I can't believe what I'm seeing.
I felt bad for the sport of football.
Yeah.
And what was interesting at the end, and because, is it Franks? Is that his last name?
Yeah.
He didn't play well at all. He had one. Really, what I saw when he threw the ball downfield is Florida probably could have done that all night if they could execute it, and so I just sensed Mullen at the end in his mind. He knew that things, because it's not like Coach Mullen doesn't try to correct the things from last season and the season before. I mean, it's not like they haven't worked on it.
Yeah, they see the same thing we do.
So then you have to come to the conclusion that this person in game type situations, there's just so many things he can do and he can't do. And he's you remember it was brought up last week, and I said I just don't trust this kid as a quarterback.
You did. You called it, and I was trying to give the kid some hope. I thought that Dan Mullen, being the quarterback whisperer, would have done something with him during the offseason that would have changed his. I understand he wants the personality to come out and all this kind of stuff, but Greg and I were talking about something off air, and if you have a problem with this, it's greg@rickandbubba.com. But and I'm not hating on Dan Mullen because he left Mississippi State and went to Florida. I'm not that way. Okay?
Yeah, here we go.
But it just seems like, I don't know, when he was at Mississippi State, it just seemed like, the way Mississippi State beat people is because they were well coached. Fundamentals were just, to a T. And it just seemed like he had control of the situation. And at Florida, it just seems like, again, from the outside, I don't know, it just seems like the players were chaotic. There was no mental discipline.
He didn't even act
it
the way
just
he did when
it just seems different. And I understand it is different. I mean, it's two different schools and all that, but it just, I don't know, it seems odd to me.
They seem undisciplined, and he even the way he carries himself.
Yeah,
is different.
well, and this is what it looked like to me. And I was
Speedy ignored him in the hall that day. Man,
that's not true. But his relationship with Frank's too, Rick. It just seems like it's just a weird relationship.
Well, did you see at the end, like when I was sitting, I said he's not sure what to say right now,
right?
Because the reporters here, and they've won the game, but they won the game ugly.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, ugly.
Yeah.
And so both teams looked ugly. And here's what it looked like to me. And again, we're from the outside looking in. It looks like that these coaches, to a certain degree, especially Mullen, sadly, have taken this new attitude of, I just want these players to like being here. I want them to have fun. I don't want to bring all that old school stuff down on them. You can't do players like that anymore. And let's let them wear chains and rings and holler into the camera. And
1, 2, 3, 4.
35 minutes past the hour, Rick and Bubba Show. Hey, party! So let's take your phone calls now. Well, actually, coming up a little bit later, we got a few things we're going to hit, but we'll hit phone calls before we're done, so we can say, talk to you a little bit before we all go on the long weekend. Carshield.com/Bubba. Travel today. Feel good about the automobile? Mm-hmm. Is it still got warranty on it? Oh, it doesn't. Okay. All right. Well, let's hope you get to point A, from point A to point B, then back from point B back to point A, without that car going down. Because if it goes down, guess who's going to pay for it? That'll be you. YOU. Unless you go get a protection plan from carshield.com/Bubba, you could be covered. Why don't you do that? And then if it's a covered repair, and it's over 5,000 parts now they're covering. If it's a covered repair, they'll pay the ASE certified mechanic of your choice. They also offer 24/7 roadside assistance. We need that as we travel. Love the security of that. Courtesy towing, a rental car while yours is being worked on. So get some protection. A protection plan from carshield.com/Bubba. And because you are part of our family, you can get 20% off the plan that you choose, and they start at about $100 a month. That's where they begin. So go to carshield.com/Bubba. Also, you'll find that link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button, and then you can drive with peace of mind and confidence that you have some protection. All right, so Bubba, we love Senator Kennedy. Senator Kennedy,
he's always got a good line for everybody.
He is a lot of fun, and we're talking about Vice President Kamala Harris. He is making the point that she's proving over and over again that she's really not capable to do the job, and certainly would not be capable of being the president. And he, as he tends to do, he doesn't really pull any punches on it. So here is from Louisiana, Senator Kennedy on Vice President Kamala Harris.
I think that the southern border is an open, bleeding wound. Since President Biden and Vice President Harris have been in office, about 8.4 million people have come into our country illegally. That's 4 Nebraskas. We don't have the slightest idea who they are. Why is that? Because this administration believes in open borders. Why is that? Because this administration has embraced the neo-socialist woke wing, loon wing of the Democratic Party. Just look around. The American people may be poorer under President Biden, but they're not stupid. They see an open border. They experience inflation. They see the rampant crime. The American people look around and see the world on fire. The war in Ukraine, the war in the Middle East, the embers smoldering in China, and they have concluded that, fair or unfair, Martha, I'm not saying that this is accurate, but I can read a poll, and the American people have concluded that President Biden is old, and he needs soup and an early bedtime, and they have concluded that Vice President Harris is not capable that when her IQ gets to 75, she should sell.
Oh my! Oh my! Oh my goodness! Hey, he is a blast.
He says what he's thinking, doesn't he?
Well, and says what a lot of people are thinking, not just himself.
Yep.
Wow. Susan Sarandon, she's been dropped by a talent agency when she made
What an idiot.
What an idiot!
Did you see her speech the other day?
Yes.
No, that's nice.
Well, what's so stupid about?
She needs to go back to Bull Durham.
But what's so stupid about people like this? Can she not reason that I probably shouldn't make a statement that Jewish people don't know what it's like to live a life afraid that people might want to harm them? Hebrews don't know that. Jewish people they have no concept of that whatsoever.
Right.
Do you realize how stupid that is? And she's made the statements, and as a matter of fact, it's so stupid. People are now dropping her, and she says that when she said they don't have any idea how it feels, them being afraid of people attacking them, they should now know what it's like to be a Muslim in this country, and feel what that feels like. And many people are making the point that we just made. How dumb is it? Of all people you could name that you think cannot understand what it would be like to walk around thinking people might harm them just because of their religious beliefs or their ethnicity or their culture, I think the Jewish people fully understand that.
Yeah, I think they're probably into that.
I think they got it. I think they're in touch with that emotion. Sheryl Crow says she's terrified by AI.
Mm-hmm. Me too, Cheryl.
Yeah. She says, she goes, when I go to the studio now, I find myself writing just one thing after another, and then I get 10 songs. She says one of the things that I'm concerned about is this AI, evolution, which she's calling her title track. She said, are we going to get to the point to where everybody just uses AI to write songs for them and do stuff, and those of us that write songs and sing and perform are not going to be needed anymore?
She's right.
Mm-hmm. And she said, I've had a great career, but I feel like there's a lot in front of me. She goes, but one of the things I realized with this AI technology, people can just get in the studio and have the AI technology put together songs for them.
A little song there,
Yeah, and so we'll see where it goes.
Something peppy, something snappy.
Yeah, something peppy, something snappy.
Got a good beat, easy to dance.
But
remember that.
But I think some of these things, when it comes to the human experience, and human beings are made so uniquely, I think it might be a shiny new toy, but at some point, pun intended, the robotics of that, and there's no way they can really capture the human soul.
Yeah.
And that grind that people can put in songs, especially songs that have some depth and some.
It's going to run music like electric guitars did, Rick.
Yeah. Guitars.
Well said.
Yeah, you remember when everybody thought that was the end of it? Yes. So we'll see.
Digital mess tape up.
Yeah, man. Now you know what it did. Mm-hmm. Yeah. But I mean, if it's a better product, people can go to it. If it's not, I think ultimately what I'm saying is, no matter what you put out there, and we've seen this happen, people either embrace it because they think it's superior to what they had, or they grab it for a minute and go, this is not as good as what I had. I think I'm going back.
Yeah.
I mean, guys, did you ever think you would live to the point that people will be obsessed with vinyl again and record players?
I'll be honest with you, I don't understand that one at all, because I have a pretty discerning ear, I think, and I really don't see it. I think the digital stuff sounds better to me.
Yeah, now I will say that tape, when you have something that was recorded in the studio, as far as tape, there is a warmness there, with those tubes and the tapes that I don't think digital was an upgrade. But I mean, that's all to each his own.
But I'm a huge fan of the CD. I mean, that was
the
the greatest
CD,
thing they ever come up with.
The
Let's just hold it there.
The tape really is not the warmness you're talking about. It's more of the preamps and processors.
Right. And when I say that's what I mean. The way we used to record with that equipment. But
Editing was a little tougher when you had to cut and splice.
Sure.
Oh yeah.
My gosh. I don't think any of us missed that, do we?
No.
Tom Brady is weighing in on the current state of the NFL. His conclusion: a lot of mediocrity out there. He said, I don't see excellence that I saw in the past. I think the coaching isn't as good as it was. I think the development of young players
it might be as good. He said the rules have allowed a lot of bad habits to get into the actual performance of the game. So I just think the product overall, in my opinion, is less than what it has been in the past. It looks like
that's fair.
I know how that's going to come across because
Yeah.
I'm not playing anymore now.
Yeah.
There's no more excellence, but it's not really that.
It's society in general.
No,
It's
you're
not
right.
just NFL football. It's every aspect of life.
Right.
Do you
It's
think a
every
lot
business.
of
It's
the players,
every industry.
Do you think a lot of the players will resent him saying that though, even though
They will.
he is the GOAT?
No,
but he's
you-
out of it now.
No, you
They're
will.
like, "Hey, Tom, you retired, so cheer us on and hush."
But one of the things he makes,
Eat it,
he
shut
does
up.
make a point in here about coaching that I agree with him on. He says coaches now, they seem to spend more time complaining about their guy getting hit, and you got to keep to the officials as opposed to complaining that their offensive line let the guy get hit.
Yeah, that's a good
They-
point.
They need to work on teaching people to block better as opposed to whining to the officials every time somebody gets hit.
Yeah.
You know, if you don't like that your quarterback's getting hit, why don't you jump on your offensive line?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or leave another blocker or two. in there.
Right, yeah.
Oh,
And
a
do
little
some-
chip.
He's
Yeah.
basically saying do some coaching instead of whining.
Right.
Yeah.
You read a lot of some of the stuff he said, but pick up this for you, Rick, about halfway through.
I look at a lot of players like Ray Lewis and Rodney Harrison and Ronnie Lott and guys that impacted the game in a certain way, and every hit they would have made would have been a penalty.
True.
You hear coaches complaining about their own player being tackled and not necessarily, why don't they talk to their player about how to protect himself? We used to work on the fundamentals of those things all the time. Now they're trying to be regulated all the time. Offensive players need to protect themselves. It's not up to the defensive player to protect the offensive player. A defensive player needs to protect himself. I didn't throw the ball to certain areas because I was afraid players were going to get knocked out. That's the reality. I didn't throw it to the middle when I played Ray Lewis because you knock him out of the game, and I couldn't afford to lose a good player.
Yeah. The game is definitely. I know I sound like an old crotchety old man.
There you go, crotchety.
But the game, I don't like the path we're on right now with football. We'll be back. All 10 lines are available. We'll talk to you. For a lot of you, our last time to talk. As far as the live show, we know it is. So all 10 lines available. We'll chat with you, America, right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Jump up and down, and because we don't want to lose players, because if you do those, you can't do players the way you used to.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there's coaches that still have that vein of the way it used to be, and they win.
Well,
so I mean, you know, if you're keeping a bunch of players that can't make plays and can't be disciplined, I mean, what good is it?
Yeah.
Are we seeing the beginning of the psychological aspects of the transfer portal, where
Maybe.
coaches are going to have to dial back how they are because
point.
everybody's going to leave them?
That's a good point.
Yeah, it is.
Is that what we're seeing?
Yeah, there's something there because
or is it just the Florida mentality, which has always been a little more wide open, say, than Mississippi State?
Yeah, but a coach shouldn't adapt to a school that he comes to. That seems weird. But
you think they would reflect the coach,
right? It seems like to me. I think.
It is a different look. I know exactly what you're.
Oh, no doubt. And I think what you're saying is that's part of it. I mean, I hear coaches have said, talking to them, the players. I mean, they're looking for any reason to pout up and leave.
Yeah.
But I just don't know. Back to our the scenario. So you're in charge, but you're in charge of what? I mean, what good is it if they're all staying with you and they think you're great and they're having a good time? But I've never found losing to be good to be a good time.
We beat this horse to death, but to me, it still goes back a lot of it to these recruiting magazines and these services, and these kids are in 8th and 9th grade, and we start talking about them, and they're famous before they ever get there.
Yeah.
You remember the old days, like we've said plenty of times, nobody knew who Bo Jackson was unless you lived in Alabama.
Herschel Walker.
And happened to be
Yeah.
in that
Yeah.
area that he played in.
Right.
And these guys are stars before they get there, and they feel like they're doing you a favor by coming.
Yeah.
Instead of you honored that they want you to play for them. It used to be that way.
Yeah.
Now
I've played.
And now I can, like Bubba said, I can jump in that portal. If you don't like it, I'll just transfer.
Yeah.
I'll do it 2 or 3 times.
Right.
Yeah. If I can't get my way, I'll transfer somewhere else.
Yeah. And you know, and again, I don't know enough about the Florida program, and I haven't followed them, so I might be misspeaking here. But when it comes to Franks, it just seems like when he does something really, really good, like when he's on his game, he's good. So you have sparks and flickers of of him being really special. And then he goes off and does things that you're like, what in the world? And it seems like Dan Mullen is trying to balance that. And it's like at the end of the game, it's like when he was looking at him and saying, almost like, see, I talk good about you. It's almost like there's a fragile relationship.
Don't be mad. Don't get upset. Now, there's some things you didn't do real well, but you did some good things too.
That's right. See, I'm talking nice. You see what I'm saying?
No,
it seemed like there was.
I felt that way completely.
Look, we're in a close game, and you're over there yucking it up in the stands.
Yeah. Why are you turning around talking to anybody?
I don't get it. It was not a great presentation of college football. It was bad.
Tackling was horrible.
It was bad football.
Yeah.
And but again, I just think you never get the feel from the kid that when he does something good, that's right. I've been there before. He can't believe he did something good.
That's true.
I think you're right.
Yeah. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And he is so excited to be here. Thank all of you for being part of the Rick and Bubba experience.
Maybe you read the headlines. Are you happy, buddy? You see what you've done?
I saw some of the emails.
This is right up there with Build the Wall.
I don't follow the logic to this, that somehow I was giving a dog whistle that AT&T was going to be
hold up.
That the CWA was going to be on strike against AT&T this week.
What I'm saying is, you want us to say there's just no connection, no dog whistle at all. It's not just you said.
But a dog whistle for what?
Bubba, it's in Alabama.
I know.
Alabama AT&T workers.
I think you caused it.
Yeah,
no,
20,000
across the southeast.
I know, but you look in Alabama, you think they didn't hear you? And then all the other people
they
listen.
might have heard me, but I don't know how that happened. This has been in the works for a year.
The show is heard a lot of places, and we're thankful for that now more than ever with the new technology. But the hub is where we've been the longest, is the southeastern United States.
Right.
And, of course, the hub is where people you've earned the right to have an authoritative voice. And in that hub, you started talking about AT&T's problems and how they need to get their act together, and suddenly there's a strike. And that was my email of the weekend.
I think you remember I didn't mention anybody by name to start with. Now I thanked them once it was over.
Look at them out there, Bubba. Every one of those is a listener of the show. I recognize some of them.
I think you did actually name them.
Yeah, you did.
No, I didn't start with. Some of the callers may have.
Now I'll give you that.
You named one of the executives.
Well, I did. I mentioned it.
Yes, you did.
He would probably be sad the way this is happening.
He probably. You're right.
But I didn't name the company. And most people are not going to Google all that.
Well, that's. Culture personality. All right, so here we go. Wrapping up the hour, and for a lot of you, wrapping up the week. Short week! Lord willing, we'll all be back together on Monday. Tomorrow, a Rick and Bubba replay for Thanksgiving. On Friday, a Best Of Show, Black Friday edition with Helmsy. And then Monday, we all come back. We do have a new Bible study today, noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern, second session on 2 Corinthians, or as Donald Trump would call it, 2 Corinthians. That'll be coming up today. So that's, and then the archive will be available for you soon after. So I hope all of you have a great Thanksgiving weekend.
Yep.
We can chat here before we wrap it up. 866 We Be Big. Let's go to Chris in Florence, WLAY. Chris, go ahead.
Happy Thanksgiving, Biggins. Hope you guys have a good one.
Thank you.
You too, brother.
Bubba, I know you were talking this morning about the JFK assassination and all. I don't know if you had saw on Disney Plus. I know that they've got the rights to National Geographic, but there is the JFK, breaking it down, and took it to two Secret Service members that were there that day.
Yeah, that's the one I saw. That's the one I saw. It was
very, very good. Very, very good to see that day. But also what really surprised me was that the day that President Johnson was sworn in after President Kennedy passed, was that that Miss Kennedy was there, and she didn't want to change her clothes. She still had President Kennedy's blood still on her from the hospital. And I thought that was very, very transparent to see that she was grieving. I mean, she was very, very upset and was it's just a very cool documentary. So
yeah, it's
6
it was
years
good.
ago.
Yeah.
She was in the back of the plane sitting with the casket.
Yep, I've seen
and Johnson wanted her to come up when he was going to be swearing in. It's really this terrible situation because you have such a personal loss, but the business of the country still has to go on. We have to have a president, and he was being swore in and wanted her standing there beside him. And they said even Miss Johnson asked her if she wanted to change clothes, and she said no. Let them see what they've done.
Yeah, she wanted them to to not hide how grotesque that was and see exactly what people had done, how evil they can be.
I can't imagine her mindset that whole day. They're there and everybody's happy, and it just turns,
Jim, the crazy sign man.
Everywhere sign.
Where have you been, buddy?
Jim. Oh, I've been at home a lot. I hadn't been out much. Hadn't been over to Hendrick even for a while.
No, great said.
Hadn't talked to you in a while, and just thought I'd call and say hello and Thanksgiving, and I'll go ahead and wish you happy Thanksgiving and Merry Christmas and Happy New Year's, and take care of all of that for a while, okay?
Thank you, Jim.
Cover it all,
Great.
Jim.
Thank you, buddy.
Jim, you
missed out on a lot of pizza at Hendrick. Greg said there's a lot left over now because you're not taking it. I know.
I know it. I almost came over a couple of weeks ago, and I'll get back over there pretty soon, unless the weather gets too cold and snowy or anything like that.
You got to come by and see the new location.
Yeah,
Jim. Opening it up. Boy, we saw it. It looks great.
That's impressive.
Good to hear from you, Jim, and happy Thanksgiving to you, and Merry Christmas and Happy New Year as well. Let's go to Robert in South Carolina. Robert, go ahead.
Robert.
Hey, I don't know what this says about me, but when Helmsley was talking about his son signing, I was just on the edge of my seat waiting for a good night look at that from Greg.
Yeah. I know. I mouthed it over to him. He didn't say anything.
Yeah,
No, I just knew it was going to happen.
What?
What did you just say?
He was staring. He was staring, but he made up for it for the grandma in Mexico. He did a good job on that one.
Didn't he?
Yeah, well, let's
you're
be
happy,
honest.
Robert.
Helms has been T-boned before by Greg in a touching moment.
I wasn't going to do that this time.
You weren't?
No,
Okay, buddy.
I wasn't.
You made a decision not to.
Yeah. If something like you saw
other
that
was
day,
uncontrollable.
I was about to say, but what if something like that had come
I
on
would
the
have
screen?
hoped I wouldn't have done anything,
but you're not sure.
I'm not sure.
You can't guarantee it, right?
Let's go to Ashley in Greenville. Ashley, go ahead.
Good morning, fellas. Happy Thanksgiving.
You too, sir.
Hey, I heard the other day that President Biden was born closer to Lincoln's second inauguration than he was his own inauguration.
Does those numbers work? Well, that's that math on the fly, which we're not very good at.
Hey, that'd be something. Hey, Helmsley can look that up. Check all that out.
Okay. Oh, interesting. He's old, and the thing is, there's a lot of people that I know that are quite spry at 81. He's just not one of them.
I don't think those numbers work out.
All right, he was born in 42, and Lincoln's inauguration was 1861. What's 1942?
Oh, here we go.
1861.
Somebody with a calculator's got to do that.
Anybody?
I'm doing it.
Anybody?
So 81. He was born 81 years after Lincoln's inauguration.
But what's our? I don't even remember what we're comparing.
I don't
What
know.
was the number?
I'm so lost in this. I'm just moving on.
Yeah,
Alex.
I'm scared.
Alex.
Oh, so you're saying he's 81 now, though, right?
Yeah.
Alex,
Okay.
why are you scared?
I'm not. Of course not.
I thought I heard you telling somebody when we answered the phone. I'm
I don't think
scared.
so.
I'm scared.
I'm scared. I'm a little bit scared.
Alex, you're on. Go ahead.
Oh, hey, Rick and Bubba. Hey, I was wondering, call. I know y'all are closely affiliated to Jacksonville State. What do y'all think's the chance they get to go to a bowl game?
Well, they can't go to a bowl game because they're on probation.
Unless there's not enough teams with a 500 record to go.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's still a possibility.
That
I
would be
think.
them and James Madison. They would.
Yeah,
James Madison ranked.
It's real close, though.
Okay. And now, when do they play New Mexico State? What day of the week?
This Saturday.
Is it on Saturday?
Yes.
There.
James in Birmingham, England.
Bubba's going.
James, go ahead.
Good morning, guys. Just want to say, you talked about how it takes a British man to tell you to do something. Okay, do this. Kill the bird, kill the gobble gobbleful.
That's
good.
fantastic.
That's really good.
That is fantastic.
Yeah, not as good as Speedy, but good.
Right. But close.
He's getting there. He's getting there if it did a little more work.
Kathy in Tennessee. Kathy, go ahead.
Good morning, guys. I just want to tell y'all how much I appreciate you and thank you. You make my day every single day.
That's awesome.
Well, how
And
nice
I
is
love
that?
y'all so much.
Oh, well,
thank you so much.
Well, hey, there's a Thanksgiving call right
Oh,
there.
a little perky voice, too. I love it.
Vidalia, Georgia. Oz standing by. Oz, go ahead.
Hey, gentlemen, I want to say happy Thanksgiving. I'm thankful for y'all. Y'all make my day every day. I graduated from Banks High School, and it's good to hear the home crowd going on.
Well, let me tell you, it's there's a lot of people that have a tie to Banks High School, like I say, including you. It hit me when Mom and I were talking about some of Dad's when he was an assistant there. It was his first ever coaching job, and some of the players that played when he was coaching. And we looked at their age, and then we realized, well, Dad was only 22.
Yeah.
So they're almost as old as he is.
Yeah.
Because he just got out of college. They were 18. He was 22.
That's crazy.
Thanks for being with us. Have a great Thanksgiving. And don't forget to shop the Rick and Bubba store for the Black Friday specials.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Gonna be a big star. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Fat will get you very far.
Rick and Bubba's in